Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to ask for your support. If you're enjoying this content, using your hype points on this video helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It truly makes a difference in allowing us to keep creating these stories for you. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much and means the world to us. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. And of course, if you enjoy these deep dives into history, faith and mystery, subscribing to the channel ensures you never miss a story. Thank you for being here. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history that pass without fanfare. Decisions made in quiet rooms. Choices that go unrecorded in official documents. Acts of courage that happen in the shadows, away from the eyes of kings and the applause of crowds. These moments rarely make it into the grand narratives we tell ourselves about heroes and battles, about glory and conquest. But sometimes these hidden acts of defiance are the ones that change everything. Tonight, we're going to talk about two women whose names you might not recognise, Shiphrah and Puah. They were not queens, they were not warriors, they held no political power, commanded no armies, and left behind no monuments. They were midwives, ordinary women who brought life into the world, one birth at a time. And yet, in a moment when a king demanded death, they chose life. In a world built on fear and control, they chose faith. And because of that choice, the entire course of history shifted. This is a story about what happens when courage meets compassion, when obedience to God outweighs obedience to man, when two women, standing in the presence of power, refuse to let evil win. Their story is found in the opening chapters of the book of Exodus, but it's easy to miss if you're not paying attention, because their moment comes and goes quickly, just a few verses, a brief mention, and then they disappear from the text entirely. But those few verses contain a truth that echoes through the ages. Some of the most important acts of faith happen where no one is watching. So, settle in. Let the world around you fade, and listen closely, because this is the story of Shiphrah and Puah, the women who defied a king and saved a nation. Chapter 1. A growing fear in Egypt. Egypt was a land of order, precision, control. The Nile rose and fell with predictable rhythm. The harvest came in cycles. Pharaoh ruled from his throne with absolute authority, and beneath him stretched a society built on hierarchy, tradition and power. For centuries, Egypt had been the greatest civilization on earth. Its monuments pierced the sky. Its wealth was legendary. Its armies were feared, and its rulers believed themselves to be gods. The architecture of Egyptian society was as carefully constructed as the pyramids themselves. At the top sat Pharaoh, the living god, the intermediary between the divine realm and the mortal world. Below him were the priests, who maintained the temples and performed the rituals that kept the cosmos in balance. Then came the nobles, the administrators who managed the vast bureaucracy that kept Egypt functioning. Below them were the artisans, the scribes, the merchants, and at the bottom, the labourers, the farmers, the slaves. This was a civilization that prided itself on stability, on continuity. The same dynasties had ruled for generations. The same gods had been worshipped for millennia. The same festivals marked the passage of time year after year, century after century. Egypt saw itself as eternal, unchanging, perfect, the centre of the world, the pinnacle of human achievement. But something was changing, something Pharaoh had not anticipated, something he could not control through decrees or military might. The Israelites were multiplying. What had begun as a small family, the descendants of Jacob who had come to Egypt during a time of famine, had grown into something much larger, much more significant. Where once there had been 70 souls seeking refuge, now there were thousands, tens of thousands. They filled the land of Goshen, they spread across the delta. Everywhere Pharaoh looked, there were more of them, more children, more families, more tents, more voices speaking a language that was not Egyptian. It had happened gradually at first. When Joseph had been vizier of Egypt, the Israelites had been welcomed. They had been given good land. They had prospered under Joseph's protection. And when Joseph died, when the dynasty changed, when new pharaohs rose who did not remember Joseph's service to Egypt, the Israelites remained. They had established themselves, built communities, created networks of families that supported one another. They had become a permanent presence in Egyptian society. And Pharaoh was afraid, not of swords or rebellion, not yet, but of something more insidious, the fear of being outnumbered, the fear of losing control. He looked at the growing population of Israelites and saw not people, but a threat, a demographic shift that could one day tip the balance of power. He imagined scenarios where, in a time of war, these foreigners might side with Egypt's enemies, where their sheer numbers might overwhelm Egyptian society, where their presence might dilute what it meant to be Egyptian. This was not an irrational fear, at least not entirely. Egypt had enemies, the Hittites to the north, the Nubians to the south, various kingdoms and city-states that would have loved to see Egypt weakened, and the Israelites, numerous and distinct, represented a potential fifth column, a population that might not be loyal in a crisis. That might see Egyptian defeat as opportunity. That might, given the chance, throw their lot in with invaders. But there was something else beneath Pharaoh's fear, something darker. The Israelites were thriving despite their lower status. They were having children, building families, creating joy in the midst of hardship. And this prosperity, this vitality, was an affront to Egyptian pride. How dare these foreigners flourish while living in Egypt's shadow? How dare they multiply while Egyptians struggled with the same diseases, the same infant mortality, the same challenges of survival that plagued all ancient peoples? So Pharaoh did what rulers often do when they are afraid. He sought to control what he feared. First came the oppression. The Israelites were enslaved, forced into labour, tasked with building the great storage cities of Pithom and Ramesses. Their days became endless cycles of brick-making and construction. Their bodies broke under the weight of Egyptian ambition. Pharaoh believed that suffering would slow their growth, that exhaustion would weaken their ability to thrive, that if he pressed hard enough, the problem would solve itself. The oppression was systematic. Taskmasters were appointed. Quotas were established. The Israelites were forced to make bricks without adequate materials, to work in the blazing sun without rest, to meet impossible demands. Old men laboured alongside young, women worked in the fields, children carried water and mixed mortar. The entire community was mobilised in service to Pharaoh's building projects. Their backs bent under loads of clay and straw. Their hands bled from the rough work. Their spirits sagged under the weight of endless toil. But it did not work. The Israelites continued to multiply. The harder Pharaoh pressed, the more they grew. It was as if the very act of oppression fueled their expansion. Every attempt to diminish them seemed to backfire, and Pharaoh's fear deepened, because now he realized that force alone would not be enough. If he wanted to control the Israelite population, he would need to do something more drastic, more decisive, more secret. He consulted with his advisors. They discussed various options. Some suggested even harsher labour conditions. Others proposed separating families, breaking up communities to prevent the Israelites from maintaining their distinct identity. But Pharaoh wanted something more direct, more final. He looked at the problem and saw a simple solution. The Israelites were multiplying because they kept having children. Specifically, they kept having sons who would grow into men who would have families of their own. If the sons could be eliminated, the population growth would slow. Eventually it would reverse. Eventually the problem would disappear. He would need to kill their children. But he would need to do it quietly, carefully, in a way that would not provoke an uprising, in a way that would not expose the cruelty of his regime to the other nations who watched Egypt with envious eyes. He needed a method that was invisible, deniable, effective, and then he thought of the Midwives. Chapter 2. A Quiet Command. The throne room was silent except for the soft rustle of linen robes and the distant sound of the Nile beyond the palace walls. Pharaoh sat elevated on his seat of power, his face painted with the authority of a god, his eyes cold and calculating. Before him stood two women, not nobility, not priestesses, midwives, Hebrew midwives, Shiphrah and Puah. They had been summoned discreetly, no public announcement, no formal ceremony, just a quiet message delivered by a palace official. The king wished to speak with them. They came because they had no choice. You did not refuse a summons from Pharaoh. But as they stood before him, they understood that something was deeply wrong. Kings did not concern themselves with midwives. Kings did not involve themselves in the intimate details of childbirth. Whatever Pharaoh wanted, it was not a simple request. The palace itself was overwhelming. Massive columns rose towards ceilings painted with stars and sacred symbols. Gold gleamed from every surface. The air smelled of incense and perfume. Guards stood at attention, their spears catching the light from oil lamps. Everything about the space was designed to intimidate, to remind visitors of their insignificance in the presence of divine power. Shiphrah and Puah, women who spent their days in simple homes delivering babies, felt the weight of the place pressing down on them. Pharaoh studied them for a moment before speaking. These were the women who attended Hebrew births, who knew the intimate rhythms of their community, who were present at the most vulnerable moments of life, who held in their hands the power to save or to let die. They were perfect for what he had in mind. Pharaoh spoke carefully. His words were measured. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Power does not always announce itself with volume. Sometimes it whispers. He told them that Egypt was concerned about the growing Hebrew population, that the state needed to take measures to ensure stability, that certain actions, while difficult, were necessary for the greater good. And then he gave the command. When you attend to Hebrew women in childbirth, he said, "Look at the child. If it is a girl, let her live. But if it is a boy, kill him. Do it quietly. Do it during delivery. Make it look natural. No one will question a stillbirth. No one will suspect." The words landed like stones in still water. Kill the boys during childbirth. In the moment when mothers were most vulnerable, when families were focused on survival, when attention was diverted by pain and effort and hope, use the chaos of birth to mask murder, turn the bringing of life into the dealing of death. It was elegant in its cruelty, it was efficient, and it required no soldiers, no public spectacle, no risk of uprising. The command was designed to be invisible. No soldiers dragging children from homes, no public executions, no uprisings, just death delivered in the most intimate, vulnerable moment of life, a secret genocide carried out by the very hands meant to preserve life. Pharaoh was not asking them to be warriors, he was asking them to be assassins, and he expected obedience. Because in Egypt, obedience to Pharaoh was not optional, it was survival. Shiphrah and Puah stood silently as Pharaoh explained what he wanted. They did not interrupt. They did not protest. They simply listened. Because to object in that moment would have been to sign their own death warrants. Pharaoh did not tolerate dissent. He did not debate his decisions. He issued commands and expected compliance. That was how Egypt worked. That was how power functioned. When Pharaoh finished speaking, he dismissed them with a wave of his hand. No discussion, no questions, just the expectation that they would do as they were told. Shiphrah and Puah bowed low, backed away from the throne, and left the palace. They walked through the corridors, past the guards, out into the Egyptian sun. And as they made their way back through the streets, back toward the Hebrew settlements, back toward the women they served, they carried a weight that no midwife should ever have to bear. They had been ordered to betray everything their work represented, to turn moments of joy into moments of murder, to use their knowledge of life to deliver death. Pharaoh had chosen them because they were trusted, because Hebrew women would open their homes to them, would labour in their presence, would hand their newborns into their arms. That trust was supposed to be sacred, and Pharaoh wanted them to weaponize it. As they walked, they spoke in hushed tones. What would they do? How could they refuse without being discovered? What would happen to them if Pharaoh learned they had disobeyed? The questions were heavy, urgent, impossible. They thought about the women they served, the families they had helped bring into being, the babies they had delivered over the years. They thought about the sacred nature of their work, the responsibility they carried, the trust that had been placed in them. And they thought about God, about the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, the God who created life, who knit children together in the womb, who called each person by name, who commanded his people not to murder. They thought about what obedience to Pharaoh would mean, and what obedience to God would require, and they had to decide what they would do. Chapter 3. Introducing Shiphrah and Puah. Who were Shiphrah and Puah? The Bible gives us almost nothing. No genealogies, no descriptions of their families, no accounts of their training or their lives before this moment. We do not know if they were young or old, if they were married or widowed, if they had children of their own. All we know is their names and their profession. Shiphrah and Puah, Hebrew midwives, and that is enough. Because sometimes the story is not about who you are in the eyes of the world. It is about what you do when no one is watching. Their names, though, are significant. Shiphrah means beauty or fairness. Puah means splendid or radiant. These are not random designations. In the ancient world, names carried meaning. They reflected character, hope, destiny. To be called beauty and splendour was to carry an identity tied to goodness, to light, to the positive aspects of creation. And here were two women whose names spoke of beauty, being asked to do something ugly. Women whose names meant splendour, being commanded to participate in horror. Midwives in the ancient world held a unique position. They were not wealthy, they were not powerful, but they were trusted. Women in labour were at their most vulnerable. Childbirth was dangerous. Mortality rates were high. Infection was common. Complications could arise suddenly. A breech birth could kill both mother and child. Excessive bleeding could claim a life in minutes. And in those moments of pain and fear, a midwife was the one constant, the one who knew what to do, the one who had seen it all before, the one who could tell the difference between a normal birth and a crisis, the one who could save a life or lose one. Midwives were gatekeepers of life itself. The training of a midwife was passed down through generations. A young woman would learn from her mother or her aunt or another experienced midwife in the community. She would attend births, first as an observer, then as an assistant, finally as the primary attendant. She would learn to read the signs of labour, to know when a birth was progressing normally and when intervention was needed, to position a baby that was presenting wrong, to stop bleeding, to cut and tie the umbilical cord, to clear an infant's airway, to recognise when a baby was in distress. But midwifery was more than technical skill. It was emotional labour. A midwife had to be calm in crisis, had to project confidence even when she was uncertain, had to comfort a labouring mother while simultaneously monitoring for danger, had to celebrate life while being intimately acquainted with death. It was work that required strength, wisdom, compassion, and an unshakable nerve. Shiphrah and Puah had spent their entire lives in this role. They had caught babies in the middle of the night. They had comforted mothers through difficult labours. They had held infants who took their first breath and those who never breathed at all. They knew the smell of blood and sweat, the sound of a newborn's cry, the relief in a father's eyes when he learned his child was alive. They were intimately familiar with the miracle of birth. And now Pharaoh wanted them to turn that miracle into a nightmare. They had delivered hundreds of babies, maybe thousands. They knew Hebrew families throughout Goshen. They had attended to first-time mothers and women giving birth to their 10th child. They had caught twins and helped with complicated deliveries. They had stayed up through long nights coaching women through labour. They had celebrated when mothers and babies survived against the odds. They had wept when they did not. Their hands had been the first to touch countless lives. And now those same hands were supposed to end lives. To take a newborn boy, still wet from the womb, still taking his first breaths, and kill him. To look into a mother's exhausted, hopeful face and lie. To say the baby was stillborn. To carry away a tiny body and dispose of it. To do this again and again, birth after birth, until the Hebrew population began to decline. But here is what Pharaoh did not understand. Here is what he miscalculated. Shipra and Puah feared God. That phrase appears in the text with stark simplicity. They feared God, not feared in the sense of terror, but feared in the sense of reverence, awe, obedience to something greater than any earthly king. They believed that life was sacred, that every child, Hebrew or Egyptian, boy or girl, was created by God. That to extinguish that life, even under orders, was to violate something fundamental, something eternal. Their fear of God was not abstract. It was not merely theological. It shaped how they saw the world. It informed every decision they made. It meant that when they looked at a newborn baby, they saw not just flesh and blood, but a soul, a person created in the image of God, a life that mattered not because of what it could contribute to society, or because of its utility to a king, but simply because it existed, because God had willed it into being. And so, when they returned to their work, when they attended the next birth and the next and the next, they made a choice. They did not obey Pharaoh, they delivered every child, they celebrated every birth. They handed every boy to his mother and watched as joy filled the room. And they said nothing. They carried out their defiance in silence. Because this was not a rebellion fought with speeches or protests. It was a rebellion fought one birth at a time, one life saved at a time. Chapter 4. The fear that matters most. Fear is a powerful motivator. It drives nations to war. It drives individuals to compromise. It shapes the choices we make and the paths we take. Pharaoh ruled through fear. He understood that if people were afraid enough, they would obey. They would bend. They would betray their own values to survive. And his command to the midwives was built on that assumption, that their fear of him would outweigh everything else. The psychology of fear is complex. When we are afraid, our bodies respond, our hearts race, our palms sweat, our minds fixate on the source of danger, and in that state, we become capable of things we would never do otherwise. Fear can make us bold or make us cowards. It can push us to heroism or drive us to betrayal. It all depends on what we fear most. Pharaoh represented earthly power at its apex. He could order executions with a word. He could imprison families. He could destroy livelihoods. He could make people disappear. The fear he inspired was not irrational. It was based on very real consequences. People who defied Pharaoh died. It was that simple. So when he gave a command, even a monstrous command, most people obeyed, because the alternative was death. But Shipra and Puah operated under a different kind of fear, a fear that did not diminish them but elevated them, a fear that did not lead to cowardice but to courage. They feared God, and that fear mattered more than anything Pharaoh could do to them. Because if you believe that God sees everything, that he knows every decision, every compromise, every moment of weakness, then the approval of a king becomes irrelevant. If you believe that God holds life sacred, then no decree from a throne can change that truth. The fear of God is fundamentally different from the fear of man. The fear of man is about survival, about protecting yourself from harm, about calculating costs and benefits, about weighing the risk of punishment against the difficulty of obedience. It is transactional, pragmatic, ultimately self-serving, even when the self-preservation is understandable. The fear of God is about alignment, about living in accordance with ultimate reality, about recognizing that there is a moral order to the universe that transcends human authority, that some things are right and some things are wrong, regardless of who commands what, that God's law supersedes human law when the two conflict, that obedience to God, even when costly, is always the right choice because God is trustworthy in a way that human rulers are not. Every birth they attended became a test. Every time a boy was born, they faced the same choice: obey Pharaoh and kill the child, or obey God and let him live. The risk was enormous. If Pharaoh discovered their disobedience, there would be consequences: imprisonment, execution, the destruction of their families. They knew this. They were not naive. They were not reckless. They simply believed that some things were worth the risk, that some lines could not be crossed, that there were moments when you had to say no, even if it cost you everything. Imagine the tension of those moments. A woman in labour crying out in pain, her husband pacing outside, anxious and hopeful. Other family members gathered, praying, waiting. And Shiphrah or Puah attending to the birth, knowing that if a boy emerges she will face a choice, knowing that Pharaoh expects her to kill him, knowing that disobedience could be discovered, knowing that her life hangs in the balance. And then the baby comes, a boy, perfect, healthy, crying lustily. And the midwife's hands move automatically. She clears his airway. She rubs his back to stimulate breathing. She cuts and ties the cord. She wraps him in cloth and places him in his mother's arms. And she says nothing about Pharaoh's command. She simply does her job. She preserves life. She participates in the miracle of birth. And then she leaves. She returns home. She lies awake at night, wondering if anyone saw, if anyone suspects, if Pharaoh's spies are watching, if the next summons to the palace will be her last. But morning comes, and she rises, and she goes to the next birth, and the next, and she does it again. This is what courage looks like. Not the absence of fear, but the decision to act rightly despite fear. Not recklessness, but calculated defiance. Not ignorance of consequences, but willingness to face them. Shiphrah and Puah were not fearless. They were faithful, and their faithfulness was rooted in a fear that mattered more than any threat Pharaoh could make. And so they continued, week after week, month after month. They attended birth throughout the Hebrew community, and every time a boy was born they handed him to his mother. Every time a family celebrated new life, Shiphrah and Puah carried the secret of their defiance. They never announced what they were doing. They never sought recognition. They simply did their work, and in doing so they became part of something much larger than themselves. Because here is the truth about moral courage. It rarely happens in grand gestures. It happens in small, repeated choices, in moments when you could compromise and no one would blame you, in situations where obedience would be easier than resistance. Shiphrah and Puah were not warriors storming a palace. They were midwives delivering babies, but their quiet defiance was more powerful than any army. Because every child they saved was a victory. Every life they preserved was an act of worship. They were creating a pattern of resistance. They were demonstrating that Pharaoh's power, while vast, was not absolute, that there were limits to what he could command, that even in Egypt, even under oppression, even facing death, people could still choose righteousness. They were writing a different story than the one Pharaoh had scripted, and though they did not know it yet, their story would become part of the larger narrative of Israel's deliverance. Chapter 5. The Lie That Preserved Life. Pharaoh was not a fool. He had spies, he had informants, he had ways of knowing what was happening in his kingdom, and eventually he noticed. The Hebrew boys were still alive. The population was still growing. The command he had given, so carefully designed, so quietly delivered, was not being obeyed. And so he summoned the midwives again, Shiphrah and Puah, back to the throne room, back to face the king who expected obedience. The message came without warning, a palace official appearing at their homes, announcing that Pharaoh required their presence. Immediately, no time to prepare, no opportunity to coordinate their stories, just the command to come, and the sinking realization that their disobedience had been discovered. The walk to the palace must have felt like walking to their own execution. Every step heavier than the last, every breath more difficult. They knew what awaited them. Pharaoh's anger, his questions, his demand for an explanation. And they knew that their answers would determine whether they lived or died, whether their families would survive, whether the work they had done, the lives they had saved, would be worth the price they were about to pay. The confrontation was inevitable. Pharaoh demanded an explanation. Why are the boys still alive? Why have you not done as I commanded? The question hung in the air, and Shiphrah and Puah had to answer. They could not remain silent. They could not simply refuse to speak. Pharaoh held their lives in his hands. One word from him, and they would be executed. One gesture, and they would disappear. So they answered, but they answered carefully. Hebrew women are not like Egyptian women, they said. They are vigorous, strong. By the time we arrive, the child has already been born. We cannot do what you ask because we are never there in time. The explanation was simple, believable. It played into Egyptian prejudices about the Hebrews. It suggested that the midwives were not defying Pharaoh, but were simply unable to fulfill his command due to circumstances beyond their control. It was, in essence, a lie, or at least a carefully crafted half-truth. The genius of their response was that it contained just enough truth to be plausible. Hebrew women, strengthened by years of hard labour, may indeed have had relatively quick deliveries, and midwives were not always present for the actual moment of birth. Sometimes they arrived to find the baby already born, the mother having managed on her own, or with the help of female relatives. So the explanation was not impossible. It was just not the whole truth. And Pharaoh accepted it, not because he believed them entirely, but because he had no proof, no witnesses, no way to verify whether their explanation was accurate. And perhaps, deep down, he knew that forcing the issue would expose the cruelty of his own command, that questioning them too harshly would reveal the monstrosity of what he had asked them to do. So he let it go, for now. But there was calculation in his acceptance. Pharaoh was not convinced. He was frustrated. He had given a command and it had not been executed. The midwives had offered an explanation that, while plausible, was also convenient. Too convenient. But to push further would require him to admit publicly what he had asked them to do. And that admission would carry its own risks. So he dismissed them, but he did not forget, and he began to plan alternative methods of accomplishing his goal. But here is where the story gets interesting. The Bible does not condemn Shiphrah and Puah for lying. In fact, it honours them. It says that God dealt well with them, that he blessed their households, that he gave them families of their own. The text seems to acknowledge that in a world of impossible choices, where obedience to evil masquerades as duty, there is a place for deception in service of life. That sometimes the moral thing to do is not to tell the truth to power, but to protect the vulnerable. This raises profound ethical questions. Is lying ever justified? Can deception be righteous? The biblical tradition wrestles with this. There are other examples. Rahab, who lied to protect Israelite spies and was honoured for her faith. The Hebrew midwives in Egypt. Even Abraham and Isaac, who in moments of fear deceived about their wives' identities. The pattern suggests that when truth would result in murder, when honesty would make you complicit in evil, when speaking openly would endanger innocent lives, deception becomes not just permissible, but necessary. This is not a blanket endorsement of dishonesty. The Bible is clear about the value of truth. Lying lips are an abomination to the Lord. Truthfulness is a virtue. Honesty is expected in normal human relationships. But the story of Shiphrah and Puah recognizes that we do not always live in normal circumstances, that there are moments when the usual rules cannot apply without catastrophic consequences. That wisdom sometimes requires us to navigate complex situations with both courage and cunning. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who participated in plots to assassinate Hitler, wrote about this very issue. He argued that in a world broken by sin, there are moments when every available choice involves some form of wrong, when refusing to lie means becoming an accomplice to murder, when telling the truth means betraying the innocent. In such moments, Bonhoeffer suggested, we must choose the lesser evil and trust God to forgive even our necessary sins. Shiphrah and Puah understood this intuitively. They did not lie for personal gain. They did not lie to avoid inconvenience or to make their lives easier. They lied to preserve life, to protect children, to resist evil, and God honoured that choice. Because God, who knows the heart, who understands context, who sees the full picture of every decision, recognised that their deception was an act of faithfulness, not betrayal. Their lie was tactical, strategic. It bought them time. It deflected Pharaoh's anger. It allowed them to continue their work. It kept the door open for more lives to be saved. It was not a perfect solution, but in a world where perfection was impossible, it was the best available choice, and sometimes that is all we can do. Choose the best available option, act with whatever courage and wisdom we can muster, and trust God to honour our intentions even when our methods are imperfect. Chapter 6. God honours their choice. What does it mean to be blessed by God? In the ancient world, blessing was tangible. It was children and prosperity. It was health and longevity. It was the continuation of your name through generations. And the text tells us explicitly that God blessed the midwives, that he established households for them, that their families grew, that their names, though recorded only briefly, were remembered forever. The Hebrew phrase used here is significant. God made them houses. This is not just about physical structures. In Hebrew culture, a house represented a family line, a legacy, descendants who would carry your name and memory forward. To be given a house by God meant that your life had meaning, that your contributions would outlast you, that your faithfulness would bear fruit for generations. For women in the ancient world, this was perhaps the highest form of recognition. Women's power, women's security, women's legacy were tied to family. To have children was to have a future. To have a household was to have a place in the community. To have descendants was to achieve a form of immortality. And God gave this to Shiphrah and Puah, not despite their defiance of Pharaoh, but because of it. Their faithfulness to God resulted in blessing, but the blessing was more than personal. Because while Shiphrah and Puah were preserving individual lives, they were also preserving a nation. Every boy they saved grew up, married, had children of his own, contributed to the growing Israelite population. The very thing Pharaoh feared was happening in part because 2 women refused to cooperate with his plan. God was using their faithfulness to accomplish his purposes, to prepare for a deliverance that was still years away. Think about the mathematics of it. If Shiphrah and Puah attended even a fraction of Hebrew births, and if they saved every boy over a period of months or years, they preserved hundreds of lives, perhaps thousands. And each of those lives had ripple effects. Each boy grew into a man who would father children. Each preserved family line would continue for generations. The impact of their faithfulness was exponential. This is how God often works, not through dramatic interventions, not through miracles that everyone can see, but through ordinary people making faithful choices, through small acts of obedience that compound over time, through individuals who say yes to what is right, even when it is costly. Shiphrah and Puah did not know the full scope of what they were participating in. They did not know that one of the boys they saved might have been Moses. They did not know that their defiance was part of a larger story that would end with the liberation of an entire people. They simply did their work. And God wove their faithfulness into something magnificent. There is a theological principle here that is worth pausing over. God does not need our cooperation. He is sovereign. He could accomplish his purposes through any means he chooses. He could intervene directly. He could override human will. He could simply make things happen. But he chooses, again and again, to work through human agents, through people who are willing to partner with him, through individuals who will take risks for righteousness, through those who will obey even when obedience is costly. This is both a privilege and a responsibility. It means that our choices matter, that our faithfulness has consequences, that we are not mere spectators in God's story but participants, that what we do or fail to do shapes outcomes in ways that matter eternally. Shiphrah and Puah could have chosen differently. They could have obeyed Pharaoh. They could have justified their compliance with reasonable-sounding arguments. They could have told themselves that resistance was futile, that their disobedience would not make a difference, that someone else would do Pharaoh's dirty work even if they refused. But they chose faithfulness instead, and their choice mattered. There is something profoundly comforting about this, because most of us will never be famous. Most of us will never lead movements or command armies or change the world in ways that everyone can see. But all of us face moments where we have to choose between what is easy and what is right, where we have to decide whether to go along with injustice or to stand against it. And the story of Shiphrah and Puah reminds us that those Choices matter, but God sees. That faithfulness in the small things is never wasted. The Israelites continued to multiply, the community continued to grow, and though the oppression continued, though the suffering remained, life persisted. Because two midwives decided that no king, no matter how powerful, had the right to demand the death of innocents, and God honoured that decision with blessing. Their blessing was also a testimony. When their households prospered, when their families grew, when their names were remembered, it sent a message to the community. That faithfulness to God leads to flourishing. That obedience to conscience, even when costly, results in good. But God rewards those who fear him more than they fear human authority. This testimony would have encouraged others, would have strengthened the resolve of those facing their own moral tests, would have reminded the community that even in Egypt, even under Pharaoh, God was still sovereign. Chapter 7. Pharaoh's cruel escalation. But Pharaoh's fear did not go away. If anything, it intensified. The midwives had failed him. The Israelites were still growing, and now he had to take more drastic measures. If the midwives would not kill the boys, then he would give the task to someone else, to everyone else. He issued a new command, this one public, this one impossible to ignore. Every newborn Hebrew boy was to be thrown into the Nile. Every Egyptian citizen was now complicit in the genocide. Every neighbour, every soldier, every passerby had the authority and perhaps the obligation to seize Hebrew infants and drown them in the river. It was brutal, it was public, and it was designed to succeed where the quiet command to the midwives had failed. Pharaoh was done with subtlety. He was done with secrecy. If he could not control the Israelite population through oppression and covert murder, he would do it through open violence, through terror, through a campaign that left no room for defiance. The shift from covert to overt genocide represented a change in Pharaoh's strategy. He had tried the surgical approach, targeting births, using trusted community members to do the killing, keeping the violence hidden. But that had not worked. So now he would use blunt force. He would mobilize the entire Egyptian population. He would make the killing public, unavoidable, inescapable. He would create a climate of terror in which Hebrew families could not protect their sons, in which every birth of a boy would be followed immediately by his death. The Nile was chosen deliberately. It was Egypt's lifeline, the source of water, fertility, life itself. The Nile's annual flooding made agriculture possible. Its waters sustained Egyptian civilization, and Pharaoh wanted to turn this symbol of life into an instrument of death. He wanted Hebrew boys, the future of the Israelite community, drowned in the very river that made Egypt great. It was symbolic violence, a statement that Egypt would swallow Hebrew identity, that the Nile, which gave life to Egypt, would take life from Israel. The public nature of the command was designed to prevent resistance. If everyone was watching, if everyone was expected to participate, then Hebrew families would have nowhere to hide, no privacy in which to protect their sons, no safe spaces, no refuge. Pharaoh was creating a surveillance state in which every Egyptian was a potential enforcer of his genocidal policy. And yet, even this did not work. Because you cannot kill hope, you cannot extinguish the will to survive. Hebrew families hid their children. They took extraordinary risks to protect their sons. Mothers gave birth in secret. Families devised plans to keep infants quiet. Communities banded together to shield the most vulnerable. The courage of Shipra and Puah had set a precedent. It had shown that resistance was possible, that you did not have to obey evil, even when it came from the highest authority. Some families hid their sons in their homes, muffling cries, keeping them out of sight. Some sent their boys to relatives in remote areas. Some created false compartments in their dwellings where children could be concealed during searches. The entire community mobilized to protect their future. It was dangerous. Discovery meant death not just for the child, but potentially for the entire family. But they did it anyway. The resistance was not organized. There was no central leadership, no coordinated strategy, just individual families making individual choices to protect their own. But collectively, these individual acts of defiance undermined Pharaoh's plan. They showed that even totalitarian authority has limits. That even when the state mobilizes all its resources toward evil, ordinary people can still resist, still protect the vulnerable, still choose life. One of those hidden children was Moses, born during this time of terror, hidden for 3 months by his mother, placed in a basket and set among the reeds of the Nile, the very river that was supposed to be his grave. And then, in an act of divine irony, discovered and adopted by Pharaoh's own daughter, raised in the palace, prepared for a destiny that Pharaoh could never have imagined, all because his plan had failed, all because women like Shiphrah and Puah, and later Moses' mother and sister, refused to cooperate with death. The story of Moses' preservation is well known, but it exists in the context of the broader resistance. His mother Jochebed was part of a community of women who had learned from Shiphrah and Puah that defiance was possible, that you could say no to Pharaoh and survive, that protecting children was worth the risk. Jochebed's act of placing Moses in the Nile was both an act of faith and an act of clever subversion. She technically complied with Pharaoh's command to put the child in the river, but she did it in a way that gave him a chance to live. She turned Pharaoh's command against itself, and when Pharaoh's daughter found the baby and recognized him as Hebrew, she chose compassion over compliance. She too defied her father's command. She too chose life. The resistance to genocide was spreading, from Hebrew midwives to Hebrew mothers to an Egyptian princess. Pharaoh's own household was turning against his policy. The cancer of his evil plan was being attacked by antibodies of compassion and courage at every level of society. The escalation of Pharaoh's cruelty did not break the Israelites. It revealed his desperation. It showed that even with all the power in the world, he could not stop what God had set in motion. The Israelites would survive, they would endure, and one day they would walk free. Chapter 8. The Legacy of Hidden Courage. After the confrontation with Pharaoh, Shiphrah and Puah disappear from the biblical narrative. We never hear about them again. We do not know how long they lived. We do not know what became of their families. We do not know if they were alive to see the Exodus, if they stood on the banks of the Red Sea and watched as the waters parted, if they celebrated in the wilderness as a nation was born. The text is silent, but their absence from the rest of the story does not diminish their importance. In fact, it amplifies it, because their contribution was never about recognition. It was never about being remembered. It was about doing what was right in the moment they were given, and that is enough. Sometimes the greatest acts of courage are the ones that go unnoticed, the ones that do not make it into the history books, the ones that happen in private, away from applause and acclaim. Think about all the unnamed heroes in history, the people who harboured Jews during the Holocaust, the conductors on the Underground Railroad, the individuals who stood up to injustice in small ways that never made headlines, the parents who sacrificed for their children, the teachers who invested in students, the neighbours who showed kindness, the workers who maintained integrity. Most of these people died without recognition. Their names are forgotten, their stories untold, but their actions mattered. They shaped the world. They made goodness possible. Shiphrah and Puah are named in Scripture, which is itself remarkable. In a text that often glosses over women's contributions, that focuses primarily on male leaders and patriarchs, these two midwives are given the honour of being remembered by name. Their names are recorded for all time, not because they were queens or prophets, not because they performed miracles, but because they feared God and chose life. That was enough to earn them a permanent place in the sacred narrative. Their names appear in Exodus chapter 1, verses 15 through 21. Just 7 verses, a brief mention in a much longer story. But those 7 verses contain everything we need to know. God values faithfulness. God sees what the world overlooks. God honours those who choose righteousness over compliance. God remembers those who protect the vulnerable. Shiphrah and Puah saved an entire generation, not through grand strategy or military might, but through simple, repeated faithfulness. Every child they delivered was an act of defiance. Every boy they handed to his mother was a victory, and while they could not have known it at the time, their actions preserved the very people God would use to reveal his character to the world, to bring forth a deliverer, to establish a covenant, to tell a story that would echo through millennia. Among the boys they saved were men who would become fathers and grandfathers, men who would walk out of Egypt in the Exodus, men who would cross the Red Sea, men who would receive the law at Sinai, men who would enter the Promised Land. The nation of Israel existed in part because Shiphrah and Puah refused to kill children. Every Israelite who lived after the Exodus owed their existence in some way to the courage of two midwives. Their legacy is not in monuments or statues, it is in the existence of the Israelite nation, in the survival of a people who should have been destroyed, in the life of Moses and every other boy born during those dark years. Their legacy is in the reminder that God values faithfulness over fame, that he sees what the world overlooks, that he honours those who choose life even when death is demanded. And their legacy is in you, in me, in anyone who has ever faced a choice between compliance and conscience, between the approval of the powerful and the whisper of what is right. Shiphrah and Puah remind us that we are never powerless, that even in the face of overwhelming authority, even when the consequences are severe, we have a choice. And sometimes that choice is the most important thing we will ever do. Their story teaches us about the nature of moral courage. It is not flashy. It is not usually recognised at the time. It often requires us to work quietly, to resist invisibly, to trust that God sees, even when people do not. It requires us to value righteousness over reputation, faithfulness over safety, obedience to God over compliance with unjust human authority. Their story also teaches us about the power of ordinary people. Shiphrah and Puah were not exceptional in the world's eyes. They were not rich or powerful or connected. They were working women. Skilled, yes, but not elite. And yet they changed history. They proved that you do not need to be famous to be faithful. You do not need to be powerful to be righteous. You just need to be willing to say no when evil makes demands. Epilogue. Faith that saved a nation. As we close this story, let it settle into the quiet places of your heart. Let it remind you that faith is not always loud, that courage does not always announce itself, that some of the most important work in the kingdom of God happens in secret, in small rooms, in difficult decisions, in moments when no one is watching except the one who matters most. Shiphrah and Puah were not prophets. They did not perform miracles. They did not part seas or call down fire from heaven. They simply refused to kill children, and in that refusal they participated in something sacred. They became instruments of deliverance. They became part of the story that would lead to freedom, not because they sought glory, but because they feared God more than they feared man. This is the kind of faith that changes the world. Not the faith that builds cathedrals, though that has its place. Not the faith that preaches to thousands, though that too is valuable. But the faith that says no to evil when no one else is saying no. The faith that protects the vulnerable when the powerful demand their destruction. The faith that chooses life, even at great personal cost. Their story raises questions for us. Questions about our own lives, our own choices. What would we do in their position? When authority demands our cooperation with injustice, will we comply or resist? When the cost of righteousness is high, will we pay it? When we can choose between safety and faithfulness, which will we choose? These are not abstract questions. We all face moments, perhaps less dramatic but no less real, when we must decide between convenience and conscience, when we must choose whether to speak up or stay silent, whether to protect or to ignore, whether to risk or to hide. And in those moments the story of Shiphrah and Puah calls to us, reminding us that faithfulness matters, that courage is possible, that God honours those who choose righteousness. Their story also reminds us that we are part of a larger narrative, that our choices today shape outcomes we may never see, that the small acts of faithfulness we perform might have ripple effects that extend far beyond our awareness. Just as Shiphrah and Puah had no idea they were helping to preserve the leader who would free Israel, we have no idea what God might do with our faithfulness, what lives we might impact, what futures we might make possible, what stories we might make room for. This is both humbling and empowering. Humbling because it reminds us that we are not the centre of the story, that God is working out his purposes through countless lives, countless choices, countless acts of faithfulness. We are part of something much larger than ourselves. Empowering because it means our actions matter, that our choices have weight, that our faithfulness contributes to God's work in the world in ways we may never fully understand. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, let this story rest with you. Let it remind you that you are seen, that your choices matter, that faithfulness in the hidden places is never wasted. God builds salvation on the courage of those willing to stand, even when they stand alone, and sometimes the smallest acts of obedience become the foundations of miracles. Shipra and Puah, 2 women, 2 midwives, 2 names recorded in Scripture for all time, not because they led armies or ruled nations, but because when a king demanded death, they chose life, and in choosing life, they saved a nation. May we all have the courage to do the same. May we have the courage to fear God more than we fear human authority. May we have the wisdom to recognize when compliance becomes complicity. May we have the strength to choose righteousness even when it is costly. May we have the faith to believe that God sees our choices and honors our faithfulness. May we have the hope to trust that our small acts of obedience might be part of something larger than we can imagine. Sleep well, and remember, the God who saw them sees you too. The God who honored their faithfulness honors yours. The God who wove their courage into a story of deliverance is still weaving stories today. And you might be part of one of them. You might be the person whose choice matters, whose faithfulness makes the difference, whose courage saves lives. Do not underestimate the power of ordinary faithfulness. Do not dismiss the significance of small acts of righteousness. Do not assume that your choices do not matter. They do. They always have. They always will. Because the kingdom of God is built not on the grand gestures of the famous few, but on the faithful choices of ordinary people who simply refuse to cooperate with evil. People like Shipra and Puah. People perhaps like you. Rest now in the knowledge that God sees, that faithfulness matters, that courage is possible, and that the story is not over. The story is never over, because God is still working, still weaving faithfulness into deliverance, still honoring those who choose life, still writing stories of redemption through the choices of ordinary people who simply decide to say yes to what is right. Good night, and may your own story be one of courage, faithfulness, and life. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to ask for your support if you're finding value in this content. If you're watching on YouTube and enjoying what you hear, please consider using your hype points on this video. It genuinely helps the channel grow more than you could possibly know. The algorithm notices that engagement, and it allows us to reach more people who might appreciate these stories. For those listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes an enormous difference. It takes just a moment, but it helps others discover the channel and keeps us creating content like this. I'd also love to know where you are in the world right now and what time it is for you. Drop a comment if you feel like it. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. There's something special about knowing this community spans continents and time zones. And of course, if you enjoy these documentary-style deep dives into history, mystery, and the unexplained, please subscribe. It costs nothing and means everything. Now let's begin. Sometimes the most profound moments in history happen in complete silence. No crowds, no cameras, no declarations carved into stone. Just an ordinary man, an ordinary house, and the presence of something so extraordinary that kings feared to approach it. This is the story of Obed-Edom, a man whose name you probably don't know, who never sought fame, never performed miracles, and never delivered a single recorded speech. Yet for 3 months, his home became the dwelling place of God himself, and everything in his life transformed. This is a story about reverence, about trust, about what happens when blessing arrives uninvited at your door, and you choose to welcome it with humility rather than fear. This is a story the world has largely forgotten, but perhaps it's the story we need most. Chapter 1. The Ark returns. The year is approximately 990 years before the Common Era. King David sits on the throne of a united Israel, a nation still finding its identity, still learning what it means to be chosen by God. The wars of consolidation are largely behind him. The capital is being established in Jerusalem, and David, in a moment of spiritual clarity, realizes something is deeply wrong. The Ark of the Covenant, the most sacred object in all of Israel, the physical manifestation of God's presence among his people, has been sitting neglected in the house of Abinadab for 20 years. 20 years. For 2 decades, while Israel fought its enemies and established its borders, the Ark remained in obscurity, treated almost like a relic from a bygone era rather than the living presence of the Almighty. David cannot tolerate this any longer. The Ark must return. It must be brought to Jerusalem, placed at the centre of national life, honoured as it deserves. This is not merely a matter of religious protocol. For David, this is about restoring the very heart of Israel's identity. He calls together 30,000 chosen men of Israel. This is not a quiet procession. This is a celebration, a national event, a moment of collective joy. Musicians are assembled, instruments are prepared. The mood is festive, almost euphoric. The significance of this moment cannot be overstated. The Ark represents more than religious symbolism. It contains the stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments, given directly by God to Moses on Mount Sinai. It holds a golden jar of manna, the bread from heaven that sustained Israel for 40 years in the wilderness. It contains Aaron's rod that budded, proof of God's chosen priesthood. But more than the physical objects inside, the Ark represents the very presence of God dwelling among his people. The mercy seat on top, where the cherubim face each other with outstretched wings, is described as the place where God meets with humanity. Between those golden figures, the invisible presence of the Almighty is said to dwell. This is not merely a religious artifact. This is the throne of God on earth, and it has been sitting in a relative obscurity for 2 decades. The Ark is placed on a new cart, freshly constructed for the occasion. The cart is driven by Uzzah and Ahio, sons of Abinadab, the man in whose house the Ark has rested all these years. They guide the oxen, they steady the cart. They know this object better than anyone, or so everyone believes. David himself dances before the Ark with all his might. The king, stripped of royal pretense, celebrating with unbridled joy. The crowd follows his lead. Music fills the air. Cymbals crash. Harps play. Voices rise in song. This is how blessing should arrive, they think, with celebration, with joy, with the whole nation watching. The procession winds through the hills toward Jerusalem. Thousands of feet march in rhythm. The sound of celebration echoes off the ancient stones. Children run alongside the procession, caught up in the excitement. Women watch from doorways, some joining the celebration, others preparing food for the festivities they know will follow. This is meant to be the greatest day in David's reign, the restoration of God's presence to the centre of national life, the fulfilment of a dream David has harboured since becoming king. But beneath the celebration, there is a problem. The law of Moses, given centuries earlier on Mount Sinai, contains specific instructions about how the Ark must be transported. It is not to be placed on a cart, no matter how new or sturdy. It is to be carried on poles by the Levites, specific descendants of Levi set apart for this sacred duty. The poles are designed to rest on their shoulders. No hands are to touch the Ark itself. These instructions are not arbitrary. They reflect something profound about the nature of God's presence. Holiness cannot be approached casually. Reverence requires obedience, not merely enthusiasm. The Philistines, when they captured the Ark decades earlier, had returned it on a cart. But they were Philistines. They did not know the law. They did not understand the proper protocols. Their ignorance was excusable. Israel's ignorance is not. But in the excitement of the moment, these details have been overlooked. Perhaps the exact procedures were forgotten during the 20 years of the Ark's absence. Perhaps the enthusiasm of the moment clouded judgment. Perhaps David, in his genuine desire to honour God, assumed good intentions were enough. The procession moves forward, music swelling, voices rising, the entire nation swept up in the moment, and then everything changes. Chapter 2. A sudden tragedy. The road is uneven. Ancient pathways carved through limestone hills, worn by centuries of travellers, oxen, and weather. The wheels of the cart navigate stones and ruts, the precious cargo swaying slightly with each movement. The oxen stumble. It is a small thing, the kind of minor disruption that happens countless times in any journey. The animals lose their footing for just a moment on the uneven ground. The cart lurches. For just a heartbeat, the ark tilts dangerously to one side. Uzzah, walking beside the cart as he has for miles, reacts instinctively. His hand shoots out to steady it, to prevent the sacred object from falling into the dirt. It is a protective gesture, born from care and concern. He has lived with this object in his family's house for 20 years. He feels responsible for it. His fingers make contact with the gold-covered acacia wood, and he collapses, instantly. No warning, no cry of pain, no gradual weakening. One moment he is walking, concerned, protective, his hand extended. The next moment he is on the ground, motionless, dead. The music stops as if cut by a knife. The celebration evaporates like morning mist under the sun. 30,000 men stand frozen in place, watching, trying to comprehend what they have just witnessed. The oxen continue walking for a few steps before Ahio, Uzzah's brother, manages to bring them to a halt. His own face is a mask of shock and incomprehension. The joy that filled the air moments ago is replaced by something else entirely. Fear. Raw, visceral, existential fear. This is not the fear of enemy armies approaching, not the fear of wild animals or natural disasters. This is something deeper, more primal. This is the fear of standing in the presence of something utterly holy, utterly other, utterly beyond human comprehension or control. The people begin to back away from the cart, not in an organised fashion, but in an instinctive recoil. Space opens around the ark, around Uzzah's body, around the entire scene. King David stands among them, no longer dancing, no longer celebrating. His face reflects a cascade of emotions, confusion, anger, grief, perhaps even a sense of betrayal. Uzzah was trying to help. Uzzah was protecting the ark. Uzzah grew up with this object in his home. How could this be the result? The theological implications crash over David like a wave. If God's presence can strike down a man for touching the ark, even with good intentions, even in an attempt to protect it from damage, then what does that say about the nature of this presence? What does it say about how Israel has been treating the ark all these years? What does it say about the celebration they were just having? David's anger is recorded in the text. He is angry at God for this outbreak, for what seems like a disproportionate response to a well-intentioned action. But beneath the anger is something more complex, the realization that he has fundamentally misunderstood something crucial about approaching the divine. The procession cannot continue like this. The joy has turned to mourning. The celebration has become a funeral. Thousands of people are standing on a road, traumatized, uncertain, afraid. David names the place Perez Uzzah, which means the breaking forth of Uzzah, or the outbreak against Uzzah. It is a memorial, a marker, a warning carved into the collective memory of the nation. Future travellers passing this spot will ask about the name, and they will be told the story. They will learn the lesson written in one man's death. But memorials do not answer questions, and the questions are multiplying in David's mind. Why did Uzzah die when he was trying to help? What would have happened if the ark had fallen? Would that have been worse than a man's death? How is anyone supposed to approach this presence safely? If even good intentions and protective care result in death, how can the ark be moved at all? David is afraid now, not the fear of enemy armies or political conspiracies. He has faced down Goliath as a boy. He has survived King Saul's murderous jealousy. He has led armies into battle and established a kingdom. This is different. This is the fear of standing in the presence of something so holy, so other, so utterly beyond human comprehension, that even reverence might not be enough. The practical problem becomes immediate and urgent. What do we do with the ark now? It cannot return to Abinadab's house. That chapter has ended literally and symbolically in tragedy. It cannot continue to Jerusalem. David is too shaken, too uncertain. The people are too afraid. No one wants to be responsible for what might happen next. The ark needs to rest somewhere while David figures out what went wrong and how to proceed correctly. And in this moment of crisis and confusion, with thousands of people watching and waiting for royal direction, David makes a decision that will change one family's life forever. There is a house nearby, a modest dwelling belonging to a man named Obed-Edom. David has probably never noticed it before. It is not politically significant. It does not belong to a high priest or a military commander or a wealthy merchant, but it is there. And in this moment, it represents a solution to an impossible problem. Chapter 3. The Ark Left Behind Obed-Edom. The Gittite is not a name that echoes through history. The designation Gittite indicates his family's origin from Gath, one of the 5 main Philistine cities. This detail is significant. Gath was the hometown of Goliath, the giant David defeated as a young man. It was enemy territory, or at least had been in the recent past. Yet here is a man with Philistine origins, living peacefully in Israel, integrated into society enough to have a house along the road to Jerusalem. Later biblical genealogies suggest he may have been a Levite, possibly one of the Kohathites, the specific clan within the tribe of Levi designated to care for the ark. If this is true, then his Gittite designation might indicate where his family had been living, not his ethnic origin. But in this moment, none of that matters to the narrative. What matters is that he has a house, and King David needs somewhere to leave the ark. We have no record of Obed-Edom being consulted about this decision. The text does not describe a conversation where David asks permission or explains the situation or negotiates terms. The description is stark and simple. David had the ark carried aside to the house of Obed-Edom. Imagine that moment from Obed-Edom's perspective. You are at home, perhaps with your family, going about an ordinary day. Maybe you heard the music in the distance. Maybe you even walked to the road to watch the procession pass. Maybe you were planning to join the celebration in Jerusalem later. Then the music stops. Confusion ripples through the crowd. Word spreads quickly in the way news travels through ancient communities. Someone died. Someone touched the ark and died instantly. The king is angry. The king is afraid. The procession has stopped. And then you see them approaching your house. Not just a few officials, but the royal procession itself. The king himself. And they are carrying the Ark of the Covenant toward your doorway. The same ark that just killed a man for touching it. The same ark that represents the presence of the living God. The same ark that the king himself is too afraid to keep moving toward Jerusalem. You have just watched a man die for one moment of contact with this object. You know the power it represents. You know the fear it has instilled in the king himself, a man known for his courage and faith. And now it is being carried through your doorway, into your home, into the space where your family eats and sleeps and lives. Most people would refuse. Most people would make excuses, claim inadequacy, insist there must be someone more qualified, someone more prepared, someone more worthy. Most people would see this as a burden at best, possibly a curse, certainly a danger to themselves and everyone they love. Obed-Edom accepts it, not with grand speeches about his honour or his worthiness, not with protests about being unqualified or unprepared, not with demands for compensation or guarantees of safety or royal protection. He simply accepts. Perhaps he understands something the king has temporarily forgotten in his fear. The ark, properly honoured, is a blessing, not a curse. The problem was not the ark itself. The problem was approaching it wrongly. Perhaps his Levitical training, if indeed he is a Levite, gives him confidence that reverence and proper care will be enough. Or perhaps he simply trusts that God knows what he is doing, even when humans do not. The ark is carried into his house. The Levites, or whoever is handling it now with extreme caution, place it somewhere inside. Perhaps a main room, perhaps a separate space hastily cleared and prepared. We are not told the details because the details do not matter to the larger story. What matters is the acceptance. The royal procession departs. The musicians pack their instruments. The celebration abandoned. The 30,000 chosen men disperse, returning to their homes with a story they will tell for the rest of their lives. King David returns to Jerusalem troubled, uncertain, angry and afraid, and Obed-Edom is left, with the presence of God in his house, for an indefinite period. No one knows how long this arrangement will last. Days, weeks, months, years, until David figures out what went wrong, until the king's fear subsides, until some prophet or priest receives divine instruction about how to proceed. The future is completely uncertain, but the present is crystal clear. The Ark of the Covenant, the throne of God on earth, the most sacred object in all of Israel, is now residing in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. The story could have ended there, a footnote in a larger narrative about David's reign, a minor detail about where the Ark was stored temporarily during a crisis. But the story is just beginning. Chapter 4, Living with the Presence. The first night must have been extraordinary. Imagine the conversations in that household as evening falls. Obed-Edom, his wife, their children, perhaps extended family living under the same roof as was common in ancient times. They gather for the evening meal, the normal routines of daily life, but nothing is normal anymore. The Ark sits somewhere in their home. The presence of God rests under their roof. Do they speak in whispers, afraid that normal volume might somehow show disrespect? Do they move more carefully, aware that every action is taking place in proximity to holiness? Do they pray more fervently, more frequently, more consciously than ever before? We are not told these details. The biblical narrative gives us almost nothing about the internal experience of Obed-Edom's household during these months. We are left to imagine, to extrapolate from what we know about human nature and divine presence. What we know is that life continues. It has to. Life does not pause for theology. Crops still need tending, animals still need feeding, children still need raising, work still needs doing. The ordinary necessities of existence continue regardless of how extraordinary the circumstances might be. Days pass, then weeks. The initial shock begins to fade, not into casualness, but into something like routine. You cannot remain in a constant state of heightened alertness indefinitely. The human mind adapts. The extraordinary becomes, in a sense, ordinary, but the awareness never disappears entirely. You cannot forget that the Ark of the Covenant is in your home. You cannot treat it casually. Every time you walk past the room where it rests, you remember. Every morning when you wake, you remember. Every night before sleep, you remember. The presence of God is here. Obed-Edom chooses reverence as his response. Not the reverence of spectacle or ceremony, not the reverence of religious performance or public display, not the reverence of keeping maximum distance and avoiding all contact out of fear, but the reverence of faithful presence, of treating something sacred with consistent daily care, of allowing holiness to shape the rhythms of life rather than interrupt them. His household wakes each morning with an awareness that permeates everything. They work, they eat, they pray, they go about the ordinary tasks of ancient agricultural life. But all of it happens in the context of this extraordinary awareness. There is no evidence in the text of fear dominating their experience. This is remarkable when you consider the context. King David, the warrior poet, the man after God's own heart, the giant slayer, the king who united Israel, was too afraid to keep the ark moving toward Jerusalem. The entire nation watched Uzzah fall dead and recoiled in terror. 30,000 men dispersed with that image burned into their memory. Yet this relatively unknown family accepts the presence of God into their home and responds not with paralyzing terror, but with faithful, reverent stewardship. Perhaps it is precisely because Obed-Edom is not the king that he can do this. Kings think about political implications and national consequences. Kings worry about perception and protocol and precedent. Kings carry the weight of collective expectations. Every decision a king makes affects thousands or millions of people. The pressure of that responsibility can make even simple acts feel impossibly complex. But Obed-Edom is simply a man with a family, trying to honour God in the ordinary circumstances of life. He has no audience to perform for except God himself, no legacy to protect beyond his own household, no reputation to uphold beyond his immediate community. He can simply be faithful. There is profound freedom in obscurity. The person no one is watching can focus entirely on doing what is right, rather than on how it appears to others. The family no one cares about politically can concentrate on genuine devotion rather than public perception. Obed-Edom and his household develop rhythms around the ark's presence. Perhaps they maintain a certain respectful distance. Perhaps they keep the room where it rests particularly clean. Perhaps they pray facing that direction. Perhaps they incorporate acknowledgement of God's presence into their daily prayers and routines. We do not know the specific practices because the text does not record them. What the text records is the outcome of those practices, and in that outcome, something remarkable begins to happen. Something that will eventually reach the king's ears and change everything. Chapter 5. Unexpected Blessing. 3 months pass, 90 days of the ark resting in the house of Obed-Edom, 90 days of faithful stewardship, 90 days of reverent care, 90 days of ordinary life lived in proximity to extraordinary holiness. And during those 90 days, everything in that household begins to flourish. The biblical text is characteristically sparse in its description, offering just a handful of words to describe what happened. The Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household, but those few words contain entire volumes of meaning. What does divine blessing look like in practical, concrete terms in an ancient agricultural society? It manifests in ways that are tangible, measurable, undeniable. The fields Obed-Edom tends yield more grain than expected. The harvest is abundant beyond normal predictions. The quality is exceptional. Where neighbours struggle with ordinary yields, his crops thrive. The livestock multiply and stay remarkably healthy. Ewes give birth to healthy twins. Cows produce exceptional amounts of milk. Animals that in other households might sicken or die remain vigorous and productive. Business transactions, whatever form they take in this economy, seem to succeed. If Obed-Edom sells goods, he gets fair prices. If he trades, he makes beneficial exchanges. The ordinary commerce of life flows smoothly. The children in the household thrive. They stay healthy when sickness moves through the region. They grow strong. They learn quickly. The ordinary challenges of raising children in the ancient world, high infant mortality, childhood diseases, accidents, seem somehow held at bay. Relationships within the household remain peaceful. The stress and conflict that naturally arise when people live in close quarters seem diminished. Disagreements are resolved. Harmony prevails. The household functions as a unit with unusual cohesion. This is not mystical prosperity divorced from physical reality. This is not abstract theological blessing that can only be discerned through spiritual contemplation. This is the daily, concrete experience of a household where everything seems to work, where the problems that would normally arise somehow do not materialize, where the ordinary challenges of life become surprisingly manageable, where there is enough, consistently, in every area. Obed-Edom's family notices, of course. They live it every day. They see the difference between their circumstances and those of their neighbours. They recognise that something unusual is happening. But the awareness spreads beyond the household. Neighbours notice. When they visit, they see the prosperity. When they compare yields at harvest time, the difference is obvious. When they observe the health and harmony of the household, it stands out. Extended family notices. Relatives who visit see the transformation. They remember what this household was like before the ark arrived and can contrast it with what they see now. Travellers passing through the area notice. Word of mouth spreads in the way news travels through a pre-modern society, through conversation, through observation, through the natural human tendency to talk about remarkable things. People start paying attention. Have you heard about Obed-Edom's household? Everything is prospering there. Ever since the ark was placed in his house. His crops are exceptional this season. His livestock are thriving. His whole family seems blessed. The connection between the ark's presence and the household's prosperity becomes obvious to everyone paying attention. This is not coincidence. This is not merely good luck or favourable circumstances. The blessing is too consistent, too comprehensive, too remarkable to dismiss as random chance. What is particularly striking about this blessing is what does not accompany it. There are no recorded miracles in the dramatic sense. No angels appearing with announcements. No pillars of fire or divine voices speaking from heaven. No supernatural manifestations that would draw crowds or inspire awe. No prophetic declarations from Obed-Edom claiming special revelational status. He does not start preaching to the community about his experience. He does not gather followers or establish himself as a spiritual authority. There is no spectacle at all. Just steady, consistent, undeniable blessing manifesting in the ordinary circumstances of daily life. The presence of God in that home does not announce itself with thunder or lightning or dramatic signs. It announces itself with peace, with provision, with prosperity, with the quiet but unmistakable evidence of divine favour resting on a household. This is how the presence of God often works when it is properly honoured. Not with fireworks, but with fruitfulness. Not with drama, but with daily grace. Not with public spectacle, but with private transformation that eventually becomes publicly obvious. Obed-Edom does not publicise his situation. He does not send messengers to Jerusalem announcing how blessed he is. He does not start a ministry or write a book, or claim special status because the ark happened to end up in his house. He simply continues living faithfully, now with the added awareness that faithfulness is being blessed in ways he could never have orchestrated or predicted or earned. His quiet stewardship continues. His reverent care continues. His ordinary faithfulness continues, and the blessing continues to flow. For 3 full months this pattern holds. The household flourishes, the community takes notice, the evidence accumulates, and eventually inevitably word reaches the capital. 3,000 cubits away in Jerusalem, in the palace where King David has been wrestling with questions about what went wrong and how to proceed, a report arrives that will change everything. Chapter 6. David hears the news reports filter back to Jerusalem through multiple channels. They are not official dispatches, not formal communications from Obed-Edom requesting an audience or announcing his situation. Just the natural spread of remarkable news through a society where information travels through conversation, through trading networks, through family connections, through the countless informal channels that connect communities. Merchants travelling to Jerusalem mention it. Extended family members visiting the capital share the news. Officials conducting business in the region observe it firsthand and report back. The story is consistent across all these sources. The house of Obed-Edom is blessed. Not just mildly prosperous, not just doing okay, but significantly, unmistakably, extraordinarily blessed. The crops are exceptional, the livestock are thriving, the family is flourishing. Everything in that household is working in ways that defy normal explanation, and everyone agrees on the cause. It is because of the ark. The presence that seemed so dangerous 3 months ago, the object that caused a man's death and struck fear into the entire nation, has become a source of profound blessing in the home of this obscure family. When the news reaches David, it lands with the force of revelation. 3 months have passed since the tragedy that halted the procession. 3 months of David wrestling with theological questions that have no easy answers. 3 months of the ark sitting in Obed-Edom's house while David tried to understand what went wrong and how to proceed. And now there is new data, critical data, data that reframes the entire situation. The ark has been in someone's home for 3 months, and that person is not dead. That person is not cursed. That person is not experiencing divine judgment or wrath or punishment. That person is blessed, profoundly, unmistakably, undeniably blessed. The presence that killed Uzzah has brought nothing but flourishing to Obed-Edom's household. What changed? David sits with this question. He is a poet, a thinker, a man who writes psalms exploring the deepest questions about God and humanity. He does not accept easy answers. He wrestles with truth until he understands. What changed between the tragedy on the road and the blessing in Obed-Edom's house? Not God. That much is theologically certain. God does not change. God's character, God's nature, God's holiness remain constant. Whatever variation exists must be on the human side of the equation. So what was different? The method of transport was different. On the road they used a cart, copying the Philistines' method, rather than following the prescribed procedure in the law. In Obed-Edom's house, the ark simply rested in place, carried there, properly by designated bearers. The attitude was different. Uzzah reached out to steady the ark as if it were an ordinary object that might be damaged by falling, as if God's presence needed human intervention to protect it. Obed-Edom, by contrast, received the ark with reverence, not trying to manage it or control it, simply honouring its presence. The approach was fundamentally different. One presumed familiarity, the other maintained appropriate awe. David begins to understand. The problem was never that God's presence is inherently dangerous to be near. The problem was approaching that presence wrongly, with presumption rather than reverence, with casual familiarity rather than appropriate recognition of holiness. The ark itself killed no one. God's presence struck down no one arbitrarily. What happened to Uzzah was the natural consequence of violating the boundaries of holiness, of treating the sacred as common, of approaching with human presumption something that required divine protocol. Once you understand how to honour the presence of God, once you approach with proper reverence, follow prescribed procedures, maintain appropriate boundaries, that presence becomes blessing rather than danger. This realization transforms David's fear into understanding, his hesitation into clarity. The ark does not need to stay in Obed-Edom's house. It was never meant to stay there. Obed-Edom's home was a way station, a temporary shelter during a crisis, a place where the ark could rest while everyone learned the lesson that needed learning. And now the lesson is learned. The ark must complete its journey to Jerusalem, but this time everything will be done correctly. No shortcuts, no innovations, no well-intentioned but misguided procedures. This time they will follow the instructions given centuries earlier through Moses, instructions that seemed overly detailed, perhaps unnecessarily complicated, until tragedy revealed their purpose. Holiness has its own protocols. Divine presence has its own requirements. These are not arbitrary rules designed to make things difficult. They are the pathways to safely approaching what is infinitely holy. David makes his decision. Preparations begin immediately, but first, a message must be sent to Obed-Edom. Chapter 7. The ark moves again. The message arrives at Obed-Edom's house. The king is coming to retrieve the ark. After 3 months of blessing, this moment must carry complex emotions. The presence that has transformed this household, that has brought such abundance and prosperity and peace, will be leaving. The source of daily grace will move on to its proper destination. But there is no record of Obed-Edom protesting or negotiating or requesting more time. He understood from the beginning, perhaps more clearly than anyone, that he was a steward, not an owner. The ark was always meant for Jerusalem, for the tabernacle David would establish, for the centre of Israel's national worship. His house was temporary shelter, a providential pause in a larger journey. That the pause became a time of profound blessing was grace, pure, unearned, unexpected grace. But grace does not create entitlement. Blessing does not mean ownership. When word comes that the king is coming, Obed-Edom prepares to release what was never truly his to keep. David's preparations in Jerusalem are meticulous this time. He consults the written law, the Torah, the specific instructions given to Moses regarding the ark's transport and handling. He identifies the proper Levites by genealogy, the Kohathites specifically designated for this duty. He ensures they understand the procedures, the protocols, the requirements. The poles that pass through the rings on the ark's sides are checked, positioned correctly. The Levites who will carry it are instructed on how to lift it, how to walk, how to maintain appropriate reverence throughout the journey. No more carts, no matter how new or sturdy or well constructed. Carts are for ordinary cargo. The ark is not ordinary cargo. It is the throne of God, and it will be carried as such. No more innovation on sacred procedures. No more assuming that good intentions compensate for wrong methods. This will be done according to instruction, following the pattern established in Scripture. The procession forms in Jerusalem and makes its way to Obed-Edom's house. When they arrive, the ark is brought out carefully, reverently. The Levites position themselves. The poles rest on their shoulders, and the journey toward Jerusalem begins again. The mood is different from 3 months earlier. There is still joy, still celebration, still music. The psalmists and musicians have returned with their instruments. The people once again line the route, wanting to witness this historic moment. But the exuberance has matured into something deeper. The unrestrained excitement has been tempered by wisdom. Everyone remembers what happened last time. Everyone remembers Uzzah. Everyone remembers the fear. This time they approach with sober reverence alongside their joy. David himself has changed in these 3 months. He still dances, still celebrates, still expresses his devotion physically and publicly. But there is a different quality to it now, a recognition of boundaries, an awareness of proper protocol. Every 6 steps the procession stops, sacrifices are offered, oxen and fattened calves are brought, ritually slaughtered, offered to God. The journey is not rushed. Every movement forward is accompanied by worship, by acknowledgement, by sacrifice. This is not about efficiency or getting to Jerusalem as quickly as possible. This is about honouring every step of the journey. This is about approaching with the reverence that should have characterised the first attempt. The procession moves slowly, deliberately, carefully. Musicians play, people sing, David dances, but all of it happens within the structure of proper procedure. The ark passes through the countryside, past the place now called Perez Uzzah, where tragedy struck. The memory hangs in the air, unspoken but acknowledged by everyone. They pass the spot carefully, reverently, with full awareness of what happened there. And nothing goes wrong. No one stumbles, no one reaches out inappropriately, no one dies. The journey continues safely because the journey is being conducted correctly. Hours pass. The sun moves across the sky. Jerusalem comes into view on its hills. The city gates stand open. People line the walls to watch. The entire capital has turned out to witness the ark's arrival. The procession enters Jerusalem. Music fills the streets. Celebration erupts from thousands of throats. The ark is carried through the city toward the tabernacle David has prepared, a special tent erected for this purpose. The ark is placed inside the tent, positioned carefully, treated with utmost reverence. More sacrifices are offered. The celebration intensifies. David has robes brought, distributes food to everyone present. Bread and meat and wine for the entire assembly. The feast continues long into the evening. But throughout all the celebration, throughout all the joy and music and public worship, people remember. They remember Uzzah and the first attempt. They remember the fear and the confusion and the uncertainty. And they remember the house of Obed-Edom, where God's presence brought nothing but blessing because it was received with proper reverence. The story could end here, with the ark finally reaching its destination, with David's dream fulfilled, with Jerusalem becoming the religious centre of Israel as intended. But there is a postscript, a detail that emerges later in the biblical narrative, a footnote that reveals the lasting impact of those 3 months. Chapter 8. Obed-Edom remembered years pass. David's reign continues. Plans are made for a permanent temple to replace the tent. Solomon, David's son, will eventually build it. The ark rests in Jerusalem, at the centre of Israel's worship, as David always intended. And Obed-Edom does not fade into obscurity. His name appears again in the biblical record, and when it does, it reveals something profound about how those 3 months changed him. Obed-Edom becomes a doorkeeper in the house of God. Later records, found in the books of Chronicles, mention him serving in the tabernacle, eventually in Solomon's temple when it is built. His descendants are recorded as musicians and servants in the sanctuary, generation after generation. A whole family line dedicated to serving in the place where God's presence dwells. This is not coincidence. This is not just one of many jobs available in ancient Israel. This is calling, vocation, a life oriented entirely around proximity to the divine presence. Something happened during those 3 months beyond material prosperity. Something more than abundant crops and healthy livestock and household harmony. Something transformed not just Obed-Edom's circumstances, but his identity, his purpose, his understanding of what life is for. He had experienced what it meant to live in proximity to holiness. Not occasionally, not during weekly worship services, not in moments of spiritual intensity punctuating otherwise ordinary life, but daily, constantly, as the background reality of every morning and evening, every meal and conversation, every moment of work and rest. He had learned the rhythms of reverence, the habits of honouring the presence of God, the practices that allow a household to function faithfully when dwelling in proximity to the sacred. He had discovered that God's presence, properly honoured, is not something to fear but something to treasure. Not a burden to be endured but a blessing to be protected. Not an imposition on normal life but the very purpose that makes life meaningful. And having experienced that, he cannot go back to ordinary existence. Having tasted what it means to live aware of God's presence, every moment he cannot settle for occasional religious observance. Having stewarded the ark for 3 months, he knows what he wants to do with the rest of his life. He wants to serve in the house of God, to be as close to that presence as possible for as long as possible. To dedicate his days to the kind of faithful service that marked those 3 months. So he becomes a doorkeeper, not a high priest, not a famous prophet, not a political or religious leader whose name would echo through centuries, just a doorkeeper, a gatekeeper, someone who serves at the threshold of sacred space. But in the ancient world, doorkeepers in the temple were not janitors or security guards in the modern sense. They were Levites with significant responsibility. They controlled access to sacred space. They maintained the boundaries between holy and common. They ensured that those approaching the presence of God did so with proper reverence and preparation. Obed-Edom, who learned firsthand what happens when God's presence is approached rightly versus wrongly, is uniquely qualified for this role. He knows the difference between presumption and reverence. He understands the protocols that protect people from violating holiness. He has lived the truth that proper approach to God brings blessing while careless approach brings danger. His service continues for years, possibly decades. Later records mention his sons serving alongside him. The family tradition continues. Generation after generation of Obed-Edom's descendants serve in the temple, many as musicians, some as gatekeepers. The blessing that began with 3 months of crops and livestock and household prosperity extends across generations in a different form. Not material wealth this time, but something more valuable, the privilege of serving in God's presence, of living lives oriented entirely around worship and reverence. This is the true legacy of those 3 months. Not just that one household prospered for a season, but that the experience transformed a family's calling for generations. Not just that blessing was received, but that the experience of receiving it correctly reshaped an entire lineage's understanding of what matters most. When the chroniclers later compile the genealogies and organizational records of temple servants during David's reign, Obed-Edom's name appears prominently. His sons are listed by name. His family's role is documented. The man who once received the ark into his house during a crisis becomes permanently associated with faithful service in God's house. And throughout it all, there is no evidence of self-promotion or claiming special status. Obed-Edom does not write his own story or establish himself as an authority based on his unique experience. He simply serves faithfully in the same spirit that marked those 3 months when the ark rested under his roof. The man who accepted blessing without demanding it also accepts obscurity without resenting it. The man who welcomed God's presence without presumption continues serving in God's presence without pretense. His name is remembered not because he sought fame, but because faithful service in obscurity eventually becomes visible simply by its consistency and longevity. Epilogue: a house that welcomed God. The story of Obed-Edom is barely 3 verses in most Bibles. In 2 Samuel, it occupies a single sentence. The ark of the Lord remained in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite for 3 months, and the Lord blessed him and his entire household. A footnote in the larger narrative of King David's reign. A brief pause in the story of how the ark reached Jerusalem, easy to miss while reading about battles and kingdoms and prophetic promises. But perhaps that is precisely the point. The most profound encounters with God often happen quietly, in places no one is watching, with people no one considers important. Not in the national celebrations with 30,000 witnesses. Not in the moments of spectacular public worship with music and dancing and collective euphoria. not in the grand gestures that make headlines and inspire songs, but in ordinary houses with ordinary families who respond to unexpected circumstances with faithful reverence. Obed-Edom never asked for the ark to be placed in his home. He did not campaign for the honour or position himself to receive blessing. The crisis that brought God's presence to his doorstep was not of his making. The tragedy that halted David's procession was not his fault. He simply found himself, through no action of his own, responsible for stewarding the most sacred object in Israel. And he accepted that responsibility with humility and faithfulness. He never sought recognition or reward. He never used his experience as a credential or a platform. He never leveraged those 3 months into social status, or political influence, or religious authority. He simply honoured what was entrusted to him, for as long as it was entrusted to him. And when it was time for the ark to move on, he released it without complaint or negotiation. The blessing he received was not payment for services rendered. It was not wages earned through correct performance. It was grace. The natural overflow of God's presence when that presence is welcomed and honoured rightly. And when the blessing moved on in its physical form, when the ark continued to Jerusalem and was no longer under his roof, he followed it. He reoriented his entire life around continued proximity to God's presence. He became a servant in the house of God, content to stand at thresholds and gates, facilitating others' approach to the holiness he had learned to revere. There is something profoundly instructive about this story for those of us living thousands of years later in radically different circumstances. We often think blessing must be pursued, claimed, declared, demanded. We create elaborate systems for attracting God's favour, as if holiness could be manipulated through the right techniques or the right words or the right level of faith. We treat divine blessing like a formula that can be cracked, a code that can be broken, a transaction that can be negotiated. But Obed-Edom teaches a different way. Sometimes blessing arrives uninvited, unexpected, unearned. Sometimes the presence of God shows up in our lives not because we achieved something, or figured out the formula or demonstrated sufficient faith, but simply because in the ordinary faithfulness of daily life, we created space for holiness. And when that presence arrives, the response is not to manage it or control it or try to keep it forever. The response is simply to honour it, to live with appropriate reverence, to continue faithfully, to trust that where God's presence is properly welcomed, blessing will follow. Not because we deserve it, not because we earned it, but because that is the nature of God's presence. When it is received rightly, it transforms what it touches. Obed-Edom's house was blessed for 3 months, 90 days, a season, not forever. The ark moved on. The specific circumstances changed, but the impact of those 3 months echoed through generations. The experience of those 90 days shaped a family's calling for lifetimes. The lesson learned in that brief season became a legacy that outlasted the specific blessing. Perhaps that is the final and most important lesson. Faithfulness in the moment creates legacy beyond the moment. Reverence in ordinary circumstances shapes extraordinary outcomes. And sometimes the most important thing we can do is simply welcome what comes, honour it properly, and trust God with the results. No speeches required, no fame sought, no platform needed, no recognition demanded, just a house that welcomed God and was forever changed by the privilege. In a world that constantly urges us to promote ourselves, to leverage our experiences, to build platforms and establish authority and claim special status, the story of Obed-Edom whispers a different truth. Sometimes the greatest honour is faithful obscurity. Sometimes the deepest blessing is serving in places no one notices. Sometimes the most profound impact comes from simply doing what's right when no one is watching. Obed-Edom stands as a quiet rebuke to the constant noise of self-promotion and a gentle invitation to a different way. A way where we welcome what God brings without demanding more, where we honour his presence without presuming on his grace, where we serve faithfully whether anyone notices or not. The ark stayed in his house for 3 months, but the lesson stays with us still. May we, like Obed-Edom, have the wisdom to welcome blessing with humility, the faithfulness to honour God's presence with reverence, and the grace to continue serving even when the spectacular moment passes and ordinary life resumes. For in the end, it is not the spectacular moments that define us. It is what we do in the ordinary days when no one is watching, when there is no audience to impress and no reward in sight, except the quiet knowledge that we have honoured what is holy. That is the story of Obed-Edom. That is the lesson of the house that God blessed. And that, perhaps, is the story we need most in every generation. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the most overlooked stories in early Christian history, I want to take just a moment to ask for your support. If you're finding value in these deep dives into forgotten narratives, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel grow in ways you might not realise, and it means the world to us. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly makes a difference in helping others discover this content. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing our global community, and knowing that someone in Tokyo is listening at dawn while someone in London is drifting off at midnight. If you enjoy what we do here, subscribing helps us continue creating these stories. Now, let's begin. There is a particular kind of faith that history tends to forget. It does not perform miracles in crowded marketplaces. It does not deliver sermons that shake the foundations of empires. It does not leave behind letters that churches will read for 2,000 years. This is the faith that walks until its feet bleed. The faith that carries a message through fever and delirium. The faith that nearly dies in obscurity, serving a cause that will not remember its name. Tonight, we are going to examine one such story. A story so quiet that most people who have read the Bible dozens of times could not tell you a single detail about the man at its centre. His name was Epaphroditus. He was not an apostle. He was not a prophet. He was not even a deacon, as far as we know. He was a volunteer, a courier, a man who said yes when everyone else said the journey was too dangerous, and he nearly died for it. What makes his story remarkable is not what happened to him, but what did not happen. There was no angelic rescue, no blinding light, no voice from heaven declaring his mission holy. He got sick. He suffered. He recovered not through some dramatic intervention, but through what the Apostle Paul would later describe, almost casually, as mercy. God spared him, that is all, and yet Paul insisted that the church honour him. This is a story about the kind of faith that God sees even when history does not. It is a story about sacrifice without fanfare, about service that costs everything and asks for nothing in return. It is a story that begins not with Epaphroditus, but with a small church in a Roman colony, trying desperately to help a man they loved who was locked in chains far away. The early church was not the institution we know today. It was fragile. It was persecuted. It operated in the margins of society, meeting in homes, hiding its practices from hostile authorities, navigating a world that viewed it with suspicion at best and outright hostility at worst. In this world, every act of service was dangerous. Every journey was a risk. Every letter was a potential death sentence if it fell into the wrong hands. And yet they served anyway. They travelled anyway. They loved anyway. Epaphroditus is one of those names that appears briefly in Scripture and then vanishes. He is mentioned in Paul's letter to the Philippians and nowhere else. No other book of the Bible records his deeds. No church father writes extensive commentaries about him. He does not appear in the creeds or the councils. He is a footnote. But Paul did not think of him that way. To Paul, Epaphroditus was a brother, a fellow worker, a fellow soldier. He was someone who risked everything to serve the gospel. And Paul wanted to make sure the church understood that this kind of quiet, costly faith was exactly the kind of faith that mattered most. Before we dive into the details of his journey, we need to understand the world he lived in. We need to understand what it meant to be a Christian in the first century. We need to understand the pressures, the dangers, the daily reality of following Jesus in a world that crucified him. Because without that context, Epaphroditus' story is just a nice anecdote about a guy who got sick and recovered. With that context, it becomes something else entirely. It becomes a window into the soul of the early church, a church that believed so deeply so desperately that it was willing to send its own into danger for the sake of a man they might never see again. The faith of the early church was not abstract. It was not theoretical. It was not something you discussed in seminars or debated in comfortable settings. It was visceral. It was costly. It demanded everything. To become a Christian in the first century was to mark yourself as other, to separate yourself from your family, your community, your entire social world. It was to join a group that the Romans viewed with suspicion, that the Jews viewed as heretical, that the general population viewed as strange and possibly dangerous. Christians did not worship the emperor. They did not participate in the civic festivals that honoured the gods. They did not engage in the social rituals that bound communities together. They claimed that a crucified criminal was Lord. They claimed that death was not the end. They claimed that the God of the universe had become human, had died, and had risen again. This was madness to the Greeks. It was blasphemy to the Jews. It was potential sedition to the Romans. And yet people believed. They believed because something about the message rang true. They believed because they had encountered something, someone, who changed them at a fundamental level. They believed because the alternative, a world without hope, without resurrection, without the possibility of redemption, was unbearable. So they gathered in secret. They shared meals. They read letters from apostles. They prayed for each other. They supported each other when the world turned against them. And they sent messengers like Epaphroditus. Men and women who carried letters, money, supplies, encouragement across hundreds of miles of dangerous roads, because the church was not a building, it was a network of relationships, and those relationships had to be maintained even when distance and danger made it nearly impossible. This is the world Epaphroditus inhabited. This is the faith he lived, and this is the journey that nearly killed him. Chapter 1. A church under pressure. The city of Philippi sits in the shadow of empire. It is not a place of great theological importance. It is not Jerusalem, where the faith was born in the fires of Pentecost. It is not Antioch, where believers were first called Christians, where the Gentile mission took root and flourished. It is not even Corinth, with its wealth and controversy, its factions and its letters that would become scripture. Philippi is different. Philippi is practical. Philippi is Roman to its core. It is a colony established by Augustus after the civil wars that followed Julius Caesar's assassination. The Battle of Philippi, fought in the year 42 before the Common Era, was one of the decisive conflicts in Roman history. It was here that Octavian and Mark Antony defeated the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the men who had assassinated Caesar. After the victory, Octavian, who would later become Augustus, the first emperor, rewarded his soldiers by giving them land in Philippi. The city was rebuilt as a Roman colony, a miniature Rome in the heart of Macedonia. For the veterans who settled there, Philippi represented everything they had fought for. It was retirement, it was prosperity. It was the promise that their service to Rome would be honoured for the rest of their lives. The city is designed to look Roman. The architecture speaks Latin. The forums, the temples, the baths, the streets, they are all constructed in the Roman style. Deliberate reminders that this is not merely a conquered territory, but a piece of Rome itself, transplanted to the edge of the empire. For the citizens of Philippi, Roman identity is everything. To be Roman is to be civilized. To be Roman is to be part of the greatest empire the world has ever seen. To be Roman is to participate in the civic religion that binds the empire together, the worship of the emperor, the honouring of the Roman gods, the festivals and sacrifices that mark the rhythm of the year. This civic religion is not optional. It is how you prove your loyalty. It is how you demonstrate that you are a good citizen, a reliable member of the community, someone who can be trusted. And then, in the middle of this thoroughly Roman city, there is a church. It starts small. It always does. Paul arrives in Philippi around the year 50 on his second missionary journey. He comes with Silas, Timothy and Luke. They do not arrive with fanfare. They do not have the backing of any major institution. They do not have wealthy patrons or letters of introduction from powerful people. They have a message and they have faith that God will open doors. The first door opens by a river. There is no synagogue in Philippi, at least none that Paul can find. This is unusual. In most cities Paul visits, he starts by preaching in the synagogue, where there is already a community that knows the scriptures, that understands the concept of Messiah, that has a framework for understanding who Jesus is. But Philippi has no synagogue. According to Jewish law, you need at least 10 Jewish men to form a synagogue, and apparently Philippi does not have even that many. So on the Sabbath, Paul goes to the place where Jews typically gather when there is no synagogue, by the water outside the city gates, where ritual purification can take place. He finds a group of women praying. One of them is named Lydia. She's a dealer in purple cloth, a businesswoman, someone with resources and connections. Purple dye is expensive. It is extracted from sea snails, and it takes thousands of snails to produce even a small amount of dye. Only the wealthy can afford purple cloth, which means Lydia's customers are the elite of Roman society. She's not Jewish by birth, but she's described as a worshipper of God, which means she has been attending Jewish gatherings, learning the scriptures, seeking the God of Israel, even though she was not born into the covenant community. Paul speaks to the women by the river. He tells them about Jesus. He tells them about the Messiah who was crucified and raised from the dead. He tells them about the forgiveness of sins, about new life, about a kingdom that is not of this world. And Lydia listens. The text says that the Lord opened her heart to respond to Paul's message. This is significant language. It is not that Paul's argument was so compelling that she could not resist. It is not that his rhetoric was so powerful that she was convinced against her will. It is that God opened her heart. Faith in the biblical understanding is not something you work up on your own. It is not something you achieve through intellectual rigor or emotional manipulation. It is a gift. It is God opening your heart so that you can receive the truth that has always been there. Lydia believes. She is baptized. Her household is baptized. And she invites Paul and his companions to stay in her home. This is how the church in Philippi begins. Not with a dramatic public sermon, not with signs and wonders in the marketplace, but with a conversation by a river and a woman's decision to believe. The church grows slowly. More people hear the message. More people believe. They meet in Lydia's home, and perhaps in other homes as well. They pray together. They share meals. They break bread in remembrance of Jesus. They read letters from Paul when he is away. They try to figure out what it means to follow Jesus in a city that worships Caesar. It is not easy. The pressure on the church is not always violent, but it is always present. In a Roman colony, civic participation is expected. The festivals, the sacrifices, the public rituals, these are not optional. They are how a person proves their loyalty to Rome. To refuse participation is to mark yourself as suspect, as different, as potentially dangerous. Christians refuse. They cannot burn incense to the emperor. They cannot call him Lord. They cannot participate in the sacrifices to the Roman gods. They cannot attend the festivals that honour Jupiter or Mars or Venus. This makes them strange. It makes them outsiders. It makes them a problem. For some members of the church, this means social ostracism. Neighbours stop speaking to them. Business relationships dissolve. Families disown them. Merchants refuse to sell to them. Employers refuse to hire them. For others, the pressure is more severe. Slaves who become Christians may face punishment from masters who view their new faith as insubordination, as a threat to the social order. A slave who believes he is equal before God, who believes he has dignity and worth, is a slave who might not be as easily controlled. Women who become Christians may face pressure from husbands who do not share their faith. Children may face pressure from parents. The family is the basic unit of Roman society, and when Christianity divides families, it threatens the stability of the entire social structure. The church in Philippi is tolerated, but barely. They are not dragged into the streets and executed, not yet anyway, but they live with the knowledge that their faith comes at a cost. They live with the knowledge that at any moment the tolerance could end. At any moment, the authorities could decide that this strange new sect is too dangerous to ignore. At any moment they could be called to account for their refusal to participate in the civic religion. And then, Word arrives that changes everything. Paul is in prison. The news travels slowly past from church to church, city to city, carried by travellers and merchants and messengers who move along the roads of the empire. Paul, the man who founded their community, the man who preached the gospel to them when no one else would, the man who baptized them and taught them and loved them, he's locked in chains. The details are unclear. Some say he's in Rome, awaiting trial before Caesar. Some say he is in Caesarea, held by the Roman governor Felix, who is waiting to see which way the political winds will blow before deciding Paul's fate. The distance is immense either way, and the implications are terrifying. If Paul is in prison, it means the authorities are paying attention. It means the faith that once seemed like a marginal curiosity, a strange Jewish sect that the empire could safely ignore, is now being taken seriously enough to warrant arrest. It means they could be next. But the church in Philippi does not respond with fear. They respond with love. They want to help Paul. They want to send him money, supplies, encouragement. They want him to know that he is not forgotten, that they are praying for him, that they stand with him even from hundreds of miles away. In the ancient world, prisoners are not provided for by the state. There are no prison cafeterias, no taxpayer-funded meals. If you're in prison and you do not have friends or family to bring you food, you starve. If you do not have money to bribe the guards, you suffer in the worst conditions imaginable. Paul needs help, and the church in Philippi wants to provide it. But someone has to carry it. The journey is dangerous, the roads are long. Bandits operate in the mountains between Macedonia and wherever Paul is being held. Illness spreads in the crowded cities along the way. There is no guarantee that whoever goes will come back. The church discusses the matter. They pray. They calculate what they can afford to send. It is not much. They are not a wealthy congregation. Most of them are working-class people. Some are slaves. But it is something. It is what they have. They scrape together coins. They gather supplies. They write letters of encouragement. They prepare everything that Paul will need to survive in prison, to bribe the guards if necessary, to buy food, to pay for basic necessities. And then they face the question that has been hanging over the entire discussion. Who will go? The room is silent. Everyone knows what the journey entails. Everyone knows the risks. Everyone loves Paul. But love does not make the roads less dangerous or the illness less deadly. And then someone speaks. His name is Epaphroditus, and he says, I will go. Chapter 2. The volunteer. Epaphroditus is not the obvious choice. If the church in Philippi wanted to send someone impressive, someone with credentials, someone whose very presence would command respect, they had other options. They could have sent someone with connections, someone who had travelled before, someone who knew the roads and the cities and the languages. They could have sent someone who was trained in rhetoric, who could speak eloquently if questioned by authorities. They could have sent someone who was wealthy, who could afford better lodging, who could hire guards for protection. But they sent Epaphroditus. His name is Greek, which means he is likely a Gentile. He is not Jewish. He did not grow up with the scriptures. He did not grow up in a community that had been waiting for the Messiah for centuries, that had the prophets memorized, that understood the theological framework within which Jesus makes sense. He is a convert, a newcomer, someone who heard the gospel, believed it, and reordered his entire life around it. And now he is volunteering to walk hundreds of miles through dangerous territory to deliver a message to a man he has probably never met. Think about that for a moment. Epaphroditus has likely never seen Paul. Paul was only in Philippi briefly during his second missionary journey. He preached, he founded the church, and then he moved on. It is possible that Epaphroditus was one of the people Paul baptized, but it is also possible that he was converted by someone else, by Lydia, or by one of the other early believers. Either way, Epaphroditus is not doing this because he has a personal relationship with Paul. He is doing it because Paul is in prison, and Paul is one of them, and Christians take care of their own. This tells us something about Epaphroditus' character. He is not doing this for recognition. There is no crowd to applaud him. There is no guarantee that anyone will even remember his name. He is doing this because it needs to be done, and he is willing to do it. The church gathers to send him off. They pray over him. They lay hands on him, asking God to protect him, to give him strength, to bring him safely home. They give him what they can: money, food, letters. They commission him not with grand titles or authority, but with trust. They trust him to carry their love to Paul. They trust him to represent them faithfully. They trust him to use the money wisely, to deliver the letters personally, to speak to Paul on their behalf. They trust him to return if God wills it. And Epaphroditus leaves. The journey begins on foot. This is how most people travel in the first century. If you are wealthy, you might have a donkey or a horse. If you're very wealthy, you might travel by cart or even by ship if you're going to a coastal city. But for most people, for people like Epaphroditus, the only option is walking. Epaphroditus walks. The distance depends on where Paul is being held. If Paul is in Rome, the journey is more than 700 miles. That is the distance from Philippi to the capital of the empire, across mountains, through valleys, along the great Roman roads that connect the far-flung provinces to the heart of imperial power. If Paul is in Caesarea, on the coast of Judea, the journey is even longer, close to 1,000 miles. It would require travelling south through Greece, crossing the Aegean Sea by ship, then walking along the coast of Asia Minor and down through Syria to reach the Roman garrison city where Paul might be held. We do not know for certain where Paul was when Epaphroditus set out. The letter to the Philippians does not specify. Most scholars believe Paul was in Rome, based on references in the letter to the imperial guard and to Caesar's household. But the uncertainty is part of Epaphroditus' reality. He's walking toward a destination that he knows only by rumour and second-hand reports. There are no reliable maps for ordinary travellers. There are no guidebooks. There is only the road and the knowledge that if you keep walking in the right direction, eventually you will arrive. The Roman roads are impressive feats of engineering. They are straight, well-paved, designed to move armies and trade goods quickly across the empire. The Via Egnatia, the great road that connects Philippi to the western coast of Greece, is one of the most important roads in the empire. It is paved with stone. It has milestones marking the distance. It has rest stops and way stations at regular intervals. But the roads are not safe. In the cities, there is order. Roman law is enforced. Guards patrol. Criminals are punished swiftly and publicly. The threat of crucifixion, of being whipped to death, of being thrown to wild animals in the arena, these threats keep most people in line. But between the cities, in the spaces where the empire's reach is thin, the roads are dangerous. Bandits know where travellers rest. They know where the roads narrow, where the sight lines are poor, where a man alone can be surrounded before he realises what is happening. They know which inns are frequented by wealthy merchants, which travellers are carrying valuable goods. Epaphroditus travels with almost nothing. He carries the money and supplies the church gave him, hidden on his person, but he cannot afford to look wealthy. He cannot afford to attract attention. He dresses like a commoner, in simple clothes that will not stand out. He walks with his head down. He tries to blend in with the other travellers on the road, merchants, soldiers on leave, slaves running errands for their masters, pilgrims travelling to religious sites. At night he sleeps wherever he can. Sometimes there is an inn, a place where travellers can pay for a bed and a meal, but inns are expensive, and not all of them are safe. Some are run by people who ask too many questions, who want to know where you're going and what you're carrying. Some are frequented by the kinds of people you do not want to meet on a dark road. Thieves, violent men, people who would kill you for a handful of coins. More often, Epaphroditus sleeps outside, in a ditch, where he can pull his cloak over himself and hope that no one notices him, under a tree, where the branches provide some shelter from the rain, in the corner of a barn where the owner does not mind as long as he's gone by morning. He eats sparingly, a loaf of bread purchased from a roadside vendor, a handful of olives, water from a well, if he can find one that is not polluted. Occasionally, if he's lucky, a piece of fruit or a bit of cheese. The food is never enough. His body is always hungry. But he cannot spend the money the church gave him on himself. That money is for Paul. That money is sacred. So he walks on an empty stomach. He walks when his feet blister. He walks when his legs ache. He walks when every part of him wants to stop, to rest, to turn back. This is not the journey of a hero in an epic. There are no dramatic battles. There are no narrow escapes from death. There is only the steady, exhausting grind of putting one foot in front of the other, day after day, week after week, and then, somewhere along the way, he gets sick. Chapter 3. The road of risk, illness in the ancient world is not like illness in the modern world. There are no hospitals. There are no antibiotics. There are no doctors who understand germ theory or infection. There is no concept of hygiene as we understand it. The idea that invisible organisms can cause disease, that washing your hands can prevent illness, that clean water matters. There is only the body and what the body can endure. At first, the sickness is minor, a cough, a tickle in the throat, the kind of thing that might pass with rest. But rest is a luxury Epaphroditus does not have. He has to keep moving. He has to reach Paul. He has to deliver what the church entrusted to him. The money, the supplies, the letters. These things cannot wait. Paul is in prison, suffering, possibly facing execution. Every day that passes is a day that Paul might not have food, might not have clean water, might not have the basic necessities of life. So Epaphroditus walks. The cough worsens. His throat becomes raw. Swallowing is painful. His body aches in a way that has nothing to do with the miles he has walked. This is different. This is something inside him, something wrong. The fever starts small. A slight warmth, a flush to his skin. He ignores it. He has been walking in the sun for weeks now. Of course he feels warm. Of course his skin is hot. But the fever does not go away. It gets worse. At night he shivers under his cloak even though the air is warm. During the day he feels like he is burning from the inside out. His vision blurs at the edges. His thoughts become sluggish, hard to grasp. Still he keeps walking. He walks through cities where no one knows his name. He walks through villages where no one cares that he is sick. He walks through wilderness where no one will find him if he collapses. Food becomes impossible. His stomach rebels against everything he tries to eat. The bread tastes like ash. The water tastes wrong. He forces himself to swallow because he knows he needs strength, but his body rejects it. He loses weight. His clothes hang loose on his frame. His face becomes gaunt. His eyes sink into his skull. And still, he keeps walking. Because the mission matters more than his comfort. Because Paul is waiting. Because the church entrusted him with this task, and he will not fail them. This is not heroism in the way we usually think of it. There are no crowds cheering. There are no witnesses. There is only a man, alone on a road, willing his body to keep moving when everything inside him is screaming to stop. He walks through pain that most of us will never know. He walks through exhaustion that goes beyond physical tiredness, that becomes a spiritual weight, a darkness that presses down on him with every step. He walks through moments where he is not sure if he will survive the day, where he sits by the side of the road and wonders if this is where it ends, if this is where his body finally gives out. But he stands up. He keeps walking. He thinks about the church in Philippi. He thinks about Lydia, about the other believers who scraped together their coins to help Paul. He thinks about their prayers, their faith, their trust in him. He cannot let them down. He thinks about Paul, locked in chains, depending on believers like him to survive. He thinks about the gospel, the message that changed his life, the truth that is worth dying for. And he keeps walking. The journey becomes a blur. Days blend together. He loses track of time. He only knows that he has to keep moving, that he has to reach Paul, that he cannot stop. And eventually, after weeks of walking, after weeks of sickness, after weeks of pushing his body beyond what it was meant to endure, he sees the city in the distance, Rome or Caesarea, whichever city holds Paul. He has made it, but his body has nothing left to give. Chapter 4, Sickness Near Death. By the time Epaphroditus reaches Paul, he is gravely ill. We do not know the exact nature of his illness. The Bible does not specify medical. Knowledge in the first century is limited. and diagnoses are often based on symptoms rather than understanding of underlying causes. Some scholars speculate it was a fever, perhaps malaria or typhus, both common in the ancient Mediterranean. These diseases are spread by insects, mosquitoes for malaria, lice and fleas for typhus, and they are particularly deadly in crowded cities where sanitation is poor. Others suggest it could have been an infection, something that started small, a cut, a wound, something insignificant, and spread through his weakened body. In a world without antibiotics, even minor infections can become life-threatening. Still others think it might have been dysentery, or another gastrointestinal disease, contracted from contaminated water or food along the road. These diseases kill through dehydration, as the body loses fluids faster than it can replace them. What we do know is this: it nearly killed him. Paul, writing later to the church in Philippi, describes it plainly. Epaphroditus, he says, was sick to the point of death, not sick and recovering, not sick but improving, not sick but stable, sick to the point of death. This is medical language. Paul is not exaggerating for effect. He is not using hyperbole to make the story more dramatic. He is stating a fact as plainly as he can. Epaphroditus was dying. Think about what this means. Epaphroditus travelled hundreds of miles to reach Paul. He endured hunger, exhaustion, danger. He walked through sickness, through fever, through pain that would have stopped most men. He pushed his body beyond its limits, beyond what any reasonable person would expect. And when he finally arrived, when he finally completed the mission the church gave him, when he finally delivered the money and the supplies and the letters, his body gave out. He collapses, maybe in Paul's presence, as he is handing over the money. Maybe in whatever lodging he found near the prison after he has finally allowed himself to rest. The text does not say. What it does say is that Paul is with him. Paul sees him suffer. Paul watches as Epaphroditus' condition deteriorates, as the fever burns higher, as the strength drains from his body. And Paul can do nothing. This is important to understand. Paul is an apostle. He has performed miracles. He has healed the sick. He has cast out demons. He has raised the dead. In the book of Acts, we read about Paul healing a man who had been lame from birth. We read about Paul casting out a spirit of divination from a slave girl. We read about Paul surviving a shipwreck, a stoning, beatings, imprisonments. Paul has seen God work miracles through him, but he does not heal Epaphroditus. There is no account of Paul laying hands on him and commanding the fever to break. There is no prayer that results in immediate recovery. There is no angelic visitation, no divine intervention, no miraculous cure. Epaphroditus simply suffers, and Paul, who has seen, and so many miracles, who has been used by God to perform so many signs and wonders, can only sit by his bedside and watch. This is one of the most profound aspects of the story. It reminds us that miracles are not guaranteed, that God's power is real, but God's ways are not always dramatic, that sometimes faith means enduring rather than being rescued. Paul must have prayed. We know he prayed, because Paul prayed about everything. He prayed for the churches, he prayed for the believers, he prayed for his own thorn in the flesh, whatever that was, asking God 3 times to remove it. So surely he prayed for Epaphroditus. Surely he asked God to heal him, to restore him, to spare his life. But the healing does not come, at least not in the way anyone expects. And then word reaches Philippi. Communication in the ancient world is slow. A letter takes weeks, sometimes months, to travel from one city to another. It has to be carried by hand by someone willing to make the journey, by someone travelling in the right direction. But somehow, news of Epaphroditus' illness makes it back to Philippi. Someone, perhaps another traveller, perhaps a merchant who knows the church, perhaps a Christian from another city who is passing through, carries the message. Epaphroditus is sick. Epaphroditus is dying. The church is devastated. They sent him. They prayed for him. They laid hands on him and commissioned him. They trusted God to protect him. They believed that his mission was important, that God would keep him safe, that he would return to them whole and healthy. and now he is dying far from home in a foreign city, surrounded by strangers. The guilt must be overwhelming. Did they do the right thing, sending him? Should they have sent someone else, someone stronger, someone less likely to get sick? Should they have waited, saved more money, sent 2 people instead of 1 so that no one would be alone? These are the questions that haunt them, that keep them up at night, that make them pray even more desperately for Epaphroditus' recovery. But here is where the story reveals something remarkable about Epaphroditus' character. When he learns that the church has heard about his condition, when he learns that they know he is dying, his primary concern is not for himself, it is for them. Paul writes that Epaphroditus was distressed because the church heard he was ill. Think about that for a moment. Read it again, slowly. Let it sink in. A man is dying. He is far from home. He is alone in a foreign city, or as alone as he can be while Paul is with him. His body is failing. He is in pain. He is weak. He can barely stand. He can barely think clearly through the fever. And his worry is not, will I survive? His worry is not, what will happen to me? His worry is, the church is going to be upset. The church is going to feel guilty. The church is going to blame themselves. The church is going to worry. He is distressed not because he is dying, but because they know he is dying. This is not the mindset of someone seeking glory. This is not the mindset of someone who expects to be remembered as a hero. This is not the mindset of someone who thinks his sacrifice makes him special. This is the mindset of a servant who cares more about others than about himself, a servant who worries about the emotional well-being of the people who sent him, even as his own life hangs in the balance, a servant who would rather suffer in silence than cause pain to those he loves. This is extraordinary. This is the kind of selflessness that the world does not understand, the kind of love that puts others before self, even, especially, at the point of death. And then, without explanation, without drama, without a single miraculous detail recorded, Epaphroditus survives. Chapter 5. Mercy without explanation. The Bible does not describe a healing. There is no moment where Paul lays hands on Epaphroditus and commands the fever to break. There is no angel appearing in the night, whispering comfort or delivering a message from God. There is no voice from heaven declaring, "This man shall live." There is no dramatic scene where Epaphroditus suddenly sits up, his strength restored, his body made whole by the power of God. Paul simply says, God had mercy on him. That is all, mercy, not a miracle, not a reward, not a sign of special favour, not a healing that proves God's power or validates Epaphroditus' faith. Mercy. The language is deliberate. Paul, who is a careful writer, who chooses his words with precision, does not say, God healed him because he was faithful. He does not say, God intervened because Epaphroditus deserved it. He does not say, God honoured his sacrifice with a dramatic rescue that everyone would talk about. He says God had mercy on him. Mercy is what you give when there is no obligation. Mercy is unearned. Mercy is grace extended to someone who has no claim on it. In the biblical framework, mercy is always a gift. It is never something you can demand. It is never something you can earn through good works or faithful service. Epaphroditus lived not because he earned survival, but because God chose to spare him. And Paul adds something else, something deeply human and deeply revealing. He says that God had mercy not only on Epaphroditus, but on himself as well, so that he would not have sorrow upon sorrow. This is a window into Paul's humanity. We often think of Paul as this towering figure, this theological giant, this man who wrote half the New Testament and planted churches across the Roman Empire. We think of him as almost superhuman, as someone whose faith was so strong that nothing could shake him. But here, Paul reveals his vulnerability. He is in chains. He is suffering. He is facing an uncertain future. He does not know if he will be released or executed. He does not know if he will ever see the churches he planted again. He does not know if his ministry is coming to an end. And in the middle of all this, Epaphroditus arrives, a brother, a friend, a messenger from a church Paul loves deeply, bringing money and supplies and encouragement, and then nearly dies. The thought of losing him, the thought of Epaphroditus dying after coming all this way, after sacrificing so much, after serving so faithfully, is almost too much for Paul to bear. He describes it as sorrow upon sorrow, as if he is already carrying so much grief, so much pain, so much uncertainty, that the death of Epaphroditus would be the weight that finally breaks him. So God spares him, not because Epaphroditus earned it, not because Paul prayed hard enough or had enough faith, but because God, in his mercy, chose to spare them both from that particular sorrow. This is a profound theological point. It reminds us that God's mercy is not a transaction. It is not something you can bargain for or earn through religious performance. It is a gift freely given for reasons we cannot always understand. Epaphroditus recovers slowly. The fever breaks. The strength begins to return to his body. He can sit up. He can eat. He can think clearly again. But it is not a dramatic recovery. It is not an instant transformation from sick to well. It is gradual, painful, slow. His body is weak. He has lost weight. His muscles have atrophied from weeks of lying sick. He cannot walk far without tiring. He cannot carry anything heavy. But he is alive, and eventually he is strong enough to travel. Paul makes a decision. Epaphroditus needs to go home. He needs to return to Philippi, to the church that sent him, to the people who have been praying for him, to the community that loves him. Paul writes a letter. It is addressed to the church in Philippi. It is full of encouragement, instruction, theology. It contains some of the most beautiful passages in all of Scripture. The hymn about Jesus emptying himself and taking on human form, the exhortation to rejoice in the Lord always, the promise of peace that surpasses understanding. This letter will become part of the New Testament. It will be read in churches for 2,000 years. It will be translated into hundreds of languages. It will shape the theology and practice of billions of Christians. But Epaphroditus does not know that. To him, it is simply a message from a man in chains to a church that loves him. Paul gives him the letter. He sends him home. He tells him to carry this message, to deliver it to the believers, to tell them that Paul is okay, that he is still preaching the gospel even in chains, that he has hope. And Epaphroditus, still weak, still recovering, begins the long journey back to Philippi. Chapter 6. Returning without glory. The journey back to Philippi is not triumphant. There are no crowds waiting to celebrate Epaphroditus' return. There is no parade through the streets. There are no songs written about his heroism. He is simply a man walking home, after nearly dying far from the people he loves, and the walk is hard. Epaphroditus is not healed in the dramatic sense. He is not restored to full strength. His body is still recovering from the illness that nearly killed him. He is simply alive, which is more than anyone expected, but less than anyone hoped. He walks slowly, much more slowly than he did on the journey to Paul. His legs are weak. His breath comes short. He has to rest often, sitting by the side of the road, waiting for his strength to return. The miles that he covered on the way to Paul, pushing through pain and fever, now feel impossible. What once took him a day now takes 2 days, sometimes 3. But he keeps going. He carries Paul's letter carefully. It is precious. It is personal. It contains words that the church needs to hear, words that will encourage them, strengthen them, remind them of what they believe and why they believe it. The letter is not long, a few pages maybe, written on papyrus or parchment, but it is heavy with meaning. It represents Paul's love for the church, his concern for them, his desire to stay connected even though he is locked in chains hundreds of miles away. Epaphroditus guards it with his life. He sleeps with it hidden in his clothes. He checks it constantly to make sure it is still there, still intact, still readable. The walk back takes longer than the walk there, but eventually, after weeks on the road, after weeks of slow, painful progress, Epaphroditus sees the walls of Philippi in the distance. Home. The word has never meant more. He walks through the gates of the city. He makes his way through the familiar streets. He finds the house where the church meets. The church is waiting. They have been praying. They have been worried. They have been imagining the worst. They have been living with the guilt of sending him, the fear that he might not come back, the uncertainty of not knowing whether he is alive or dead. And then he appears. He's thin. He's pale. He walks slowly, carefully, like a man who is still learning to trust his body again. But he is alive. The church surrounds him. They embrace him. They weep. They thank God for bringing him home. And Epaphroditus gives them the letter. This is the moment Paul has been preparing them for. In the letter, he has written specific instructions about how the church should receive Epaphroditus, about how they should treat him, about what his service means. Receive him in the Lord with all joy, Paul writes, and honour such people because he nearly died for the work of Christ, risking his life to complete what was lacking in your service to me. This is not a command to throw a parade. This is not a call to build a monument or write songs about him. This is a simple, profound recognition. What Epaphroditus did was valuable, even though it was not spectacular. He did not preach to thousands. He did not write scripture. He did not perform miracles. He carried his message. He delivered aid. He nearly died doing it. And Paul says, honour him. Chapter 7. The lesson for the church. Paul's instructions to the Philippians are specific and deliberate. He tells them to receive Epaphroditus in the Lord with all joy, not with pity, not with guilt, not with awkwardness or uncertainty about how to respond to someone who suffered so much on their behalf. With joy, because he is alive, because he is home, because his mission was successful, because God was merciful. Paul tells them to honour such people, not just Epaphroditus, but people like him, people who serve quietly, people who risk everything without seeking recognition, people who nearly die in obscurity for the sake of the gospel. And he tells them why, because he nearly died for the work of Christ, risking his life to complete what was lacking in your service to me. This last phrase is interesting. What was lacking in your service to me? Paul is not criticising the church. He is not saying they failed or that their love was inadequate. He is simply acknowledging a practical reality. They wanted to serve Paul, to help him, to support him in prison, but they could not do it themselves. They were in Philippi. He was in Rome or Caesarea. The distance made it impossible, so Epaphroditus went on their behalf. He completed what they could not complete. He carried what they could not carry. He risked what they could not risk. And Paul says, honour him for it. There is a theology embedded in this command, and it is a theology that the church desperately needed to hear, not just in the first century, but in every century since. In the early church, there was a temptation, one that still exists today, to value only the visible, the dramatic, the miraculous, to think that the apostles mattered more than the believers who supported them, to think that the preachers were more important than the people who made sure they had food, to think that the missionaries were the real heroes, while the people who sent them were just background noise. Paul pushes back against this with everything he has. He insists that faithfulness, not success, is what God values. He insists that service does not require recognition to be meaningful. He insists that the church honour the people who do the unglamorous, costly work of keeping the body of Christ alive. Epaphroditus will not be remembered the way Paul is remembered. His name will appear only a handful of times in Scripture. Most Christians today could not tell you a single thing about him beyond the fact that he nearly died and recovered. But Paul says, honour him anyway, because God does not measure significance the way we do. The world measures significance by results, by numbers, by impact, by how many people know your name, by how many lives you changed, by whether you achieve something that will outlast you. God measures significance by faithfulness. Did you do what you were called to do? Did you love the people God put in front of you? Did you serve even when it was hard? Did you keep going even when no one was watching? Epaphroditus did. He was asked to carry a message. He carried it. He was asked to deliver aid. He delivered it. He nearly died in the process. And when he recovered, he went home and life went on. And Paul says, This is the kind of faith that matters, not because it was spectacular, not because it will be remembered, but because it was real. The church in Philippi needed to hear this. They needed to know that their sacrifice, the money they scraped together, the prayers they offered, the brother they sent, mattered to Paul, and more importantly mattered to God. They needed to know that Epaphroditus' suffering was not wasted, that his illness was not meaningless, that his recovery was not just good luck or random chance. It was mercy, God's mercy. And that mercy meant something, and we need to hear it too. We live in a world that celebrates the spectacular. We celebrate the pastors with megachurches and best-selling books. We celebrate the missionaries who plant churches in dangerous countries. We celebrate the singers whose worship songs are sung by millions. And there is nothing wrong with celebrating those things. God uses those people. God works through them. Their ministries matter. But we forget the people like Epaphroditus. We forget the people who show up every week to teach Sunday school to 5 kids in a church basement. We forget the people who clean the bathrooms and vacuum the floors and make sure the coffee is ready on Sunday morning. We forget the people who visit the sick in hospitals, who sit with the dying, who bring meals to families in crisis. We forget the people who pray when no one is watching. The people who give generously and never want their names on a plaque. The people who serve in ways that will never make the church newsletter or the annual report. These are the people who hold the church together. And Paul says, honour them. Because this is the kind of faith that lasts. This is the kind of faith that endures when the crowds are gone, when the excitement fades, when the initial enthusiasm gives way to the long, hard work of actually living as Christians in a world that does not care about our faith. This is the kind of faith that gets sick and does not complain. The kind of faith that worries more about others than about itself. The kind of faith that nearly dies and still finishes the task. God sees this kind of faith, even when history does not, even when the church does not, even when the person themselves does not realize how much their service matters. Epilogue. The faith that endures quietly. There is a certain kind of faith that the world will never applaud. It is the faith of the person who shows up when no one is watching. The faith of the person who serves without expecting recognition. The faith of the person who carries the burden because someone has to, and no one else is willing. Epaphroditus had that faith. He was not a hero in the way we usually define heroes. He did not slay giants. He did not lead armies into battle. He did not write books or deliver sermons that changed the course of history. He walked until his body gave out. He delivered a message. He survived by mercy, not by merit. And Paul said, honour him. Because this is the kind of faith that holds the church together. Not the faith that performs miracles in front of crowds, but the faith that quietly, stubbornly keeps going when no one is looking. This is the faith that gets sick and does not complain. The faith that worries more about others than about itself. The faith that nearly dies and still finishes the task. God sees this kind of faith, even when history does not, even when the church does not, even when the person themselves does not realize how much their service matters. Epaphroditus returned to Philippi. He recovered from his illness. He presumably went back to whatever life he had before, his work, his family, his daily routines. He faded from history. His name appears in Scripture only because Paul insisted that the church honour him. We do not know what happened to him after this. We do not know if he continued to serve the church in Philippi. We do not know if he ever took another dangerous journey. We do not know when he died or how he died. All we know is that for one brief moment, his faithfulness was recorded, his service was acknowledged, his sacrifice was honoured, and that is enough. Because somewhere in the quiet corners of eternity, his walk matters, his suffering matters, his faithfulness matters. Not because it was spectacular, but because it was real. In a world that measures worth by fame, by influence, by how many people know your name, Epaphroditus is a reminder that God measures worth differently. He measures it by love, by service, by faithfulness, by the willingness to walk a road that no one else will walk, to carry a burden that no one else will carry, to serve in a way that no one else will see. This is the faith that endures quietly. This is the faith that changes the world, one small act of obedience at a time. This is the faith that God honours, even when the world forgets. Epaphroditus walked his road. He carried his message. He nearly died. He lived. And Paul said, "Honour him, not for the miracle, but for the mercy, not for the fame, but for the faithfulness." May we all have the courage to walk the roads that Epaphroditus walked, the roads that no one applauds, the roads that nearly kill us, the roads that matter to God even when they do not matter to anyone else. May we honour the people in our lives who serve quietly, who love without recognition, who carry burdens we will never see. And may we remember that in the economy of heaven, the greatest faith is often the faith that no one notices, the faith that simply shows up day after day and after day, does what needs to be done because God sees, and in the end, that is all that matters. The story of Epaphroditus is not a story about miracles. It is not a story about dramatic rescues or supernatural interventions. It is a story about a man who said yes when everyone else said the journey was too dangerous. It is a story about a man who kept walking when his body begged him to stop. It is a story about a man who nearly died and then worried more about the people who sent him than about his own survival. It is a story about mercy, about the mercy of God who spares us when we do not deserve it, about the mercy we are called to show to others, recognizing their service even when it is not spectacular, about the mercy we need to give ourselves, understanding that faithfulness is enough, that we do not have to be famous or successful or remembered to matter to God. Epaphroditus matters, not because he was extraordinary, but because he was faithful, not because he did something no one else could do, but because he did what he was asked to do, not because he sought recognition, but because he served without expecting it. And that is the kind of faith that God honours, the kind of faith that endures quietly, the kind of faith that carries us through the hard seasons, the painful seasons, the seasons when no one is watching and no one cares and it feels like our service does not matter. Because it does matter. Every act of faithfulness matters. Every moment of obedience matters. Every sacrifice, no matter how small, matters. God sees. God knows. And God honours the faith that endures quietly. May we be like Epaphroditus. May we walk the hard roads with faithfulness. May we serve without seeking recognition. May we trust that God's mercy is enough, even when miracles do not come. And may we honour those who walk these roads alongside us, recognising that the most important work is often the work that no one sees. Because in the end, it is not about being remembered. It is about being faithful, and that is enough. If you're enjoying this story and finding value in this content, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It makes a genuine difference in reaching more listeners like you. If you're tuning in on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much and means the world to us. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It really connects us all. And if you enjoy this content and want more stories like this, consider subscribing. It keeps these stories coming. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history when everything hangs in the balance, not because of armies marching or treaties being signed, but because one person, in one quiet moment, decides to do what is right. We remember the names of kings, we study the words of prophets, we build monuments to warriors and write songs about heroes. But there are others, people whose names we barely know, whose faces history never captured, whose courage was shown not on battlefields, but in small, deliberate acts of mercy. This is the story of one such person, a man with no power, no title, no protection, a foreigner in a land that was not his own, serving in a palace where he had no voice. And yet, when the moment came, when a life hung in the balance and everyone else turned away, he stepped forward. This is not a story of miracles or divine intervention arriving in thunder and light. This is a story about a choice made in fear, in uncertainty, with no guarantee of safety, a choice that would echo through generations, remembered not because it was grand, but because it was good. History is filled with dramatic turning points, battles that decided the fate of nations, treaties that redrew the maps of continents, speeches that inspired revolutions. These are the moments we teach in schools, the stories we tell our children, the events we commemorate with holidays and statues. But between those grand moments, in the spaces where history books grow quiet, there are other stories, smaller stories. Stories of individuals who faced impossible choices with no witnesses, no cameras, no guarantee that anyone would remember what they did. These are the stories that reveal who we really are. Anyone can be brave when the world is watching. Anyone can do the right thing when there are rewards waiting, when there is applause, when there is safety in numbers. But what about when no one is watching? What about when doing the right thing costs everything and gains nothing? What about when the choice is between your safety and someone else's life? That is when character is tested. That is when we discover what we truly believe. And that is exactly the kind of moment that defines this story. This is the story of Ebed-Melech, the man who saved a prophet. And it begins in a city on the edge of destruction. Chapter 1. Jerusalem on the Brink. Jerusalem in those days was a city suffocating under its own fear. The walls still stood, massive and ancient, built from limestone blocks that had withstood centuries of wind and rain. The temple still rose above the rooftops, its stones catching the morning light, its courts still filled with priests performing their rituals, its altars still receiving the sacrifices of a people who desperately hoped God was still listening. Markets still opened each morning, merchants still called out their wares, though the prices grew higher with each passing week. Children still played in the narrow streets between houses. From a distance, from the hills surrounding the city, you might think nothing had changed. But inside those walls, everyone knew the truth. Babylon was coming. No, Babylon was already here. The greatest empire the world had ever seen was camped outside the gates, their armies stretched across the landscape like a dark sea that had no end. Their siege engines stood ready, enormous wooden structures that towered over the walls, mechanisms of destruction built by engineers who had conquered city after city, who knew exactly how to break stone and shatter gates and reduce proud civilizations to rubble. Their soldiers waited with the patience of men who knew the outcome was already decided. They did not need to attack yet. They could simply wait. Wait for the food to run out. Wait for the water to run low. Wait for disease and hunger and despair to do their work. They had time. Jerusalem did not. It was not a question of if Jerusalem would fall. It was a question of when. And everyone inside those walls knew it. You could see it in the faces of the people, the way they moved through the streets with their eyes down, their voices quiet, their steps hurried. The way mothers held their children a little tighter, the way men gathered in doorways speaking in low tones, glancing over, their shoulders, afraid even their words might bring trouble. The city had become a pressure vessel, sealed tight, with no release. Fear had a way of building in enclosed spaces. It pressed down on people, made them desperate, made them turn on each other. When there is no external enemy you can reach, you find enemies within. Inside the city, the people were divided. Some believed they could negotiate. There were diplomats who thought if they could just get a message to the Babylonian king, if they could offer tribute, if they could make the right promises, perhaps the city could be spared. They remembered that Jerusalem had survived threats before. Surely God would not allow his holy city to fall. Some believed they could fight. There were soldiers, younger men mostly, who argued that the walls had never been breached, that they had supplies enough for months if they rationed carefully, that the Babylonians would eventually give up and move on to easier targets. They spoke of heroic last stands, of glory in battle, of dying with honour rather than surrendering to pagans. Some believed God would intervene at the last moment, as he had done before. They told stories of the night when the Assyrian army had camped outside these same walls more than a century earlier, and how an angel of the Lord had struck down thousands of enemy soldiers in a single night, and how the Assyrian king had fled back to his own land in terror and shame. If God had done it once, surely he would do it again. Surely he would not abandon his people. Surely deliverance was coming. But these were the desperate hopes of people who had run out of options. The rational voices, the ones who looked at the situation clearly and honestly, knew better. They knew that Babylon was not Assyria. They knew that this time was different. They knew that Jerusalem had brought this upon itself through years of rebellion, of ignoring warnings, of breaking covenants, of turning away from the very God. They now begged to save them. And then there was Jeremiah. The prophet had been warning them for years, not months, not weeks, years. His message had never changed. Not once. Not even when it made him hated. Not even when it made him a target. Not even when it would have been so much easier to tell the people what they wanted to hear. Repent. Turn back to God. Surrender to Babylon, because judgment has already been decided. If you surrender, you will live. If you resist, you will die. It was not a popular message. The officials hated him. They saw him as a traitor, a defeatist, a man who was actively working to undermine the city's defence. How could he tell people to surrender? How could he say that resistance was futile? How could he claim to speak for God while advocating for submission to a pagan empire? The priests dismissed him. They performed their rituals, they offered their sacrifices, they assured the people that God would protect his temple. They had their position, their authority, their comfortable certainty. Jeremiah threatened all of that with his message of judgment and destruction. The people called him a coward. They wanted a prophet who would promise victory, who would assure them that righteousness would triumph, who would tell them that their suffering had meaning and that rescue was coming. Jeremiah offered none of that. He offered only the hard truth. You are being destroyed because you have abandoned God, and your only hope now is to accept the consequences of your choices. But Jeremiah kept speaking. He had no choice. The word of the Lord burned inside him like a fire, and he could not hold it in. He stood in the courtyards of the temple. He walked through the streets of the city. He spoke to anyone who would listen, and to many who would not. And his words were always the same. This is what the Lord says: surrender and live. Resist and die. He did not soften the message. He did not try to make it more palatable. He simply delivered what he had been given to say, regardless of the cost. And the cost was high. People spat at him when he passed. Children threw stones. He was arrested repeatedly, beaten, imprisoned. His own family turned against him. His fellow priests sought to silence him. He was forbidden from entering the temple. He was isolated, despised, rejected by the very people he was trying to save. And still, he kept speaking. Because that is what prophets do. They speak the truth even when the truth is unbearable. They deliver the message even when the message is rejected. They stand in the gap between God and humanity and bear the weight of both. But there comes a point when patience runs out, when fear overrides reason, when desperate people do desperate things. The officials grew tired of Jeremiah's voice. In a time of war, words like his were dangerous. They weakened morale. They sowed doubt among the soldiers. They made people question whether the fight was worth it. They planted seeds of surrender in hearts that needed to remain strong. The city was already fragile, already divided, already terrified. The last thing they needed was a prophet of doom walking the streets, telling everyone that resistance was pointless. So the officials made a decision. They went to the king. Chapter 2. Jeremiah Condemned. King Zedekiah sat on his throne in the palace, surrounded by advisors, military commanders, and officials who all claimed to know what was best for the city. But the truth was, none of them knew. No one had ever faced a situation quite like this. No one had a clear answer, and Zedekiah himself was perhaps the least equipped person in the entire city to lead them through this crisis. He was a weak man. History would remember him that way, not cruel necessarily, not malicious, just weak. He had been placed on the throne by the Babylonians years earlier, after they had deposed the previous king. He was a puppet and everyone knew it. He had no real authority, no real power. He ruled at the pleasure of the very empire that was now trying to destroy him. He lived in constant fear. Fear of the Babylonians, fear of his own officials, fear of the people, fear of the prophets, fear of God. He feared everything. and so he did nothing. He was a man trapped between impossible choices, unable to commit to any of them. When Jeremiah had first begun prophesying surrender, Zedekiah had secretly consulted with him. Late at night, when no one else could see, the king would send for the prophet and ask him privately what God was saying, and Jeremiah would tell him the same thing he told everyone else: surrender to Babylon and you will live. Resist and you will die. But Zedekiah could not bring himself to do it. To surrender would be to admit defeat, to humiliate himself before the very empire that had made him king. It would be to betray the trust of his officials, his soldiers, his people. It would be to guarantee that history would remember him as the king who gave up without a fight. So he did nothing. He allowed the officials to continue their plans for resistance. He allowed the priests to continue promising divine deliverance. He allowed the situation to deteriorate day by day, unable to make the hard choice that might have saved thousands of lives. And then the officials came to him with a proposal. There were 4 of them: Shephatiah son of Mattain, Gedaliah son of Pasha, Jehukal son of Shelemiah, Pasha son of Malchijah. Men of influence, men who had the king's ear, men who had made their position clear. "My lord king," they said, their voices respectful but firm, "we must speak with you about Jeremiah the prophet." Zedekiah shifted in his seat. He knew where this was going. He had been dreading this conversation. "What about him?" the king asked, though he already knew. "He continues to prophesy defeat," one of them said. "He tells the soldiers that anyone who stays in the city will die by sword, or famine, or plague, but anyone who goes over to the Babylonians will live. He is actively encouraging desertion. He is undermining the defense of this city. He tells the people that this city will certainly be given into the hands of the king of Babylon's army," another added. "He offers no hope, no encouragement, only doom." The king was silent. What could he say? Everything they said was true. Jeremiah was saying exactly those things, but Jeremiah claimed to speak for God. And if he truly spoke for God, then what right did anyone have to silence him? "This man should be put to death," the officials said, their tone leaving no room for debate. "He is discouraging the soldiers and all the people with his words. He does not seek the good of this city, but its ruin. He is a traitor, my lord, and traitors, especially in wartime, deserve death." There it was. The request was clear. They wanted permission to execute Jeremiah, and they were essentially telling the king that if he did not give that permission, they would question his loyalty to the city. Zedekiah felt the familiar weight of impossible choices settling on his shoulders. If he protected Jeremiah, he would anger the officials, lose what little authority he had left, and possibly spark internal conflict at the worst possible time. If he condemned Jeremiah, he would be silencing a prophet of God, and what would the consequences of that be? He took the coward's way out. "He is in your hands," Zedekiah said quietly, not meeting their eyes. "The king can do nothing to oppose you." It was a masterpiece of political cowardice. He did not give explicit permission. He did not order Jeremiah's death. He simply removed himself from the equation, claimed powerlessness, and allowed the officials to do whatever they wanted. It was permission by abdication. The officials bowed and left immediately. They had what they needed. They came for Jeremiah in the early morning, when the city was just beginning to wake. There was no public announcement, no formal charges, no opportunity for defence. This was not a trial. It was an execution. But they could not simply kill him outright. There were still people in the city who respected the prophet, who believed his words might be true. An obvious execution could spark unrest. So they chose a method that would be slower, quieter, more deniable. They would bury him alive. The guards surrounded Jeremiah where he had been confined in the courtyard of the guard. He did not resist. He had long ago accepted that his calling would likely cost him his life. He had made peace with that possibility years earlier. They led him through the streets, past people who watched from doorways but said nothing. Some pitied him, some hated him, some feared him. Most were simply too afraid to intervene, too worn down by their own suffering to care about anyone else's. They brought him to the courtyard of the guard, where a large cistern stood. a deep pit that had been carved into the rock to collect rainwater during the wet season. It was an old cistern, one that had been there for generations. During times of plenty it would fill with fresh water. But there had been no rain for months. The cistern was nearly empty. What remained at the bottom was not water. It was mud. Thick, black, clinging mud that had accumulated over years. The residue of countless rainstorms mixed with dirt and debris that had fallen in, fermented by time and heat into something foul and suffocating. The kind of mud that pulls at your legs when you step into it, that sucks at your feet and drags you down slowly inch by inch. The kind of mud that can swallow a man whole. They tied ropes around Jeremiah's arms and lowered him into the cistern. The opening was narrow, perhaps a metre across. The sides were slick limestone, impossible to climb. The depth was perhaps 10 metres, maybe more. Jeremiah went down slowly, spinning slightly as the ropes unwound. The circle of sky above him grew smaller and smaller. The sounds of the city faded, and then his feet touched the surface of the mud. It was cold, shockingly cold, and immediately he felt it pulling at him, clinging to his legs, resisting every attempt to move, and then they let go. The ropes were pulled back up, slithering against the stone walls. The sound of footsteps faded, voices grew distant, and Jeremiah was left alone in the pit, slowly sinking into the cold, suffocating earth. There was no food, no water, no light except the narrow circle of sky far above, so distant it might as well have been the moon. The walls were slick and impossible to climb. Even if he had the strength, there was nothing to grip, no way to ascend. The mud rose to his thighs, then his waist, holding him in place like a living tomb. He could not sit. The mud would engulf him. He could not lie down. He could only stand, muscles straining, fighting against the constant pull of the earth, and wait for the end. The cold seeped into his bones. His legs began to ache. Hours passed. The circle of sky above darkened as clouds moved across the sun, then brightened again. Time lost meaning. He prayed. What else could he do? He prayed not for rescue. He had learned long ago not to assume God would spare him from suffering, but for strength to endure, for peace in his final hours, for forgiveness for those who had done this to him. And above him, the city went on with its life. People bought bread in the markets, though it cost more each day. Soldiers stood watch on the walls, squinting at the Babylonian armies camped in the distance. Officials made plans, held meetings, argued about strategy. Priests performed sacrifices in the temple, assuring worshippers that God would protect them. And a prophet of God was buried alive beneath their feet, and no one did anything. The mud continued to pull at him. His legs trembled with exhaustion. The cold became unbearable, thirst began to claw at his throat. And still, no one came. But someone noticed. Thus, Chapter 3. The outsider who notices his name was Ebed-Melech. The name itself is interesting. In Hebrew it means servant of the king. It might not have been his birth name at all, but rather a title, a designation of his role. We do not know his original name. We do not know when he came to Jerusalem or how he ended up in the king's service. What we do know is that he was not from Jerusalem. He was not from Judah. He was not even from anywhere nearby. He was from Cush, what we now call Ethiopia, though the ancient borders were different, encompassing regions that today include Sudan and parts of Egypt. It was a land far to the south, beyond the deserts and the great river Nile, a place most people in Jerusalem had only heard about in stories. His skin was darker than those around him. His features were different. His accent, when he spoke Hebrew, marked him immediately as foreign. He stood out in every crowd, not by choice, but by the simple fact of his existence in a place where he did not naturally belong. He was a servant in the king's household. The text specifies that he was a eunuch, which tells us several important things. First, it means he had been taken from his homeland, almost certainly as a young man, possibly even as a boy. This was common practice in ancient times. Conquered peoples, subject nations, and those seeking favour with powerful kingdoms would sometimes send young men to serve in foreign courts. These young men would be castrated to ensure they could be trusted around the royal household, particularly the king's wives and concubines, and then trained for service. It was a brutal practice, one that robbed these men not only of their bodily autonomy, but of any hope for a normal life. They would never have families, never have children, never have the future that most people took for granted. They existed in a strange liminal space, neither slave nor free, neither citizen nor foreigner, neither man nor something else. They were invisible in a sense. People looked through them rather than at them. They were functionaries, tools, useful objects that performed necessary tasks, but were not considered fully human in the way that other people were. Ebed-Melech would have understood what it meant to be powerless. He lived it every day. He had no family in Jerusalem, no wife, no children, no brothers or cousins or uncles who might support him or defend him. He had no inheritance waiting for him, no land, no wealth of his own. Everything he had, his clothes, his food, his very place to sleep, existed at the pleasure of the king. He could be dismissed at any moment, sold, cast out, and if that happened, where would he go? Back to Cush, after years or even decades away. He would be a stranger there too, marked by his time in a foreign land, altered in ways that would make him an outsider even in his homeland. He was utterly vulnerable. And yet somehow he had retained something that many others had lost. He had retained his conscience. He had retained the ability to see suffering and be moved by it, to recognize injustice and be troubled by it, to witness cruelty and refuse to accept it as normal. This is not as common as we might think. People can become numb to suffering, especially when surrounded by it constantly. When you see injustice every day, when cruelty becomes routine, when you yourself are powerless and vulnerable, there is a strong temptation to simply accept it, to tell yourself that this is how the world works, that there is nothing you can do, that your own survival must be your only priority. But Ebed-Melech had not become numb. Perhaps it was because he knew what it was like to be the one suffering. Perhaps it was because he had experienced what it meant to be overlooked, dismissed, forgotten. Perhaps it was because, as a foreigner, as a servant, as a eunuch, he had learned to pay attention to people that others ignored. Or perhaps it was simply that he believed in God, and that belief had shaped him into someone who could not look away from evil. We do not know exactly how Ebed-Melech learned that Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern. The text does not tell us, but somehow he heard. Perhaps he overheard the officials talking about it, their voices carrying through the corridors of the palace as they congratulated themselves on solving the problem of the troublesome prophet. Perhaps a guard mentioned it in passing, complaining about having to lower the old man into the pit. Perhaps he simply noticed that Jeremiah, who had been confined in the courtyard of the guard, was no longer visible, and he asked where the prophet had gone. However it happened, Ebed-Melech learned the truth. Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern, left to sink into the mud, left to die slowly of hunger and cold and exhaustion. And unlike everyone else in that city who knew what had happened, Ebed-Melech was disturbed by it. Not just concerned, not just uncomfortable, disturbed, because he recognized it for what it was. Murder. Slow, cruel, deniable murder. And he could not accept it. The easiest thing to do would have been to stay silent, to tell himself it was not his business, that Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew what they were doing, that a foreign servant had no right to question the decisions of Judean leaders. He could have reminded himself that he was powerless, that speaking up would only bring trouble, that he had no authority, no influence, no protection, that if he made himself a problem, he could easily end up in that cistern beside Jeremiah, or worse. He could have done what everyone else was doing, looked away, kept his head down, focused on his own survival, but he did not. Because knowing something is wrong is one thing, doing something about it is another thing, and Ebed-Melech made a choice. Chapter 4. A risky decision. The choice to act is never simple when acting puts you in danger. Ebed-Melech knew what he was risking. He understood the dynamics of power in the palace. He knew that the officials who had condemned Jeremiah were powerful men with connections, men who could make life very difficult for anyone who opposed them. He knew that speaking up meant making himself visible in a way that servants were never supposed to be visible. It meant drawing attention to himself, stepping out of his assigned role, asserting a moral authority that society said he did not have. He knew that questioning the officials' decision could be seen as questioning their wisdom, their judgment, even their loyalty to the city. And in a time of war, such questions could be interpreted as treason. But he also knew that if he did nothing, Jeremiah would die. Perhaps he had seen the prophet from a distance, heard him speaking in the courtyards, witnessed the courage it took to keep delivering an unpopular message day after day despite the hatred and violence it brought. Perhaps he admired that kind of integrity, that kind of commitment to truth regardless of cost. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Perhaps he just could not bear the thought of a man dying slowly in the dark, alone, abandoned, while the world went on above him. So Ebed-Melech made his choice. He would go to the king. This was not a small decision. Approaching the king directly was something servants simply did not do. There were protocols, hierarchies, chains of command. You did not just walk up to the king and start talking. Especially not about a matter as sensitive as this. Especially not in contradiction to the official's decision. But Ebed-Melech knew that if he went through proper channels, his request would be blocked. The officials would ensure that the king never heard about it, or they would frame it in a way that made Ebed-Melech seem presumptuous, disloyal, dangerous. No, if he was going to do this, he had to do it directly. He had to find a moment when the king was accessible, and he had to speak before anyone could stop him. That moment came when King Zedekiah was sitting in the Benjamin Gate. The Benjamin Gate was the main entrance to the city, located on the northern side. It was not just a gate, but a complex structure with rooms and chambers, where legal matters were conducted, where the king would sometimes hold court, where public business was transacted. Zedekiah was there that day, surrounded by advisors and officials conducting the routine business of a city under siege. There were disputes to settle, resources to allocate, reports to hear. Ebed-Melech walked toward the gate with his heart pounding. Every step felt weighted with consequence. He could turn back. No one would blame him. No one expected him to do this. But he kept walking. When he reached the gate, he saw the king seated with his counselors around him. The same officials who had condemned Jeremiah were there. Shephatiah, Gedaliah, Jehukal, Pashur. They stood near the king, speaking in low tones, their body language relaxed and confident. Ebed-Melech approached. Heads turned, conversations paused. Who was this servant, and why was he interrupting? But before anyone could stop him, Ebed-Melech spoke. "My lord the king." His voice was steady, despite the fear coursing through him. This was the moment. There was no going back now. Zedekiah looked up, surprised. "Yes? What is it?" Ebed-Melech did not hesitate. He knew that if he paused, if he showed any uncertainty, he would be dismissed immediately. So he spoke clearly, firmly, with the kind of moral authority that comes not from position, but from conviction. "My lord, these men have acted wickedly in all they have done to Jeremiah the prophet. They have thrown him into a cistern, where he will starve to death when there is no longer any bread in the city." The words hung in the air like an accusation, and they were an accusation. Direct, unambiguous. He called it what it was, wicked. He didn't say unfortunate. He did not say regrettable. He did not use diplomatic language or careful phrasing. He called it wickedness, and he pointed directly at the men responsible. The officials stared at him, their expression shifting from surprise to anger. Who was this foreign servant to call them wicked? Who was he to question their decisions? Who was he to speak to the king about matters of state? But Ebed-Melech did not back down. He stood there, meeting the king's eyes, waiting for a response. There was a moment of tense silence. The king could have dismissed him, could have had him arrested for speaking out of turn, could have sided with the officials and rebuked this servant for his presumption. But something in Ebed-Melech's words struck home. Perhaps it was the directness of the accusation. Perhaps it was the reminder that Jeremiah would starve to death, not die in battle, not be executed cleanly, but starve slowly in the dark. Perhaps it was simply that the king still felt guilty about his earlier cowardice, about telling the officials that he could do nothing to stop them. Whatever the reason, Zedekiah made a decision. "Take 30 men from here with you," the king said, his voice firm for once, "and lift Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern before he dies." 30 men. That was a significant number, more than necessary for a simple rescue. But the king understood the dynamics at play. He was giving Ebed-Melech not just permission, but protection. 30 men meant that no one would interfere. It meant that the officials could not quietly stop the rescue. It meant that this was now a royal command, not a servant's request. The officials' expressions hardened, but they said nothing. The king had spoken, and while Zedekiah was weak in many ways, he was still the king. This was his palace, his guard. For the moment, at least, his word carried weight. Ebed-Melech bowed deeply, acknowledging the king's command. Then, without wasting a moment, he turned and left to gather the men. His heart was racing. He had done it. He had spoken truth to power, and somehow, miraculously, power had listened. But now came the hard part, the actual rescue. Chapter 5. The rescue Ebed-Melech moved quickly but deliberately. Time was critical. Jeremiah had already been in the cistern for at least a day, possibly longer. In the cold and the mud, without food or water, even a strong man would weaken rapidly. And Jeremiah was not a young man. He had endured years of persecution, imprisonment, beatings. His body had taken tremendous abuse. Every hour that passed was an hour closer to death. Ebed-Melech gathered the 30 men the king had assigned to him. They were soldiers from the king's guard, men accustomed to following orders. They did not question why they were being sent, to rescue a prophet whom most of the city considered a traitor. They simply followed. But before going to the cistern, Ebed-Melech made a stop that reveals something profound about his character. He went to the palace storeroom. He could have gone directly to the cistern. He had permission. He had the men. He had the authority of a royal command. Time was of the essence. The logical thing would be to rush to the courtyard, throw down some ropes, and pull Jeremiah out as quickly as possible. But Ebed-Melech did not do that. Instead, he went to the storeroom and began collecting items. Old rags, worn-out clothes, pieces of cloth that had been discarded, set aside, forgotten. The kind of materials that had no value, that no one wanted, that would normally be thrown away or used for the dirtiest of tasks. The soldiers watched, confused. What was he doing? Why was he wasting time collecting rags when a man was dying? But Ebed-Melech knew exactly what he was doing. He had thought about this carefully. He had imagined what it would be like to be in that cistern, standing in cold mud, weakened by hunger and thirst and exhaustion. He had thought about what it would be like to have ropes lowered down, to have your only chance of survival be to grip those ropes and be pulled up through 10 meters of darkness. And he had realized something that no one else had considered. The ropes would cut into Jeremiah's flesh. When you're being pulled upward by ropes tied around your arms, your entire body weight is suspended from those points of contact. If you are weak, if your skin is cold and fragile, if you have been standing in water and mud for hours, those ropes will tear into you like blades. They will cut through skin, damage muscle, possibly injure you so badly that even if you survive the rescue, you will carry the scars forever. Ebed-Melech could not prevent all of Jeremiah's suffering, but he could prevent this one unnecessary agony. So he gathered rags, soft, worn cloth, and he brought them, along with strong ropes, to the cistern. When they arrived at the courtyard of the guard, the cistern stood silent and ominous. Just a hole in the ground, really. But down in that darkness was a man who had spent his life trying to save his people, and who was now being killed for his efforts. Ebed-Melech approached the edge and called down, "Jeremiah!" His voice echoed against the stone walls. For a long moment there was no response. The soldiers exchanged glances. Were they too late? Then, faint and distant, a voice emerged from the depths. "I am here!" Relief flooded through Ebed-Melech. The prophet was still alive. But there was a weakness in that voice, a tremor that spoke of suffering and exhaustion. "Jeremiah, listen to me carefully," Ebed-Melech called down, his voice clear and calm despite the urgency he felt. "I am going to lower ropes to you, but first I am lowering some old rags and worn-out clothes. When you receive them, I need you to put them under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes. Do you understand?" There was a pause. Then, "I understand." Ebed-Melech and the soldiers carefully lowered the bundle of rags into the cistern, playing out the rope slowly, making sure it reached the bottom. They waited, giving Jeremiah time to find the rags in the darkness, to understand what he needed to do. It took several minutes. They could hear faint sounds from below, movement, splashing, the soft grunts of a man trying to work with numb, trembling hands in complete darkness. Then Jeremiah's voice came again, stronger this time. "I am ready." Now they lowered the rescue ropes, thick and strong. Again they waited, patient, giving Jeremiah time to position the rags properly, to secure himself as best he could. "Pull," came the voice from below. Ebed-Melech organized the men, 30 soldiers, working in coordinated teams. They did not yank, they did not rush. They pulled steadily, smoothly, distributing the weight evenly, making sure the ascent was as gentle as possible. It was harder than they expected. Jeremiah was not a large man, but he was covered in thick mud that clung to him like weights, and the mud in the bottom of the cistern was deep. It released him reluctantly, sucking at his legs, trying to pull him back down. The soldiers strained. The ropes creaked. Slowly, inch by inch, Jeremiah rose through the darkness. It took time, much more time than a simple lift should take. But Ebed-Melech had insisted, slowly, carefully, no sudden movements. They could not risk the rope slipping or Jeremiah losing his grip. The circle of light at the top of the cistern must have seemed impossibly far away to Jeremiah as he spun slowly in the darkness, arms burning, body shaking with exhaustion. But that circle grew larger, closer, until finally his head emerged into the daylight. The soldiers reached down, gripping his arms, his shoulders, helping to lift him those final few feet. And then Jeremiah was out, lying on the ground beside the cistern, gasping for air, covered head to foot in black mud, trembling with cold and shock and relief. Ebed-Melech knelt beside him immediately. He did not recoil from the mud or the smell. He simply placed a hand on Jeremiah's shoulder, a gesture of comfort, of solidarity, of human connection. "You're safe now," he said quietly. "You're safe." Jeremiah looked up at him, his eyes, the only part of his face not covered in mud, filled with tears. Not tears of sadness, but of overwhelming gratitude. He tried to speak, but could not find words. Ebed-Melech understood. "Rest," he said. "Just rest." The soldiers stood around, some looking uncomfortable, others moved by what they had just witnessed. They had expected to simply follow orders, to perform a task. They had not expected this moment of raw humanity, of compassion cutting through the darkness of their circumstances. Ebed-Melech arranged for Jeremiah to be taken to a place where he could be cleaned, given water and food, allowed to recover. The prophet was returned to the courtyard of the guard, to confinement. The king's order had been to rescue him, not to free him. But at least he was alive. And as Ebed-Melech watched the prophet being led away, he felt something he had not felt in a long time. Peace. Not the peace of safety or security, not the peace of knowing his own troubles were over, but the peace that comes from doing what is right, regardless of cost. The peace that comes from acting in alignment with your deepest values, from being the kind of person you believe you should be. He had saved a life, and in doing so, perhaps he had saved something in himself as well. Chapter 6. Compassion in small details. There is something profound about the way Ebed-Melech conducted this rescue that deserves deeper reflection. He could have approached it differently. He had royal permission. He had 30 soldiers at his command. He had every right to simply throw down a rope and haul Jeremiah out as quickly as possible, treating the rescue as a logistical problem to be solved efficiently. No one would have questioned that approach. No one would have thought less of him for it. In fact, most people would have considered it perfectly appropriate. This was a time of war, a time of crisis. Speed and efficiency were paramount. Taking extra time to worry about comfort or dignity might have seemed like an unnecessary luxury. But Ebed-Melech saw it differently. He saw a man who had already suffered enormously, a man who had been betrayed by his own people, condemned by those he had tried to save, thrown into a pit and left to die in the most degrading way imaginable. And Ebed-Melech decided that this man deserved more than just survival. He deserved dignity. The rags were such a small thing. Worn-out cloth, worthless scraps. It would have taken only minutes to collect them. But those minutes mattered. Because when you have been treated as worthless, when you have been discarded and left to die, when you have been shown cruelty and indifference, the experience of someone treating you with care, with genuine, thoughtful care, is transformative. Jeremiah was not just pulled out of a cistern that day. He was pulled out with tenderness, with attention to his pain, with an understanding that rescue is not just about extracting a body from danger, but about restoring a person's humanity. This is what compassion looks like in its truest form. Compassion is not just feeling sorry for someone. It is not just wishing things were better. It is not just thinking kind thoughts or offering prayers from a distance. Compassion is active. It is practical. It is willing to get its hands dirty, to take extra time, to do things thoroughly rather than quickly. Compassion sees the person, not just the problem. Think about what Ebed-Melech could have done differently. He could have lowered ropes and shouted down, "Grab the ropes! We are pulling you up!" And Jeremiah would have grabbed them, because what choice did he have? And they would have pulled him up, and yes, the ropes would have cut into his flesh, and yes, it would have been agonizing, but he would have survived. Mission accomplished, right? But that approach treats Jeremiah as an object to be retrieved rather than a person to be cared for. It solves the immediate problem without considering the human being at the center of that problem. Ebed-Melech refused to do that. He thought about what Jeremiah would experience. He imagined being in that cistern, cold and weak and terrified. He anticipated the pain that rough ropes would cause on fragile skin, and he took steps to prevent it. This is empathy translated into action, and the instructions he gave: put the rags under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes. Show his attention to detail. He did not just throw down cloth and assume Jeremiah would figure it out. He explained exactly how to use the materials to maximize protection. He treated Jeremiah as someone worthy of clear communication, of patient guidance, of respect. Even the pace of the rescue reflects this compassion. They pulled slowly, steadily, no rushing, no jerking movements. They took their time, even though time was precious, because doing it right was more important than doing it quickly. There is a stark contrast here that is worth noting. The officials who threw Jeremiah into the cistern were cruel, but their cruelty was not exceptional. It was not dramatically different from the baseline cruelty that existed throughout the city. People were scared, desperate, cruel to each other in countless small ways. The officials just happened to be in a position where their cruelty had more dramatic consequences. Cruelty is often loud, obvious, easy to identify. We see it and we know it for what it is. We condemn it, or we should. But compassion, real compassion, is often quiet. It happens in small moments, in details that might go unnoticed. It does not announce itself with fanfare. It simply does what needs to be done, with care and attention and respect. Ebed-Melech could have rescued Jeremiah without compassion and still been considered a hero. He still would have saved a life. He still would have defied the officials. He still would have shown courage. But he went further. He rescued Jeremiah with compassion, and that additional element, that care for dignity, that attention to unnecessary suffering, that is what elevates this story from interesting to profound, because it reminds us that how we do things matters as much as what we do. It reminds us that there is a difference between solving a problem and caring for a person. It reminds us that even in the worst circumstances, even when time is short and resources are scarce and dangers are real, There is still room for gentleness, and perhaps most importantly, it reminds us that the people who need help are not just problems to be solved. They are human beings who deserve to be treated with dignity, especially when they are at their most vulnerable. Chapter 7. Judgment Falls on the City. The rescue of Jeremiah did not change the trajectory of Jerusalem's fate. The city was still under siege. The Babylonian armies were still camped outside the walls. The food supplies were still dwindling. The internal divisions were still tearing the city apart from within. Jeremiah's rescue was a small act of mercy in a world careening toward disaster. It saved one life. It restored one man's dignity. But it did not stop what was coming, and what was coming was judgment. The siege continued for months. At first, people believed they could endure it. They rationed food carefully. They collected every drop of water. They encouraged each other with stories of past victories, past deliverances. But weeks turned into months, and months turned into something darker. Hunger became famine. Famine became starvation. People began to die, not from violence, but simply from having nothing left to sustain them. The elderly died first, their bodies too weak to survive on minimal rations. Then the sick, then the children, their small bodies unable to endure what the adults could barely withstand. The streets, once bustling with activity, grew quiet. People moved slowly, conserving energy, their faces hollow and gaunt. Mothers held their babies and wept dry tears, unable to produce milk, unable to comfort their starving children. Disease spread through the crowded city. When people are weakened by hunger, when sanitation breaks down, when hope is lost, illness follows. Plague moved from house to house, from street to street, leaving corpses in its wake. The soldiers on the walls grew thin and weak. They still stood guard, still watched the enemy armies in the distance, but they no longer spoke of victory. They simply endured day after day, waiting for the end. And then, one night, the end came. It happened during the 11th year of King Zedekiah's reign, in the 4th month. The Babylonian armies, which had been patient for so long, finally breached the walls. It was not a dramatic assault. There was no massive battle, no heroic last stand. The walls simply failed. Whether through siege engines finally succeeding, or through a weak point being exploited, or through betrayal from within, the text does not say. But the walls, which had stood for generations, which the people had trusted to protect them, finally gave way, and the Babylonian soldiers poured in. What followed was not a battle. It was a slaughter. The soldiers of Judah, weakened by months of starvation, could not mount effective resistance. The Babylonians swept through the streets systematically, killing any who resisted, capturing those who surrendered. The city descended into chaos. People ran in every direction, seeking safety that did not exist. Some hid in their homes, hoping the soldiers would pass by. Some fled toward the temple, believing that God's house would provide sanctuary. Some simply fell to their knees and waited for the end. The Babylonian commanders set up their headquarters in the middle gate, the symbolic centre of the city. From there they directed the conquest, the looting, the systematic destruction of everything Jerusalem had been. When King Zedekiah saw that the city had fallen, he did what weak men often do. He tried to run. He and his remaining soldiers attempted to escape under cover of darkness, fleeing through the king's garden, heading toward the Arabah, the desert wilderness where they hoped to disappear. But the Babylonian army was thorough. They had anticipated this possibility. Scouts had been watching every possible escape route. Zedekiah was captured in the plains of Jericho. His soldiers scattered. His escape failed. They brought him to Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, at Riblah in the land of Hamath. And there Nebuchadnezzar pronounced judgment. It was brutal, calculated, designed not just to punish, but to send a message. First, Zedekiah was forced to watch as his sons were executed. His children, his heirs, his future, killed before his eyes. The text does not describe what this did to him, but we can imagine the helplessness, the horror. The knowledge that his weakness, his indecision, his inability to make hard choices had led to this moment. Then they put out his eyes. They blinded him, ensuring that the last thing he would ever see would be the death of his sons. For the rest of his life, that image would be burned into his memory, the final sight before darkness. Then they bound him with bronze shackles and took him to Babylon, where he would spend the remainder of his days in prison, blind and broken. A warning to others of what happened to puppet kings who tried to rebel against their masters. The officials who had led the rebellion, who had insisted on resistance, who had thrown Jeremiah into a cistern for telling them this would happen. They were executed, quickly, efficiently, without ceremony. Their names would be forgotten. Their plans had failed. Their defiance had accomplished nothing but death. The temple, which had stood for centuries, which the people had believed was inviolable because it was God's dwelling place, it was looted first, then burned. The priest tried to stop it, tried to reason with the soldiers, tried to explain that this was a holy place. They were cut down where they stood. The soldiers took the gold and silver vessels that had been used in worship, the treasures that had been accumulated over generations, and carried them away to Babylon. Then they set fires that consumed the wooden structures, that cracked the stone walls, that reduced the house of God to rubble and ash. The palace was burned. The houses of the officials were burned. These walls of Jerusalem, which had protected the city for so long, were systematically torn down. Stone by stone, block by block, the Babylonians demolished them, ensuring that Jerusalem would never again be a fortified city, never again be able to resist, and the people, those who had survived the siege, the disease, the conquest, were rounded up for exile. Thousands of them, tens of thousands, were marched out of the city in chains, beginning the long journey to Babylon. They would become servants, labourers, displaced persons in a foreign land, far from everything they had known. Everything Jeremiah had warned them about came to pass. Every prophecy he had spoken, every warning he had delivered, every unpopular truth he had proclaimed in the streets and courtyards, it all happened exactly as he had said it would. The city was destroyed. The people were exiled. The kingdom was ended. The judgment that had been promised for generations of disobedience finally fell, and it fell. Completely, but not everyone suffered the same fate. Zacchaeus chapter 8. God's promise to Ebed-Melech. Before the city fell, before the final chaos descended, God spoke to Jeremiah. It was not a public prophecy, not a message meant for the city or the officials or the king. This was private, personal, a message about one specific person. Go and tell Ebed-Melech the Cushite. It is remarkable that God knew his name, that God cared enough about this foreign servant, this man of no status or importance, to send a prophet with a specific message just for him. The message was this. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. I am about to fulfill my words against this city, words concerning disaster, not prosperity. At that time they will be fulfilled before your eyes. But I will rescue you on that day, declares the Lord. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. I will save you. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life. Because you trust in me, declares the Lord. Read those words carefully. Let them sink in. God was about to destroy the city. Judgment was coming, inevitable and complete. But Ebed-Melech, this one man, this foreign servant, he would be spared. Not because he was perfect. Not because he had performed great miracles or prophesied the future or led armies. Not because he was Jewish or had the right bloodline or held an important position. But because he had trusted in God and acted with compassion. Because when everyone else had turned away from mercy, he had chosen it. Because when a life was in danger and no one else would help, he had stepped forward. God saw that. God remembered it, and God honoured it. The promise was specific. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. Ebed-Melech feared the officials. He feared the consequences of defying them, of speaking against them, of rescuing the man they had condemned. That fear was rational, justified. Those men had power and were ruthless in using it. But God promised that those men would have no power over him. When the city fell, when the officials were captured and executed, Ebed-Melech would not share their fate. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life. This was not a promise of comfort or prosperity. God was not promising that Ebed-Melech would be wealthy or honoured or powerful. The promise was survival, life, the chance to continue existing in a world that was about to be torn apart. But survival, in those circumstances, was everything. And the reason, the explicit reason given in the text, was this: because you trust in me. Trust. Not perfect understanding, not flawless theology, not religious credentials or ritual purity, or any of the things that people often think God cares about most. Just trust. Trust that showed itself in action. Trust that manifested as compassion. Trust that was willing to risk safety for the sake of righteousness. When the city fell, when the Babylonian soldiers swept through Jerusalem, when officials were arrested and executed, when people were rounded up for exile, Ebed-Melech walked away unharmed. We do not know the details of how it happened. The text does not describe it. But somehow, in the chaos and violence, he was protected. Perhaps the soldiers overlooked him. Perhaps in the confusion of conquest, a foreign servant seemed too insignificant to bother with. Perhaps someone remembered his act of mercy and chose to repay it. Or perhaps God simply made sure he slipped through the cracks. However it happened, the promise was fulfilled. Ebed-Melech survived. He escaped with his life. The very thing God had promised came to pass, and he survived not despite his act of mercy, but because of it. Not in spite of his willingness to risk everything for righteousness, but because of it. In a city where everyone was trying to save themselves, where fear had made people cruel and selfish and willing to sacrifice others for their own safety, Ebed-Melech had chosen differently. And that choice, that single act of compassion, was remembered by God and rewarded with life. Chapter 9. What it means to be seen. There is something powerful about being truly seen, not just noticed, not just acknowledged, but truly seen, your actions, your choices, your heart. In a world where so much goes unnoticed, where so many acts of kindness pass without recognition, where people do good things and no one ever knows, there is something deeply meaningful about the idea that God sees. Ebed-Melech did not rescue Jeremiah for recognition. There was no reward waiting for him, no promotion, no public honour. In fact, he risked everything with no guarantee of any positive outcome at all. He did it because it was right, because a man was dying and he could not bear to let it happen, because his conscience would not allow him to look away, and God saw it. In a city of thousands of people, in a crisis that involved kings and officials and priests and prophets, God noticed what one foreign servant did, and God thought it mattered enough to send a specific personal message of protection. This tells us something important about how God values actions. It is not the grand gestures that matter most. It is not the public displays or the impressive achievements or the things that make it into history books. It is the quiet acts of mercy, the moments when someone chooses compassion over fear, the times when a person sees suffering and responds with care, even when no one is watching, even when there is no reward, even when it costs something. Those are the moments God sees. Those are the moments God remembers. Those are the moments that matter eternally. Ebed-Melech was a servant, a eunuch, a foreigner. In the social hierarchy of ancient Jerusalem, he was near the bottom. He had no power, no influence, no status. And yet, in this story, he is the hero. Not the king, who was weak and indecisive. Not the officials, who were cruel and self-serving. Not the priests, who failed to protect a prophet. Not even Jeremiah himself, though Jeremiah is certainly righteous and faithful. The hero is the servant who noticed suffering and chose to act. This should challenge our assumptions about importance and significance. We tend to think that the people who matter are the ones with titles, with authority, with public platforms. We look to leaders and celebrities and influencers to show us what matters. But this story suggests something different. It suggests that the most important people in any society might be the ones we never hear about, the ones who quietly do what is right, the ones who show mercy when others show cruelty, the ones who risk everything for someone else's life. Ebed-Melech's act of compassion rippled through history in ways he could never have anticipated. He saved Jeremiah's life, and because Jeremiah lived, he continued to prophesy, and because he continued to prophesy, his words were recorded. And because his words were recorded, they became part of Scripture. And because they became part of Scripture, they have influenced billions of people for thousands of years. All because one man chose mercy over fear. This is how change actually happens in the world. Not through grand schemes or dramatic interventions from above, but through individual choices made by ordinary people in moments when it would be easier to look away. Every act of compassion creates ripples. We cannot always see them. We cannot always trace the connections, but they are real. When you choose to help someone in need, you do not know what future that person might have. You do not know what they might accomplish, who they might influence, what difference they might make. You're simply choosing, in that moment, to value their life, their dignity, their humanity, and that choice matters more than we can measure. Chapter 10. The Test of Character. There is a concept in ethics called the test of conscience, the idea that the true measure of a person's character is revealed in moments when they must choose between what is easy and what is right, especially when no one is watching. Ebed-Melech faced exactly this kind of test. He could have rationalized inaction. It would have been easy to do so. He could have told himself that Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew best, that a foreign servant had no right to interfere in matters of state, that speaking up would only bring trouble without actually helping. These would all have been socially acceptable reasons for staying silent. No one would have blamed him for them. But he did not take the easy path. He took the hard one. And this is where character is truly forged, in the space between knowing what is right and actually doing it. Many people know what is right. They can articulate moral principles. They can identify injustice when they see it. They can feel the pull of conscience, but knowing is not the same as doing. The gap between knowledge and action is where character lives. Ebed-Melech could have known it was wrong to leave Jeremiah in the cistern and still done nothing. Knowledge alone does not require action, but character does. Character is what makes you act on your convictions even when it is costly, even when it is dangerous, even when you gain nothing and risk everything. And Ebed-Melech had that kind of character. This raises an important question. Where does that kind of character come from? The text gives us a clue in God's promise. Because you trust in me. Trust in God. Faith. Not just intellectual belief, but a deep conviction that shaped how Ebed-Melech saw the world and his place in it. If you believe that every human being is made in the image of God, then you cannot dismiss their suffering as irrelevant. If you believe that God sees all actions, then you cannot assume that quiet mercy goes unnoticed. If you believe that righteousness matters more than safety, then you must act accordingly, even when it is hard. Ebed-Melech's faith was not abstract theology. It was lived reality. It shaped his choices in concrete, practical ways. This is what authentic faith looks like. Not just attending religious services or reciting prayers or following rituals. Those things may be part of faith, but they are not the essence of it. The essence of faith is trust that transforms action, belief that changes behaviour, conviction that manifests as compassion. Ebed-Melech trusted that doing right mattered more than staying safe. He trusted that God cared about mercy. He trusted that one person's actions could make a difference, even if that person was a foreign servant with no power or status. And that trust made him brave. Chapter 11. The courage to stand alone. One of the most difficult aspects of Ebed-Melech's choice was that he stood alone. He was not part of a movement. There was no group of people rallying to Jeremiah's defense. There was no public outcry against the injustice. There was no one to stand beside him and share the risk. He was alone in his conviction that this was wrong and something needed to be done. Standing alone requires a different kind of courage than standing with others. When you are part of a group, there is safety in numbers. There is mutual support. There is the comfort of knowing that if you fall, others will catch you. But when you stand alone, you bear the full weight of consequence yourself. Ebed-Melech could not look to others for validation. He could not wait for someone else to act first. He could not hide in the crowd. He had to make the choice by himself, accept the risk by himself, face the potential consequences by himself. This is one of the most challenging tests a person can face, doing what is right when no one else will. History is filled with stories of lone individuals who stood against injustice when everyone else stayed silent, who spoke truth when everyone else went along with lies, who showed mercy when everyone else showed cruelty. These stories inspire us because we recognize how difficult it is, how much courage it requires, how much easier it would be to simply conform, to go along with the crowd, to tell ourselves that if everyone else is doing it, it must be acceptable. But Ebed-Melech did not need others to validate his conviction. He knew what was right, and that knowledge was enough. This is a crucial lesson for us, because there will be times in our lives when we see something wrong, and we look around and no one else seems to care. No one else is speaking up, no one else is taking action. In those moments, it is easy to doubt ourselves, to think, maybe I am overreacting, maybe it is not as bad as I think, maybe I am missing something that everyone else understands. But sometimes the crowd is wrong. Sometimes silence is complicity. Sometimes waiting for others to act first means that no one ever acts at all. Ebed-Melech teaches us that one person can make a difference, not because they are special or powerful or uniquely qualified, but simply because they choose to act when action is needed. Chapter 12. The Power of Individual Choice. We live in a world that often feels overwhelming. The problems are so large, the systems so entrenched, the suffering so widespread. It is easy to feel powerless, to believe that individual actions do not matter in the face of such massive challenges. But this story contradicts that belief. Ebed-Melech was one person. He had no political power, no social influence, no resources beyond what he could gather from a storeroom. He was as powerless as a person could be in that society. And yet, his choice to act saved a life. More than that, it saved the prophecies that would become part of Scripture. It preserved words that would influence the course of human history. One person's choice rippled through time in ways he could never have imagined. This is the power of individual choice. We may not be able to solve every problem or fix every injustice. We may not be able to change entire systems with a single action. But we can change individual circumstances. We can help individual people. We can make choices that honour human dignity and value human life. And those choices matter. They matter to the people we help. They matter in the eyes of God, and they matter in ways we cannot always see or measure. Every time someone chooses compassion over indifference, they change the world a little. Every time someone risks safety for righteousness, they push back against the darkness. Every time someone stands up for what is right, they make it easier for the next person to do the same. Ebed-Melech did not overthrow the system that condemned Jeremiah. He did not change the politics of Jerusalem. He did not stop the siege or prevent the fall of the city. But he saved one man. He showed one act of mercy. He made one choice that honoured life over death, compassion over cruelty, courage over fear. And that was enough. It was enough to be remembered by God. It was enough to change the course of events. It was enough to become a story that would be told for thousands of years. It was enough. Epilogue. The faith that saves. Quietly. The story of Ebed-Melech is not one of the famous stories from the Bible. It does not appear in children's picture books. It is not preached from pulpits every Sunday. It does not have the dramatic flair of David and Goliath, or the epic scope of Moses and the Exodus. Most people have never heard his name, and yet his story is there, preserved in the book of Jeremiah, recorded for all time. Why? Because it reminds us of something we too easily forget. Faith is not always loud. Courage is not always seen. The acts that matter most are not always the ones that make the headlines or win the applause of crowds. Sometimes the most important thing you can do is notice when someone else is suffering, to care when everyone else has moved on, to speak when speaking is dangerous, to act when acting costs something. Ebed-Melech had every reason to stay silent. He was a foreigner, a servant, a man with no power, no protection, no guarantee of safety. Helping Jeremiah gained him nothing. It risked everything. But he did it anyway. He did not wait for someone else to act. He did not assume that because he was unimportant, his actions would not matter. He simply saw what was wrong and chose to do what was right. And that choice saved a life. Not just any life, but the life of a prophet whose words would echo through history. A man whose message would be recorded in scripture and read by millions. A man whose courage in the face of death would inspire generations. Jeremiah survived because one person refused to look away, and in the end, when the city fell and judgment came, God did not forget the man who had shown mercy. Ebed-Melech was spared. He escaped with his life. He walked out of the ruins of Jerusalem and into a future that most of his generation would never see, because he had trusted in God, not with grand declarations, not with public displays of piety, but with a quiet, deliberate act of compassion when no one else would. This is the kind of faith that saves, the kind that does not wait for permission or recognition, the kind that acts because it is right, not because it is easy, the kind that sees people not as problems or threats, but as human beings made in the image of God, worthy of dignity and care. History remembers kings and prophets, but God remembers people like Ebed-Melech, and sometimes that is the most important kind of remembering there is. Closing reflection. What we can learn. As we close this story, it is worth reflecting on what it means for us today. We may never face the exact circumstances that Ebed-Melech faced. We may never have to decide whether to rescue a prophet from a cistern or approach a king to plead for someone's life. But we will face moments when we must choose between what is easy and what is right. When we must decide whether to speak up or stay silent. When we must determine whether someone else's suffering matters enough to us to do something about it. In those moments, Ebed-Melech's example speaks to us. It tells us that one person can make a difference. That powerlessness is not an excuse for inaction. That compassion is not just a feeling, but a choice that manifests in practical, concrete actions. It tells us that how we treat the vulnerable reveals who we truly are. That mercy is more valuable than safety. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite fear. It tells us that God sees quiet acts of kindness, that our actions matter even when no one else notices, that faith is measured not by our words but by our willingness to risk something for someone else. We live in a world that still needs people like Ebed-Melech, people who notice suffering and cannot look away, people who speak up when others stay silent, people who choose mercy over fear. The question is, will we be those people? When we see injustice, will we act or will we find reasons why it is not our problem? When we encounter suffering, will we respond with compassion or will we protect our own comfort? When doing the right thing requires courage, will we step forward or will we step back? These are not hypothetical questions. They are the questions that define our lives, our character, our legacy. Ebed-Melech was not a perfect person. He was not a superhero. He was an ordinary man who faced an impossible choice and chose mercy. That same choice is available to us, not once in a lifetime, but repeatedly, in small moments and large ones, in public and in private, in ways that will be remembered and in ways that will be forgotten. But whether remembered or forgotten by people, God sees. God knows. God honours those who choose righteousness over safety, who value mercy over comfort, who act with compassion when it would be easier to look away. This is the legacy of Ebed-Melech, not a legacy of fame or power or achievement, but a legacy of quiet faithfulness, of compassion in action, of courage when it mattered most. May we have the wisdom to see suffering when others look away. May we have the courage to speak up when others stay silent. May we have the compassion to act when others do nothing. And may we trust as Ebed-Melech did, that choosing what is right is always worth it, even when it costs us everything. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to say thank you. If you're enjoying what you hear, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It makes a genuine difference in allowing us to continue creating these stories for you. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps tremendously as well. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy the content and haven't already, consider subscribing. It means everything. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history when mercy appears where logic says it should not. When kindness walks through doors that fear has locked. When someone broken by the past is suddenly called forward into a future they never imagined possible. This is one of those stories. It begins not with triumph but with ash. Not with celebration, but with silence. Not with a throne, but with a crippled boy, a hidden life, and a king who refused to forget. Grace often arrives where shame has settled in, and in ancient Israel, during the blood-soaked years following civil war, grace arrived at a table set for the forgotten. Chapter 1. A House in Ruins. The house of Saul had fallen, not slowly, not quietly. It collapsed like a tower struck at its foundation, and when the dust cleared there was almost nothing left. King Saul, the first anointed ruler of Israel, was dead. His sons were dead. His army was scattered. His legacy, once golden, was now stained with madness, jealousy, and the tragic arc of a man who had lost the favour of God. The Philistines had come like locusts. They swept across the hills of Gilboa, their chariots grinding through the dirt roads, their swords flashing in the sunlight. Saul's army tried to hold. They fought with desperation, but desperation is not strategy. One by one, the warriors fell, the king's sons fell, and finally, wounded and surrounded, Saul himself fell on his own sword rather than be captured alive. The news travelled fast. In the royal household, panic erupted. Servants fled. Advisors disappeared into the countryside. Relatives gathered what they could carry and scattered like seeds in a storm. To be connected to Saul now was not an honour. It was a death sentence. David had been anointed king long before Saul's death. He had been hunted by Saul, driven into caves, forced to live among enemies. But David had never stopped being loyal to the throne itself. He had never raised his hand against the anointed king. And now, with Saul gone, David was the rightful heir. But the family of Saul did not see it that way. They saw only danger. In the ancient world, when a new king rose, the old royal line was often erased. Wives, children, distant cousins, anyone with a claim to the throne could be seen as a threat. It was not cruelty. It was survival. It was politics written in blood. History was filled with such purges. When dynasties changed hands, the former royal families rarely survived. It was understood that to allow them to live was to plant seeds of future rebellion. A surviving prince could rally loyalists. A remaining heir could become a symbol for the discontented. And so, kings acted preemptively, not out of personal hatred necessarily, but out of cold political calculation. The household of Saul understood this reality all too well. They had seen how kingdoms operated. They knew the unspoken rules of power, and now, with David ascending to the throne, they expected the worst. So they ran. Some fled north, to all the territories still loyal to Saul's memory. Others went east, crossing the Jordan River into lands less controlled by David's authority. Still others simply vanished into the countryside, taking new names, burying their royal connections, hoping that distance and time would erase the threat they represented. And among those who fled was a young boy named Mephibosheth. Chapter 2. The Child Who Fell. Mephibosheth was only 5 years old when the news came. His father, Jonathan, was dead. His grandfather, Saul, was dead. The kingdom was collapsing and the household was in chaos. His nurse, perhaps a servant, perhaps a relative, grabbed the boy and ran. She did not stop to pack. She did not pause to plan. She simply ran, clutching the child in her arms, her heart pounding, her mind racing with fear. The roads were crowded with refugees, other members of the household, servants, guards who had abandoned their posts, farmers fleeing the expected violence, all of them moving in the same direction, away from the centre of power, away from Jerusalem, away from whatever judgment was coming. The nurse held Mephibosheth tightly. He was crying, confused, asking questions she could not answer. Where were they going? When would they come back? Where was his father? She did not tell him the truth. How could she explain to a 5-year-old that his entire world had ended? That his father would never return? That the palace he had known, the life he had lived, was gone forever? She just kept running. And then she fell. Maybe it was the uneven ground. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was the weight of the boy combined with the speed of her panic. Maybe she was jostled by the crowd of other fleeing refugees. Whatever the reason, she stumbled, and when she did, Mephibosheth fell from her arms. He hit the ground hard. The impact was devastating. His small body crumpled, his legs twisting beneath him at unnatural angles. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. He screamed, a sound that cut through the chaos of the fleeing crowd. The nurse scrambled to her feet, her own knees scraped and bleeding. She reached for the boy, panic rising in her throat. Around them, people barely paused. Everyone was focused on their own survival, their own escape. No one stopped to help. No one had time. She lifted Mephibosheth back into her arms. He was still crying, clutching at his legs, his face twisted in agony. She could feel the unnatural angles of his limbs, could sense that something terrible had happened, but there was no time to stop, no time to assess, no time to do anything but keep moving. If they stayed on the road, if they slowed down, they risked being caught. They risked being identified. They risked everything. So she kept running, the boy's cries gradually fading into whimpers, then to shocked silence. But the damage was done. The fall had shattered bones in both of his feet and legs. In a world without modern medicine, without proper surgical intervention, without even basic understanding of how to properly set complex fractures, the injuries healed poorly. The bones knit together crookedly, the tendons shortened, the muscles atrophied. By the time they reached safety, weeks later, in a distant town far from Jerusalem, it was clear that Mephibosheth would never walk normally again. His legs, broken and improperly healed, left him crippled. In a world where strength and mobility determined status, where a man's ability to fight or work defined his worth, Mephibosheth was marked from that moment forward. He would not be a warrior like his father. He would not lead armies like his grandfather. He would not stand tall in the courts of kings. He would be the crippled son of a dead prince, hidden away in a forgotten town, living in the shadow of a family that no longer existed. Chapter 3. Living in hiding. The years passed slowly in Lodabar. The name itself means no pasture. It was a place of barrenness, a town on the edge of civilization where people went when they had nowhere else to go. It was dry, distant, and unremarkable, the kind of place you could disappear into and never be found. And that was exactly what Mephibosheth did. He lived quietly in the household of Machir, son of Amiel. Machir was a man of some means, enough to take in, the displaced grandson of a king, enough to provide shelter and food. But it was not charity born of sentimentality. It was obligation. It was loyalty to the memory of Saul and Jonathan. And perhaps it was also insurance. If political winds shifted again, having protected a royal heir might prove valuable. Mephibosheth grew up in this household, but he grew up knowing he was different. Other boys ran through the streets, played at being soldiers, helped their fathers in the fields. He watched from doorways and windows. He moved slowly, painfully, his twisted legs requiring support, requiring assistance, requiring constant accommodation. He kept his head down. He did not speak of his lineage. He did not mention his grandfather's throne or his father's courage. To do so would be to invite danger. To do so would be to remind the world that he was a descendant of Saul, and therefore, in the eyes of many, a potential threat. Word had reached Lodabar over the years about David's reign. The new king had united the tribes. He had defeated the Philistines decisively. He had captured Jerusalem and made it his capital. He He had brought stability to a land that had known only chaos. By all accounts, David was a good king, a strong king, a king blessed by God. But to Mephibosheth, these reports only deepened his fear. A strong king was a secure king, and a secure king had no reason to tolerate potential rivals. Every year that passed without incident was, in Mephibosheth's mind, not a sign of safety, but merely a delay of the inevitable. So he lived as though he did not exist. His days were marked by routine. He woke, he ate, he moved slowly through the hours, relying on others for support. He helped where he could, mending things with his hands, offering advice, contributing what little he was able to contribute. But always, there was the underlying sense that he was a burden, that he was taking up space, that he was living on borrowed time in more ways than one. His disability was not just physical. It shaped how he saw himself. He believed he was less. He believed he was broken. He believed that the fall that had crippled his legs had also crippled his future. Shame became his constant companion, not because anyone told him he was worthless, but because the world around him seemed to confirm it every single day. He could not work like other men. He could not defend himself. He could not provide in the ways that mattered, and so he withdrew further into himself, into the quiet resignation that this was all his life would ever be. The people of Lodabar were not unkind. They nodded to him in the streets. They made small talk when they encountered him, but there was always a distance. He was the crippled stranger living in Makir's house. He was the quiet one who never spoke of where he came from. He was, in every practical sense, a ghost. He did not expect rescue. He did not hope for restoration. He simply survived day by day in a town called No Pasture, waiting for nothing. The loneliness was perhaps the heaviest burden. He had no peers, no true friends. The young men of the town had their own circles, their own camaraderie built around shared labour and shared experiences. Mephibosheth could not participate. He could not join the harvest crews. He could not go on hunting parties. He could not even sit comfortably in the informal gatherings where men traded stories and jokes after the day's work was done. He was always apart, always separate, always other. At night, lying in his small room in Makir's house, he sometimes thought about his father. Jonathan had been a hero. Jonathan had been brave, skilled with a bow, beloved by the people. Jonathan had been the kind of man songs were written about, and Mephibosheth was his son. But what kind of legacy was that? What did it mean to be the son of a hero when you could not even walk properly? What did it mean to carry a famous name when you had to hide that name every single day? The weight of it pressed down on him, the sense that he had disappointed not just his father's memory, but some fundamental expectation of what a man should be. He knew it was not rational. He knew the fall had not been his fault. He had been a child. But shame is not rational. Shame does not care about circumstances. Shame simply settles in and makes itself at home. And so the years continued. 5 years became 10. 10 became 15. Mephibosheth moved from childhood to adolescence to adulthood, all within the confines of Lodabar, all within the narrow boundaries of a life defined by limitation. He married. He had a son named Micah. These were small joys, small anchors of normalcy. But even these blessings were tinged with sadness. He watched his son grow, watched him learn to walk with ease, watched him run and jump and do all the things Mephibosheth could not do. And while he loved his son fiercely, there was also a quiet grief that he could not be the kind of father he wanted to be. He could not chase Micah through the streets. He could not lift him onto his shoulders. He could not teach him to fight or hunt or do any of the things fathers typically passed on to their sons. He provided what he could: love, presence, wisdom gained from years of quiet observation. But it never felt like enough. And always, beneath everything, was the fear. The fear that someday someone would remember. Someone would make the connection. Someone would whisper to King David that Saul's grandson was alive, living in Lodabar. And then the soldiers would come. He had nightmares about it sometimes. The sound of marching feet. The knock on the door. the rough hands dragging him before the king, the sword falling. He never told anyone about these dreams. What would be the point? Fear was his private burden, carried silently, accepted as the price of survival. Chapter 4. David remembers a promise. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, King David sat on the throne of Israel. He had united the tribes. He had defeated the Philistines. He had brought the ark of God back to the city. He had established his rule with wisdom, strength, and the favour of heaven. The people loved him. The kingdom was at peace. And yet, in the quiet moments, David's mind drifted backward. He thought of Jonathan. Jonathan, the son of Saul, had been David's closest friend. They had made a covenant together, a bond deeper than politics, stronger than blood. It was not a casual friendship. It was the kind of connection that shapes a life, that leaves a permanent mark on the soul. David remembered the first time they had truly seen each other. It was after David had killed Goliath, when the shepherd boy was brought before King Saul. Jonathan had been there, watching this young man who had done what trained warriors would not do, and something had happened in that moment. A recognition, a kinship. The text says Jonathan's soul was knit to David's soul. It was immediate, it was profound, and it changed both of their lives. Jonathan had protected David when Saul's jealousy turned to murderous rage. Jonathan had warned David when his father planned to kill him. Jonathan had risked his own safety, his own relationship with his father, his own claim to the throne, all to keep David alive. They had made a covenant. They had sworn before God that their loyalty to each other would extend to their descendants, that no matter what happened, no matter how politics shifted, they would protect each other's families. And then Jonathan had died. David had mourned deeply. He had written a lament, one of the most beautiful expressions of grief in all of Scripture. How the mighty have fallen, he had written. I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. Very pleasant have you been to me. Your love to me was extraordinary, surpassing the love of women. But mourning is not the same as remembering. Grief is not the same as action. And for years David had been consumed with the demands of kingship, building a capital, establishing a government, fighting wars, consolidating power. There had been no time to dwell on the past, until now. One day, sitting in the palace, David turned to his servants and asked a question that no one expected. Is there anyone left from the house of Saul to whom I can show kindness for Jonathan's sake? The room grew quiet. The servants exchanged glances. Kindness to the house of Saul? Why would the king do such a thing? Saul had tried to kill him. Saul's family had been his enemies. Saul had driven him into the wilderness, forced him to live in caves, hunted him like an animal for years. And yet here was David, asking not about vengeance, but about mercy, not about eliminating threats, but about honouring a promise. It was unusual, it was unexpected, it was to the servant standing in that room almost incomprehensible. Kings did not usually ask such questions. Kings did not usually seek out the remnants of previous dynasties to bless them. The entire logic of royal succession argued against it. Safety demanded that old claims be extinguished, not nurtured. But David was not asking for political advice. He was asking about a covenant. He was asking about loyalty that transcended politics. He was asking about a promise he had made to his friend, and he intended to keep it. One of the servants spoke up. There was a man named Ziba, a former servant of Saul's household. He might know if anyone remained. David summoned him immediately. When Ziba arrived, he was nervous. Being summoned by the king was never a comfortable experience, especially for someone who had once served the previous dynasty. He entered the throne room cautiously, bowing low, keeping his eyes down. David did not waste time with pleasantries. "Are you Ziba?" "I am your servant," Ziba replied carefully. David leaned forward. "Is there anyone left from Saul's house? Anyone at all?" Ziba hesitated. This was dangerous territory to reveal information about. Surviving members of Saul's family could be seen as disloyalty to David. But to lie to the king was even more dangerous. He chose his words carefully. "There is still a son of Jonathan. He is crippled in both feet." The detail about the disability was deliberate. Ziba was making it clear that this was not a viable threat. A crippled man could not lead a rebellion. A crippled man could not rally an army. A crippled man posed no danger to the throne. But David's response was not what Ziba expected. David's face changed. For a moment the mask of kingship slipped, and there was just a man remembering his friend. Jonathan had a son. Jonathan's line continued. There was someone left to whom he could show the kindness he had promised. "Where is he?" David asked. Ziba swallowed. "In Lo-debar, at the house of Machir, son of Amiel." Lo-debar, the middle of nowhere, the kind of place you went to hide, the kind of place you went when you were afraid. David stood. "Bring him to me." Chapter 5. The Summons. When the messengers arrived in Lo-debar, Mephibosheth's world tilted. It was an ordinary day. He was sitting in the courtyard of Machir's house, working on a small repair job, when he heard the commotion in the street. The sound of horses, the sound of voices, the sound of authority. His heart began to race even before he knew why. Machir came into the courtyard, his face pale. Behind him were men in the livery of the king, royal messengers, armed, official. They had come. After all these years, after all this time, they had finally come. "Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan," one of the messengers asked formally. He could not speak. He could barely breathe. He managed a nod. "You are summoned to Jerusalem, to appear before King David." The words hung in the air. Summoned. Jerusalem. King David. This was it. This was the moment he had feared his entire life. David had finally remembered. David had finally decided to finish what political necessity demanded. The last living son of Jonathan, the last thread connecting the house of Saul to the throne, was being called in to be removed. Machir tried to interject. "Perhaps there has been a mistake. Perhaps." "There is no mistake," the messenger said firmly. "The king has called for him. We leave tomorrow." That night Mephibosheth barely slept. He said goodbye to his wife, to his son. He tried to be brave, tried to hide his fear, but they could all see it. They all knew what this meant. His wife held him and wept. "Maybe it will be all right," she whispered. "Maybe the king means no harm." But they both knew she was trying to convince herself as much as him. In the morning the messengers were ready. They had brought a cart for him, understanding that he could not travel on horseback. Even this small accommodation felt ominous. They were making sure he arrived. They were making sure he could not escape. The journey to Jerusalem was long and humiliating. Mephibosheth sat in the back of the cart, his twisted legs stretched out before him, his body jolting with every bump in the road. The messengers rode alongside, silent and professional. They did not speak to him. They did not explain. They simply escorted him, like a prisoner being transported to judgment. He watched the landscape change as they travelled. The barren hills of Lo-debar gave way to more fertile land. They passed through villages and towns. They crossed rivers, and with each mile Jerusalem drew closer. He had never been to Jerusalem. He had been too young when his family fled. All he knew of it came from reports and stories. It was the city David had conquered, the city that had become the heart of the kingdom, the city where power resided. And now he was going there to die. At night when they camped, he lay awake staring at the stars. He thought about his father. He wondered if Jonathan would be ashamed of him. He wondered if his father had imagined in those final moments on the battlefield that his son would end up like this, crippled, afraid, summoned to an execution. He thought about his own son, Micah. What would become of the boy? Would the king's vengeance extend even to the next generation? Or would Micah be spared because he was too young, too insignificant to matter? These thoughts circled endlessly, offering no comfort, no resolution. As they approached Jerusalem, the roads became more crowded. Merchants travelling to the capital, pilgrims coming to worship, soldiers on patrol. The city itself rose before them, walls gleaming in the sunlight, gates standing open but guarded. They passed through without incident. The messengers clearly had authority. Guards nodded them through, And then they were inside, moving through streets Mephibosheth had only imagined, heading toward the palace. When he finally arrived at the palace, the weight of the moment crushed him. The building was enormous, grand, intimidating. Everything about it spoke of power and permanence. This was not just a house. This was the seat of a kingdom. This was where decisions of life and death were made. The guards led him into the throne room. The walls were high. The ceiling echoed with voices. Courtiers and officials moved about, conducting the business of the kingdom. And at the far end of the hall, seated on the throne, was King David. Mephibosheth had never seen David before. He had imagined him countless times, imagined him as a giant, as a warrior, as a figure of terror. But the man on the throne looked almost ordinary, older than Mephibosheth expected. Lines on his face, grey in his beard, but the eyes. The eyes were what caught Mephibosheth's attention. They were intelligent, piercing, the eyes of someone who saw everything, and right now they were looking directly at him. Mephibosheth fell to the ground. He did not kneel gracefully. He collapsed, face down, arms outstretched, trembling. His legs, useless as always, splayed awkwardly beneath him. He could not look up. He could not speak. He simply waited for the sword to fall. The throne room continued its business around him, but he heard none of it. His entire world had narrowed to this moment, this spot on the floor, this final breath before the end. Then he heard footsteps. Someone was approaching, coming down from the throne, walking toward him. "Mephibosheth," a voice said gently. The sound of his own name startled him. It was not harsh. It was not angry. It was almost kind. He forced himself to speak, his voice barely audible. "I am your servant." Chapter 6. Mercy at the Throne. David stood before the prostrate man and felt a wave of emotion he had not anticipated. This was Jonathan's son, the boy Jonathan had loved, the child Jonathan had held. And now, here he was, broken, terrified, expecting death. David's mind flashed back to conversations with Jonathan. His friend had spoken of his son sometimes, in the brief moments of peace between battles. Jonathan had loved the boy fiercely, had wanted so much for him, had dreamed of the kind of man he might become, and now, because of politics and fear and the cruel mathematics of power, that boy had grown up in hiding, believing himself to be hunted. David's heart broke. "Do not be afraid," he said. Mephibosheth's body tensed at the words. Do not be afraid. How could he not be afraid? He was the grandson of Saul. He was the last living reminder of a dynasty that had fallen. He was a threat, whether he wanted to be or not. But David continued, his voice steady and warm. "I will show you kindness for the sake of your father, Jonathan." Mephibosheth's mind struggled to process the words. Kindness? For Jonathan's sake? Was this some kind of trick? Some cruel joke before the execution? David kept speaking, and with every word the impossible became real. "I will restore to you all the land that belonged to your grandfather Saul, all the fields, all the property. It is yours again, and you will always eat at my table." The throne room seemed to spin. Mephibosheth's thoughts tumbled over each other, unable to form coherence. Not execution, not exile, not even tolerance, restoration, invitation, a place at the king's table. Around the throne room, courtiers had stopped their conversations. Officials had paused their business. Everyone was watching. This was unprecedented. This was extraordinary. David motioned to his servants. "Help him up." Hands reached down, gently lifting Mephibosheth from the floor. He stood shakily, his legs barely supporting him, his whole body trembling. He looked at David, really looked at him for the first time, and what he saw in the king's face was not anger or calculation or political manoeuvring. It was genuine compassion. Mephibosheth bowed his head, his voice shaking. "What is your servant, that you should notice a dead dog like me?" The phrase was not false humility. It was genuine. In that moment, Mephibosheth believed every word. He saw himself as worthless, as beneath notice, as something to be discarded. A dead dog. That was how he understood his place in the world. A dead dog had no value. A dead dog could not serve. A dead dog was less than nothing, not even alive enough to be useful. That was how deeply shame had rooted itself in his identity. But David's face changed. He stepped closer, looking Mephibosheth directly in the eyes. "You are the son of my covenant brother," David said firmly. "You are Jonathan's son. That is who you are, and I made a promise." He turned to the assembled court. "Let it be known, Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan, is restored. All that belonged to Saul is his. He will live in Jerusalem, and he will eat at my table as one of my own sons." Then David called for Ziba. The servant appeared quickly, bowing low. David's instructions were clear and detailed. "You and your sons and your servants will work the land that belonged to Saul. The produce will support Mephibosheth and his household, but Mephibosheth himself will always eat at my table." Ziba bowed. "As the king commands." Mephibosheth stood there, unable to fully comprehend what had just happened. His entire life, every assumption he had made, every fear he had carried, every belief about his identity, it was all being rewritten in this moment. He had come expecting death and received life. He had come expecting judgment and received mercy. He had come carrying shame and was being offered honour. Chapter 7. A New Identity. The adjustment was not immediate. In the days following the throne room encounter, Mephibosheth moved through his new life in a kind of daze. He was given rooms in the palace. Servants attended to his needs. He was provided with clothes befitting his new status. Everything had changed. But inside he still felt like the man from Lo-Debar, the crippled grandson hiding in no pasture, the one who did not belong. The first time he was called to dinner at the king's table, his hands shook so badly he could barely hold his cup. He sat among David's sons, grown men, warriors, princes, and felt like an imposter. They were polite. They welcomed him. But he could feel their curiosity. Who was this crippled stranger their father had elevated? Why was he here? David, at the head of the table, seemed to sense his discomfort. He engaged Mephibosheth in conversation, asking about his life, his family, his son Micah. Nothing heavy, nothing that required Mephibosheth to perform, just genuine interest. Slowly, over the course of that first meal, something inside Mephibosheth began to soften. These men were not his enemies. David was not his executioner. This was real. This was actually happening. Still, old patterns are hard to break. That night, alone in his room, he waited for the other shoe to drop. He waited for someone to come and tell him it was all a mistake. He waited for the conditions to be revealed. Surely David wanted something in return. Surely there was a price. But no one came. The next day was the same, and the day after. That. And the day after that. Every evening, without exception, he sat at the king's table and ate alongside David's sons. He listened to their conversations. He watched the way David led with wisdom and grace. He saw the king laugh with his children, discuss matters of state, settle disputes, offer counsel. And slowly something inside him began to shift. One evening, several weeks after his arrival, one of David's younger sons asked him about his injury. It was an innocent question, asked without malice, just curiosity. Mephibosheth found himself telling the story. The flight from Jerusalem, the nurse who carried him, the fall, the years in Lo-Debar. When he finished, there was silence around the table. Then David spoke. "You have carried that burden for a long time." Mephibosheth nodded, unsure what to say. "But it does not define you," David continued. "Your legs may be crippled, but your heart is not. Your body may be broken, but your spirit does not have to be." It was such a simple statement, but it landed with the force of revelation. Your legs may be crippled, but your heart is not. Mephibosheth had spent his entire adult life believing that his disability disqualified him from mattering, that his inability to walk properly meant he had nothing to offer. that his brokenness made him less than human. But David was saying something different. David was saying that physical limitation did not equal personal worthlessness, that what was broken in his body did not have to be broken in his identity. That night, for the first time in years, Mephibosheth slept peacefully. The transformation did not happen overnight. It happened in small moments, accumulated over weeks and months. It happened when David asked his opinion on a matter and actually listened to his response. It happened when David's sons began to treat him not as a charity case, but as a brother. It happened when he realized he could contribute, not through physical labor, but through wisdom, through presence, through being part of something larger than himself. His legs were still crippled. That had not changed. When he walked, he still limped. When he moved, he still struggled. But the way he saw himself began to transform. He was no longer defined by what had been taken from him. He was no longer defined by the fall that had broken his body. He was no longer the forgotten son of a fallen house. He was a guest at the king's table. He was honoured. He was provided for. He was loved. Not because he had earned it. Not because he was strong or capable or useful, but because the king had made a promise, and the king kept his word. He sent for his wife and son. They came to Jerusalem, uncertain and afraid at first, but David welcomed them warmly. Micah, his son, was given opportunities Mephibosheth had never dreamed possible. The boy could train with weapons. He could learn from the king's advisors. He could grow up free from the fear and shame that had defined his father's life. Watching his son flourish, Mephibosheth felt a gratitude so deep it was almost painful. This was what grace did. It did not just rescue the individual, it broke cycles, it opened futures, it gave back what had been stolen. Months became years. Mephibosheth's place at the table became permanent. It became normal. The courtier stopped whispering about it. The servants stopped treating him as unusual. He simply was part of the household. And in that normality, in that acceptance, Mephibosheth found something he had never known before. Peace. Chapter 8. Grace that endures. But peace is not the same as the absence of challenge, and the years that followed would test everything Mephibosheth had learned. The kingdom faced new challenges. David's reign, for all its success, was not without turmoil. His family life was complicated. His sons competed for favour, and eventually, inevitably, rebellion came. Absalom, David's son, was ambitious and charismatic. He was also angry at his father, at the way justice had been handled in certain matters, at feeling overlooked. That anger grew into conspiracy. Conspiracy grew into open rebellion. Absalom gathered an army. He positioned himself as the rightful king, the one who would bring justice and order. And shockingly, he gained support. Many in Israel, for various reasons, chose to follow him. David was forced to flee Jerusalem. Again. Just as he had fled from Saul decades earlier, he now fled from his own son. It was a devastating blow, and it threw the entire kingdom into chaos. The political landscape became treacherous. Loyalties were tested. Old wounds reopened. Those who had been close to David had to make choices. Would they stay with the king in his exile, or would they hedge their bets, stay in Jerusalem, see which way the wind blew? In the midst of this chaos, Mephibosheth faced his own crisis. He wanted desperately to go with David. David had saved his life, had given him everything, had shown him mercy, beyond measure. Loyalty demanded that he stand with the king, but his legs would not allow it. David and his loyalists were moving quickly, travelling light, prepared to fight if necessary. Mephibosheth could not keep pace. He could not travel on horseback. He could not march with an army. He was once again limited by his body. He made arrangements to follow as quickly as he could. He prepared provisions. He gathered what he needed. But it would take time. He would be behind. He would be slow. And in that window of time, Ziba made his move. Ziba, the servant who had been managing Saul's lands on Mephibosheth's behalf, saw an opportunity. He went to David during the king's flight, bringing donkeys loaded with supplies, bread, wine, fruit. David was grateful. Supplies were desperately needed. "Where is Mephibosheth?" David asked. Ziba's answer was carefully calculated. "He has stayed in Jerusalem. He believes that the house of Israel will restore his grandfather's kingdom to him in the chaos." It was a lie, a complete fabrication, but it was a believable lie. In times of rebellion, anyone with a royal claim might be tempted to seize power, and Mephibosheth, as Saul's grandson, technically had such a claim. David, exhausted and betrayed on every side, believed Ziba's words. In that moment, surrounded by treachery, it seemed plausible. It seemed like just one more betrayal in a long line of betrayals. He turned to Ziba. "Everything that belonged to Mephibosheth is now yours." Ziba bowed, hiding his satisfaction. He had gambled and won. Meanwhile, back in Jerusalem, Mephibosheth knew nothing of this conversation. He was still trying to leave, still trying to catch up to David's company, his progress agonizingly slow. When he finally realized he could not reach David in time, when he understood that the king had already left the area and he had no way of knowing where David had gone, Mephibosheth made a decision. He would wait, he would stay loyal, he would not groom himself, would not wash his clothes, would not present himself as though everything was normal. He would mourn David's absence, he would pray for the king's return, and he would trust that somehow, someday, the truth would be known. The weeks that followed were agony. Absalom controlled Jerusalem. His supporters filled the palace. The city that had become Mephibosheth's home was now occupied by those who opposed the man who had saved him. Every day was a test of faith. Every day required him to trust that David would survive, that David would return, that the grace he had been shown was real and permanent and not dependent on circumstance. Finally news came. David's forces had won. Absalom was dead. The rebellion was crushed. The king was returning to Jerusalem. Mephibosheth wept with relief. He prepared to meet David, but he did not change his appearance. He had not groomed himself the entire time David was gone. His clothes were unwashed. His hair was unkempt. He looked like what he was, a man in mourning, a man who had refused to accept the new order, a man whose loyalty had never wavered. When David entered Jerusalem, Mephibosheth went out to meet him. He moved as quickly as his legs would allow, pushing through the crowds, desperate to see the king. David saw him coming, and the king's face hardened. "Mephibosheth," David said, his voice cold, "why did you not go with me?" The question hit like a physical blow. Mephibosheth's heart sank. What had happened? Why was David angry? "My lord the king," Mephibosheth said quickly, "my servant deceived me. I intended to come with you. I told him to prepare a donkey so I could ride with you, for your servant is lame. But he left without me, and then he slandered me to you." The pieces began to fall into place. Mephibosheth continued, his words tumbling out. "I know you are wise like an angel of God. I know you see truth. Whatever you decide, I will accept. You saved my life when I had no reason to expect anything but death. If you believe I betrayed you, then judge me. But know this, I have been loyal. I have mourned your absence. I have never stopped believing in you." David looked at him carefully. He saw the unwashed clothes. He saw the unkempt appearance. He saw the evidence of genuine mourning. Ziba had lied. Clearly. Completely. But the situation was complicated. David had already given Mephibosheth's property to Ziba as a reward. To reverse that completely would be to admit a serious error in judgment. It would be politically messy. It would open questions about David's discernment. David made a decision, perhaps not the perfect one, but a practical one. You and Ziba divide the land between you. It was not full justice, but it was something. It was a recognition that Mephibosheth had been wronged without completely humiliating Ziba or admitting the full extent of the mistake. Mephibosheth's response was immediate and telling. "Let him take it all," he said. "I am just glad. My lord the king has returned safely to his house." In that moment, David saw what Mephibosheth had become. This was not the terrified, shame-filled man who had been brought before the throne years earlier. This was not someone clinging desperately to property or status. This was a man who had been transformed by grace. A man who understood that his worth was not tied to what he owned or what he was owed. a man whose identity was secure enough that he could release his rights without losing himself. Let him take it all. I am just glad you're back. That was the heart of a man who had learned what mercy meant, who had internalized grace so deeply that he could extend it to others, even to someone who had wronged him. David nodded slowly, seeing and understanding. Mephibosheth remained at the king's table. The land was divided as David had decreed, but it barely mattered. What mattered was the relationship. What mattered was the covenant. What mattered was that grace, once given, had proven itself to be unshakable. Even in political turmoil, even in betrayal and accusation, even when tested by circumstance and misunderstanding, the grace remained. Because grace is not based on performance, it is based on promise. And David had made a promise to Jonathan that transcended everything else. Epilogue. The table. Still set years later, when Mephibosheth was an old man, he would sit at David's table and remember. He would remember the fear, the years in Lodabar, the shame that had defined him, the certainty that he would die for the crime of being born into the wrong family. And then he would remember the throne room, the moment when David spoke mercy instead of judgment, the moment when everything changed. His legs never healed. He never walked without difficulty. The scars of his fall remained with him for the rest of his life. When he rose from the table each evening, he still needed assistance. When he moved through the palace, he still limped. But those scars no longer defined him, because grace does not erase the past, it redeems it. Grace does not pretend the pain never happened. It declares that the pain is not the end of the story. Grace does not require perfection. It offers a seat at the table anyway. In the ancient Near East, to eat at a king's table was not a casual thing. It was not just about food. It was a declaration of status. It was a statement of belonging. It was a promise of protection. It meant you were under the king's roof, under his provision, under his care. For Mephibosheth, it meant he was no longer the crippled grandson of a failed king. He was a son of David's household, not by birth, not by right, but by grace. The story of Mephibosheth spread throughout Israel. People told it to their children. They remembered the king who kept his covenant. They remembered the man who had been lifted from hiding and given a place of honour. And in the retelling, the story became more than just history. It became a picture of something deeper, something universal, something that spoke to the human condition itself. Because Mephibosheth's story is not unique. In a spiritual sense, it is everyone's story. We are all crippled, not necessarily physically, but in the ways that matter. We are broken by circumstances beyond our control. We carry shame for things that were not our fault. We hide in barren places because we believe we have nothing to offer. We expect judgment because we cannot imagine mercy. And into that fear, into that shame, into that hiding, comes a summons. Come to the table, not because you've earned it, not because you're strong enough or good enough or capable enough, not because you can walk without limping or contribute without limitation. Just come. There is a place set for you. There has always been a place set for you, not because of who you are, but because of who the King is. The King who keeps covenants, the King who remembers the forgotten, the King who looks at broken people and sees not dead dogs, but beloved children. Mephibosheth lived out his days in Jerusalem at David's table, a living testament to grace. His son Micah grew up free from the shame his father had known. The cycle was broken, the curse was lifted, and at the end of his life, when Mephibosheth looked back over the strange and merciful arc of his story, he understood something profound. The fall that had crippled him had not been the defining moment of his life. The throne room had been the moment when he stopped being defined by his brokenness and started being defined by the King's mercy. That was the moment everything changed. That was the moment he stopped being a dead dog and became a son. This is the echo of a greater truth that resonates through all of time. There is a table still being set, not in an ancient palace, but in the heart of God. And at that table, there is room for the crippled, the ashamed, the fearful, and the forgotten. There is room for those who believe they are worthless, There is room for those who have been hiding in barren places, waiting for nothing, expecting nothing, hoping for nothing. There is room for those who have been broken by falls they did not choose, for those who carry scars that will never fully heal, for those who move through life with a limp. Grace arrives where shame has settled in, and the invitation is not based on what you can offer. It is not based on your strength, or your capability, or your worthiness. It is based on a covenant made long before you were born, a promise kept by a king who does not forget. The table is set, the seat is yours, not because you earned it, but because he remembered.
Hello friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. I hope your day has been filled with blessings, no matter what time you're joining us or where you are in this beautiful world. Before we begin tonight's journey into the remarkable story of Gideon, I want to invite you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber so you never miss these powerful biblical narratives that can transform your heart and strengthen your faith. Now let's settle in as we explore one of the most extraordinary accounts of courage, faith and divine intervention in all of Scripture. The sun hung low over the hills of Israel, casting long shadows across a land that had once flowed with milk and honey. But those days seemed like distant memories now. The once prosperous nation had fallen into chaos, its people scattered and hiding like frightened animals. For 7 long years, the Midianites had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. Picture, if you will, the terror that gripped every village and farmstead. Families would wake each morning, not knowing if this would be the day the raiders would come. Fathers would venture out to check their crops, only to find them trampled and stolen. Children would be hushed to silence at the first sound of hoofbeats on the horizon. The very air seemed thick with fear and desperation. The Midianites, along with their allies, the Amalekites, and other eastern peoples, had turned the conquest of Israel into an annual ritual. Like a plague of locusts, they would arrive at harvest time, their camels beyond counting, stretching across the landscape as far as the eye could see. They would strip the land bare, taking not only the grain and livestock, but also crushing the spirits of God's chosen people. Farmers had abandoned their fields, choosing instead to hide in mountain caves and underground chambers. The marketplaces that once bustled with commerce now stood empty and silent. What should have been a time of celebration and thanksgiving for the harvest had become a season of dread and starvation. Israel's cities, once proud and strong, had crumbled into mere shadows of their former glory. The walls that should have protected the people lay in ruins, and the gates that once welcomed travellers now hung broken on their hinges. It was as if the very blessing of God had departed from the land, leaving behind only sorrow and defeat. In this atmosphere of despair, mothers would gather their children close and whisper the old stories of how God had delivered their ancestors from Egypt, how he had parted the Red Sea and given them victory over mighty enemies. But those stories seemed like fairy tales now, beautiful but impossible dreams from a time when God still cared about his people. The elders of Israel shook their heads in bewilderment. Where was the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob? Where was the mighty deliverer who had once fought for them? Had he forgotten his covenant? Had he abandoned them to their enemies forever? It was into this world of darkness and desperation that our story begins, in the small town of Ophrah, where a young man named Gideon was about to discover that God had not forgotten his people, after all. But Gideon, like so many others, had lost hope. He had watched his family's livelihood disappear year after year, and he had grown tired of empty promises and unanswered prayers. On this particular day, as storm clouds gathered on the horizon, both literally and figuratively, Gideon was engaged in the dangerous work of threshing wheat. But he wasn't doing it in the traditional threshing floor, where the grain could be properly separated from the chaff by the wind. Instead, he was hidden away in a wine press, a place where grapes were normally crushed to make wine. It was cramped, inefficient, and poorly ventilated, but it offered something more valuable than convenience. It offered concealment from enemy eyes. As Gideon worked in his makeshift hiding place, sweat dripping from his brow in the confined space, he embodied the broken spirit of his entire nation. Here was a man reduced to secret, fearful labour just to provide basic sustenance for his family. The very act of threshing wheat, once a joyful community celebration, had become a furtive, isolated struggle for survival. Little did Gideon know that this moment of apparent defeat would become the launching pad for one of the most remarkable displays of God's power in human history. The God who seemed absent was actually watching, waiting, and preparing to use this unlikely hero in ways that would astound both friend and foe alike. The rhythm of Gideon's work was steady but tense. Each strike of his flail against the wheat stalks echoed softly in the confined space of the wine press. His eyes darted frequently toward the opening above, watching for any sign of danger. The precious grain he was salvaging represented not just food for today, but hope for tomorrow, assuming the Midianites didn't discover his hiding place. The silence of the afternoon was broken by an unexpected voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's heart nearly stopped. He spun around, flail raised defensively, expecting to see a Midianite scout who had somehow discovered his secret location. Instead, he found himself face to face with a figure unlike any he had ever encountered. The stranger sat calmly beneath the great oak tree that overlooked the wine press, his presence somehow both commanding and peaceful. The greeting struck Gideon as almost mockingly ironic. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who was reduced to threshing wheat in secret, constantly looking over his shoulder in fear. And the Lord is with you? If that were true, then why was Israel suffering under such devastating oppression? "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon replied, his voice heavy with skepticism and pain. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian." The words poured out of Gideon like water from a broken dam. Years of frustration, disappointment, and unanswered questions came tumbling forth. He had grown up hearing the magnificent stories of God's mighty deeds, of pillars of fire and cloud, of armies defeated and nations subdued. But where was that God now? Where were those miracles when his people needed them most? The stranger listened patiently to Gideon's outburst, showing no offence at the young man's boldness or apparent lack of faith. There was something in his eyes that spoke of ancient wisdom and unlimited compassion. When Gideon finished speaking, the visitor's response was both simple and earth-shattering. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" The audacity of the command took Gideon's breath away. Save Israel? Him? The implications were staggering. This wasn't a request for him to join an army or support a cause. This was a divine commission to personally lead the deliverance of an entire nation from a seemingly impossible situation. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon stammered, his mind reeling, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." Gideon's response revealed the depth of his feelings of inadequacy. In a culture where tribal strength and family position determined social standing and influence, he saw himself as doubly disqualified. His clan held no political power, commanded no great armies, and possessed no significant wealth. Within that already weak clan, He was the youngest, the most inexperienced, the least likely to be chosen for any position of leadership. But the stranger's next words would echo through the ages as one of the most profound promises ever given to a human being. I will be with you, and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive. The promise was comprehensive and absolute. Not some of the Midianites, not most of them, but all of them. The victory would be complete and decisive, but more importantly, it would not depend on Gideon's strength, wisdom, or experience. It would depend entirely on the presence and power of God himself. Still struggling to believe what he was hearing, Gideon made a request that would reveal both his desire for faith and his need for certainty. If now I have found favour in your eyes, give me a sign that it is really you talking to me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you. The stranger agreed to wait, and Gideon hurried to his house to prepare an offering. His heart raced as he worked, his hands trembling slightly as he prepared a young goat and made bread from an ephah of flour. This was not a small offering by the standards of his time, especially for a family struggling under the oppression of constant raids. Yet something within him compelled him to give generously, to honour this mysterious visitor properly. When Gideon returned with the prepared food, the stranger instructed him to place the meat and unleavened bread on a rock and pour out the broth. Gideon obeyed, though he couldn't understand the purpose of these strange instructions. What happened next would leave no doubt about the supernatural nature of his visitor. The stranger touched the meat and bread with the tip of the staff he carried, and immediately fire flared from the rock, consuming the entire offering in an instant. The flames burned with an intensity and heat that no ordinary fire could match, leaving nothing behind but the memory of their brilliance. In that same moment, the stranger vanished from sight, disappearing as suddenly and mysteriously as he had appeared. Terror gripped Gideon's heart as the full realization of what had just occurred crashed over him like a mighty wave. This had been no ordinary man, no mere messenger or prophet. This had been the angel of the Lord, a manifestation of God himself. In that moment of understanding, Gideon was overwhelmed not with joy, but with mortal fear. "Alas, sovereign Lord," he cried out in anguish, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." In the ancient world, it was believed that no human could see God and live. The very encounter that should have filled him with confidence instead filled him with terror. Had his boldness in questioning and testing the Lord sealed his doom? Would he die for having stood in the presence of the Almighty? But even in his moment of greatest fear, God's grace reached out to comfort him. The voice of the Lord came to him again, gentle and reassuring. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." With his own hands, Gideon built an altar on that spot and called it, "The Lord is Peace." The place where he had threshed wheat in fear and desperation had become holy ground, the site of a divine encounter that would change not only his life, but the destiny of an entire nation. As night fell over Ophrah, Gideon stood beside his new altar, his mind swirling with the magnitude of what had occurred. The God of his ancestors had not abandoned Israel after all. He had been working, planning, preparing for this very moment, and somehow, incredibly, he had chosen Gideon to be his instrument of deliverance. Yet even as faith began to bloom in his heart, doubt lingered like shadows at the edges of his mind. The task before him seemed impossible, the odds insurmountable. How could he, one man from the weakest clan in Manasseh, possibly hope to defeat the countless multitudes of Midian and their allies? It was a question that would lead him to make one of the most famous requests for divine confirmation in all of Scripture. The days following Gideon's encounter with the angel of the Lord were filled with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. The divine commissioning had been clear and unmistakable, yet the human heart, prone to doubt and fear, struggled to fully embrace what seemed impossible. Gideon found himself caught between the supernatural certainty of his calling and the natural uncertainties of his circumstances. As he went about his daily tasks, Gideon's mind constantly returned to that moment when fire had consumed his offering and the angel had vanished from sight. Had it really happened? In the bright light of day, with the familiar sounds and sights of ordinary life surrounding him, the encounter almost seemed like a dream. Yet the altar he had built stood as a permanent reminder, its stones bearing witness to the reality of what had occurred. Word began to spread quietly through the region about Gideon's calling. Some believed and were filled with hope for the first time in years. Others were sceptical, wondering how this young man could possibly succeed where so many others had failed. Still others were fearful, worried that any attempt at resistance would only bring more severe retaliation from their oppressors. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on Gideon's shoulders. He was being asked not just to risk his own life, but potentially to lead others to their deaths. What if he had misunderstood? What if his faith had somehow led him astray? The consequences of a mistake would be catastrophic, not just for him, but for all who would follow him. It was in this state of mind that Gideon made his famous request for divine confirmation. The fleece test, as it would come to be known, represented not a lack of faith, but rather a deep desire for certainty in the face of overwhelming responsibility. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," Gideon prayed earnestly, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece, and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." The request was specific and measurable. In the normal course of nature, dew would form on all surfaces exposed to the night air. If God could reverse this natural process, causing moisture to collect only on the fleece, while leaving the surrounding ground completely dry, it would serve as an unmistakable sign of divine intervention. Gideon placed the fleece carefully on the threshing floor as evening approached. All through the night, he must have awakened periodically, wondering what he would find in the morning. As dawn broke, he hurried to the spot where he had placed his test. What he discovered filled him with wonder and awe. The fleece was thoroughly saturated with dew, so much so that when he wrung it out, he was able to fill an entire bowl with water. Yet all around it, the ground was completely dry, as if an invisible barrier had prevented any moisture from settling anywhere but on the wool. The sign was clear and unmistakable, yet Gideon's human nature craved even greater certainty. The magnitude of what he was being called to do seemed to justify asking for additional confirmation. With remarkable humility and boldness, he approached God with yet another request. "Do not be angry with me," Gideon prayed, acknowledging that his repeated testing might seem to indicate a lack of trust. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." This second test was even more remarkable than the first. It would be one thing for God to cause dew to collect on a single object, while keeping the surrounding area dry, but it would be quite another to keep one small piece of wool completely dry while saturating everything around it. This second sign would demonstrate not just God's power over nature, but his precise control over the smallest details. Again, Gideon placed the fleece on the threshing floor and waited through the night. When morning came, he found exactly what he had requested. The fleece was bone dry without a trace of moisture, while the ground all around it sparkled with heavy dew. The grass, the stones, the nearby trees. Everything was wet with the night's moisture, except for that one small piece of wool. God had patiently granted both requests, demonstrating not anger at Gideon's need for reassurance, but understanding and compassion for human weakness. The fleece tests revealed important truths about the nature of faith and the character of God. Faith is not the absence of questions or doubts. Rather, it is the willingness to act in obedience despite those questions and doubts. Moreover, God's response to Gideon's requests showed his patience with those who seek him earnestly. He did not rebuke Gideon for his need for confirmation, nor did he withdraw his calling because of the young man's hesitation. Instead, he graciously provided the assurance that Gideon needed to step forward in faith. The fleece tests also demonstrated the balance between seeking divine guidance and taking action. There comes a point when further testing can become an excuse for inaction, when the desire for certainty becomes a barrier to obedience. Gideon wisely limited his requests to 2 clear signs, then proceeded to act on what he'd received. As news of these miraculous signs spread throughout the tribes of Israel, hope began to stir in hearts that had been dormant for years. Perhaps God had not forgotten them after all. Perhaps deliverance was indeed coming through this unlikely young man from Ophrah. But before Gideon could lead Israel into battle against their oppressors, he would need to assemble an army. The call went out throughout the territories of Manasseh, Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali. Men who had been hiding in caves and mountain strongholds began to emerge, drawn by the promise of freedom and the reports of God's miraculous confirmations. The response was overwhelming. 32,000 men answered the call, a substantial army by any measure. These were not professional soldiers, but farmers and craftsmen, fathers and sons, united by their hatred of oppression and their desperate hope for liberation. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find, swords that had been hidden from enemy raids, spears hastily fashioned from farming tools, bows that had been used for hunting game in the wilderness. As Gideon looked out over this vast assembly of volunteers, he might have felt a surge of confidence. Surely with 32,000 men, even amateur fighters, he could mount a credible challenge to the Midianite forces. The odds were still daunting, given that the enemy could field armies many times larger, but at least now they had a fighting chance. Yet God had other plans. The fleece tests had been preparation not just for Gideon's faith, but for an even greater demonstration of divine power. The true test was not whether Gideon could trust God with impossible signs, but whether he could trust God with an impossible strategy. What happened next would shock both Gideon and his army, challenging every human assumption about warfare and victory. God was about to demonstrate that his ways are not our ways, and that his power is made perfect, not in human strength, but in human weakness. The morning sun cast long shadows across the camp as 32,000 men prepared for what they believed would be their march to war. Weapons were sharpened, provisions were packed, and final prayers were offered. The air buzzed with nervous energy as farmers turned warriors contemplated the battle that lay ahead. Gideon moved among his troops, offering words of encouragement and trying to project the confidence that a leader must display. Yet privately, he was still awed by the magnitude of what was happening. Just weeks earlier, he had been hiding in a wine press, and now he stood at the head of the largest volunteer army Israel had assembled in generations. But as the army prepared to march toward the enemy encampment, God spoke to Gideon with words that must have sent shockwaves through his entire being. "You have too many men. I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. Our own strength has saved us." Too many men? The statement seemed to defy all military logic. The Midianites and their allies numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Their camels alone described as being like locusts for multitude. How could 32,000 possibly be considered too many? Yet God's reasoning revealed a profound truth about the nature of divine deliverance. If Israel won the coming battle through conventional military means, they would inevitably credit their victory to their own strength, strategy, and courage. The victory needed to be so obviously supernatural that no one could mistake its source. God's glory was at stake, and that glory could not be shared with human pride. Following God's instructions, Gideon stood before his assembled army and made an announcement that must have stunned many of the volunteers. Anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead. The offer was based on an ancient law found in Deuteronomy, which recognised that fearful soldiers could spread panic through the ranks and actually weaken an army's effectiveness. But in this case, the dismissal served a different purpose entirely. God was beginning the process of reducing the army to a size that would make his intervention unmistakable. The response to Gideon's announcement was immediate and devastating. 22,000 men took advantage of the opportunity to withdraw from what many probably saw as a suicide mission anyway. These were not cowards in the traditional sense. They were ordinary people facing an extraordinary situation, and they chose the safety of their families over the uncertainties of battle. As Gideon watched more than 2/3 of his army walk away, his heart must have sunk. 10,000 men remained, still a respectable force, but far fewer than what seemed necessary for the task ahead. Surely now they could proceed with God's blessing. But God was not finished with his reductions. "There are still too many men," came the divine word. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there. If I say, 'This one shall go with you,' he shall go. But if I say, 'This one shall not go with you,' he shall not go." The instruction was puzzling and specific. Gideon was to observe how the men drank water and select his final army based on their drinking method. Of all the criteria that might be used to choose warriors, how they consumed water seemed among the least relevant to military prowess. At the water's edge, the 10,000 men revealed their character through their approach to drinking. The vast majority knelt down and put their faces directly to the water, drinking deeply and focusing entirely on satisfying their thirst. But a small group, only 300 men, demonstrated a different approach. They brought water to their mouths with their hands, lapping it like dogs while maintaining their vigilance and readiness. God's instruction was clear. "With the 300 men that lapped, I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands. Let all the others go home." The reduction was complete and shocking. From 32,000 to 300 represented a decrease of more than 99%. What had begun as a substantial army was now reduced to little more than a large company. The odds, already daunting, had become mathematically absurd. Yet the selection criteria revealed profound spiritual truths. The 300 men who were chosen had demonstrated alertness, self-discipline, and readiness, even in a moment of personal need. While drinking, they had maintained their awareness of their surroundings, prepared for action at a moment's notice. These qualities, while admirable in soldiers, were really symbols of spiritual preparedness and faithfulness. As the dismissed soldiers departed, taking most of the weapons and supplies with them, Gideon was left with 300 men who looked more like a ceremonial guard than a fighting force. The enemy they faced was described in terms that emphasized their overwhelming numbers. All the Midianites, the Amalekites, and the other eastern peoples had settled in the valley, thick as locusts. Their camels could no more be counted than the sand on the seashore. The disparity was so extreme that it moved beyond the realm of military strategy into the realm of the miraculous. No human commander would voluntarily reduce his forces to such a level when facing such overwhelming odds. Yet this was precisely God's point. The victory that was coming would be so clearly divine in origin that no one could attribute it to human planning or prowess. For Gideon, this final reduction must have been the ultimate test of faith. Everything in his military thinking, everything in his natural instincts, everything in conventional wisdom screamed against such a strategy. Yet his experiences with the fleece had prepared him for this moment. He had learned to trust God's ways even when they contradicted human logic. The 300 men who remained showed remarkable faith as well. They could see the enemy forces spread across the valley below them. They knew the odds better than anyone, yet they chose to stay, to trust in the God who had called them through his servant Gideon. As night fell over the Israelite camp, the 300 men prepared for what would be the most unconventional battle in military history. They had no idea that they were about to participate in a victory that would be remembered and celebrated for thousands of years. A victory that would demonstrate God's power to use the weak to confound the mighty. The stage was set for a night that would change everything. The Midianites slept in their countless tents, confident in their overwhelming superiority. The 300 Israelites made their final preparations, trusting in a God who specialized in impossible victories. The hours before dawn are often the darkest, both literally and figuratively. As Gideon and his 300 men crouched in the hills overlooking the vast enemy encampment, the weight of their impossible mission pressed down upon them like a physical burden. The valley below was filled with the tents of their enemies, stretching as far as the eye could see in the starlight, a sea of canvas that housed an army larger than any they had ever faced. Despite the miraculous signs he had witnessed and the divine assurances he had received, Gideon still struggled with doubt. God, in his infinite understanding of human nature, provided one more confirmation before the battle commenced. "Get up, go down against the camp," the Lord instructed, "because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The offer revealed God's compassionate understanding of Gideon's anxiety. Rather than rebuking him for his continued fears, the Lord provided an opportunity for reassurance. Taking his servant Purah with him, Gideon crept down toward the perimeter of the enemy camp under cover of darkness. The Midianite camp was massive beyond imagination. Thousands upon thousands of tents housed warriors from multiple nations united in their conquest of Israel. The sounds of the sleeping army filled the night air, snoring soldiers, restless camels, the occasional challenge of sentries. The very scale of the enemy forces should have been overwhelming to any reasonable observer. As Gideon and Purah approached the outer edge of the camp, they overheard a conversation between two Midianite soldiers. One was telling his companion about a disturbing dream he had experienced. "I had a dream. A round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." The interpretation offered by his fellow soldier was even more remarkable. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." The irony was profound. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, God was providing confirmation through the mouths of Israel's oppressors themselves. The barley bread in the dream was significant. Barley was considered the food of the poor, inferior to wheat. Yet in the dream, this humble loaf had the power to destroy the entire enemy position. The symbolism was clear. God would use the humble and despised to bring down the mighty and proud. That Gideon's name was already known to the enemy indicated that word of the gathering Israelite resistance had reached their ears. Rather than being encouraged by their overwhelming numerical superiority, some among the Midianites were apparently experiencing anxiety about this upstart Hebrew leader. God was already working in the hearts and minds of the enemy, preparing them for defeat. Gideon and Purah retreated to their own lines, hearts pounding with excitement and renewed confidence. The doubt that had plagued Gideon was finally dispelled by this remarkable confirmation. When they reached the Israelite position, Gideon called his men together for final instructions. "Get up," he announced with newfound authority and confidence. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." What followed was perhaps the most unusual battle plan in military history. Instead of swords and spears, Gideon distributed trumpets, empty clay jars, and torches to each of his 300 men. The weapons of conventional warfare were set aside in favour of items that seemed more suited to a religious ceremony than a military campaign. Gideon divided his small force into 3 companies of 100 men each. The strategy was simple, yet audacious. They would surround the enemy camp and, at Gideon's signal, create as much noise and confusion as possible while giving the appearance of a much larger force. "Watch me," Gideon instructed his men. "Follow my lead. When I get to the edge of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then from all around the camp blow yours and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan required perfect timing and coordination. Each man would conceal his torch inside a clay jar, maintaining complete darkness and silence until the moment of attack. Then at Gideon's signal, they would simultaneously break their jars, revealing blazing torches, blow their trumpets with all their might, and shout their battle cry. The psychological impact was designed to be devastating. The enemy would suddenly find themselves surrounded by lights and noise, creating the impression of a massive attacking force. In the confusion of a night assault, with limited visibility and the disorientation of being awakened from sleep, even experienced soldiers could panic and lose their sense of direction. As the 3 companies moved into position around the vast perimeter of the enemy camp, each man must have felt the weight of the moment. They were not professional soldiers, but ordinary citizens who had answered the call to fight for their freedom. Now they found themselves in the most critical moment of their lives, armed with the most unconventional weapons imaginable, trusting in a God who had promised victory through seemingly impossible means. The middle watch around midnight was traditionally the time when sentries were changed and vigilance was often at its lowest point. It was at this precise moment that Gideon and his 100 men reached their assigned position on the edge of the camp. Across the valley, 200 other men waited in similar positions, every eye fixed on their leader for the signal that would begin the battle. Gideon raised his torch-filled jar high above his head, then brought it down sharply, smashing it against a rock. The clay shattered with a sound that seemed to echo across the silent valley, and immediately his torch blazed forth in the darkness. At the same instant, he lifted his trumpet to his lips and blew a long, piercing blast. "For the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The signal rippled around the camp as 300 jars smashed simultaneously. 300 torches burst into flame, and 300 trumpet hags sounded their defiant call. The battle cry of "For the Lord and for Gideon" echoed from every direction, creating the impression that the Midianite camp was completely surrounded by a massive army. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Thousands of sleeping soldiers were jolted awake to find their camp surrounded by blazing lights and deafening noise. In the confusion and darkness, Panic spread like wildfire through the ranks. Soldiers stumbled from their tents, grabbing whatever weapons they could find, unable to determine the size or direction of the attacking force. In their panic and confusion, the Midianites and their allies began attacking each other. Unable to distinguish friend from foe in the darkness, and hearing battle cries in their own languages from every direction, they assumed they had been betrayed by their allies. The coalition that had seemed so formidable began to tear itself apart. The 300 Israelites maintained their positions around the perimeter, continuing to blow their trumpets and hold their torches high, creating the illusion of a massive army that had the enemy completely surrounded. They watched in amazement as God fulfilled his promise in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. The panic spread throughout the entire camp like a plague. What had begun as confusion quickly escalated into a full-scale rout as the enemy forces fled in every direction, abandoning their weapons, supplies, and even their camels in their desperate attempt to escape what they perceived as certain destruction. The victory was complete and overwhelming, achieved not through superior numbers or military might, but through divine intervention, working through the obedience of 300 faithful men. The God who had called Gideon from his hiding place in the winepress had once again demonstrated that his power is made perfect in human weakness. As dawn broke over the valley, an astonishing sight greeted the 300 Israelites. Where the night before had stood the mighty encampment of Israel's oppressors, now lay only scattered debris and abandoned supplies. Tents stood empty, their guy ropes cut by fleeing soldiers. Weapons lay discarded where they had fallen from panicked hands. The camels that had been described as innumerable as locusts wandered aimlessly, their owners having fled into the wilderness. The ground itself told the story of the night's chaos. Bloodstains marked the spots where confused allies had struck down one another in the darkness. Personal belongings were strewn across the landscape as the fleeing army had abandoned everything that might slow their escape. The scene looked less like the aftermath of a battle and more like the remnants of a catastrophic natural disaster. Gideon and his men moved through the abandoned camp in wonder, scarcely believing what their eyes were witnessing. The victory was so complete, so overwhelming, that it seemed almost too good to be true. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years had been routed by 300 men armed with trumpets and torches. But God's deliverance was not yet complete. Even as the 300 marvelled at what had occurred in the valley, word of the miraculous victory was spreading throughout the hill country of Israel. Men who had dismissed Gideon's call to arms, who had remained hidden in their caves and strongholds, now emerged with renewed courage and determination. The tribes of Naphtali, Asher and Manasseh rallied to pursue the fleeing Midianites. What had begun with 300 faithful men now swelled into a national movement of liberation. The psychological impact of the victory was as important as the military result. The myth of Midianite invincibility had been shattered in a single night, and the spirit of resistance that had been dormant for so long now burst forth like a river breaking through a dam. Gideon sent messengers throughout the hill country of Ephraim with urgent instructions. Come down against the Midianites and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth Barah. This strategic move would cut off the enemy's escape routes and ensure that the victory would be complete. The Ephraimites responded with enthusiasm, capturing the fords of the Jordan and trapping many of the fleeing Midianites. In the pursuit that followed, they captured 2 of the Midianite leaders, Oreb and Zeb, whose names meant raven and wolf. These princes, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for years, were now defeated and killed at the places that would forever bear their names: the rock of Oreb and the winepress of Zeb. The pursuit continued beyond the Jordan as Gideon and his original 300, though exhausted, pressed on to capture the remaining Midianite kings, Zaba and Zalmunna. The victory was total and decisive. An empire that had dominated the region for 7 years was completely destroyed in a matter of days. The land of Israel enjoyed peace for 40 years during Gideon's lifetime. The oppression that had driven families into hiding was replaced by prosperity and security. Fields that had been abandoned were cultivated again. Markets that had stood empty bustled with commerce. Children who had grown up knowing only fear could now play freely in their villages. But perhaps the greatest victory was not military but spiritual. Israel had rediscovered that their God was still the same mighty deliverer who had brought their ancestors out of Egypt. The impossible victory served as a permanent reminder that with God all things are possible. The story of Gideon and the 300 speaks across the centuries, with timeless truths that challenge and encourage us today. First, we see that God uses the unlikely. Gideon was not a seasoned warrior or a natural leader. He was a fearful farmer, hiding from his enemies. Yet God saw potential that others missed. This reminds us that God's calling is not based on our qualifications, but on his purposes. Second, the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300 demonstrates that faith matters more than numbers. In a world obsessed with statistics and metrics, God's economy operates differently. He delights in using small faithful remnants to accomplish great things, ensuring that his power, not human strength, receives the glory. Third, Gideon's requests for signs teach us about the balance between faith and doubt. God was patient with Gideon's need for confirmation, showing us that honest questions and requests for reassurance are not signs of weak faith but of a heart that desires to walk in God's will. Finally, the story shows us that obedience in the face of fear is the essence of courage. Gideon was afraid, his army was outnumbered, and the strategy seemed foolish. Yet they obeyed, and God honoured their faithfulness with victory. When we feel unqualified for the tasks before us, when the odds seem insurmountable, when we need reassurance before taking steps of faith, the story of Gideon reminds us that our God specialises in impossible victories. He is still calling ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, still using the weak to confound the mighty, still turning fearful hearts into faithful warriors. The God who met Gideon at the winepress is the same God who meets us in our hiding places today, calling us to step out in faith and watch him work miracles through surrendered lives. Just as the 300 trumpets and torches became instruments of divine victory, our simple obedience can become the means through which God accomplishes his purposes in our generation. May we have the courage to answer when he calls, the faith to trust when he leads, and the persistence to follow when he sends us into battles that seem impossible to win. For with God, the 300 can defeat the multitudes, and faith can move mountains that seem immovable. The story of Gideon reminds us that our greatest victories come not when we feel strong and capable, but when we acknowledge our weakness and depend completely on God's strength. In those moments of surrender, we discover that we serve a God who delights in doing the impossible through the most unlikely people. And so the story ends where it began, with an invitation to faith, a call to courage, and a promise that the God who delivered Israel through Gideon and the 300 is still delivering his people today, one impossible victory at a time.